Chapter 12:16. Outside Broken Sun Hall, Yin Chuan looked at the chessboard in the distance. The Pheasant Queen against the Western Gate Sage. The two of them continued to place their pieces for another 3 days. The Pheasant Queen's chess skills are shocking. Shiman Booty. The Shiman Saint stood up and said solemnly. The Pheasant Empress also stood up and suddenly bowed towards the Western Gate Sage. Sage, you are too serious. The Pheasant Empress was only lucky for a moment. The heaven and earth are broken, and the sage has a heavy responsibility. The pheasant race is the guardian of the heaven and earth. I hope the sage can take care of us. Of course. The Shiman sage nodded. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Even a saint lost in chess. The Pheasant Queen's voice was thick and strong. She turned to look at the surroundings and said, "Everyone, the divine sun pearl is born once every 100,000 years. The pheasant clan doesn't dare to keep this one and is willing to offer it to the world. Whoever can defeat me will obtain the pearl." A commotion broke out among the countless cultivators in the surroundings. Pheasant Empress, let me play chess with you. A purple-robed man suddenly flew over. I wonder what you will use as a hostage. The Pheasant Empress asked with a smile. He didn't even ask for his name. Quality? That's right. Saints use their reputation as a hostage. If they win, they get the pearl. If they lose their reputation. I wonder what you're using as a hostage. Your name is clearly inferior to a saint's. Take out something of the same level, and I will play chess with you. The Pheasant Empress said with a smile. Something of the same level? The purple-robed man's expression turned ugly. The Pheasant Queen smiled and said, "There is no free lunch in this world. If you win, you get treasures. If you lose, you don't lose anything. How can there be such a good thing? My pheasant clan has been guarding the sun for generations without any complaints or regrets. However, to give away such a precious treasure, my pheasant clan also has a lot of cultivators. In order to guard the sun, we can't travel the world, only leaving and not entering. I also don't want the pheasant clan to be too poor. If you take out your precious treasure, I will play chess with you. If I win, I will take it all away. If I lose, I will leave behind your precious treasure." The purple-robed man's face turned ugly again. Of course, you can also use spirit stones as a substitute. 100 million immortal stones, and I'll play a game with you. How about it? The Pheasant Empress smiled. The purple-robed man. 100 million immortal stones? Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't have any. This one has been rude. The purple-robed Xiozha turned around and flew into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Although the others were unhappy, the saints were all like that. Moreover, the saints were here, so no one could do anything. "Qianhu, you can go back," Yin Chuan said to the Qianhu of the East faction. "Yes." The Qianhu retreated. In the distance, the Pheasant Empress looked around and asked, "Is there anyone else?" The surroundings were silent, waiting for the Pheasant Queen to be disappointed. "Let me do it." Suddenly, a voice sounded. He saw Yin Chuan, Jin Diyu, Bai Qi, and Yin Hentian flying over to the shattered Sun Hall Square. "Oh, you are?" The Pheasant Queen asked curiously. "Dajin, Yin Chuan." Yin Chuan smiled. "Great accomplishment, Sage King." "Yin Chuan?" The Shiman sage suddenly asked. "Shiman Sheng?" Yin Chuan said with a smile. "The Great Jin Kingdom is located in a foreign continent. I didn't expect the Westgate sage to know about it." "Haha, how could I not know? The four of us sages have a lot of information." "You, Yin Chuan, caused a ruckus during Huazu Tian's birthday celebration," the Shiman sage said. "Since the sage knows about it, I hope the sage can clear the name of the Yin family. In the past, the Yin family contributed a lot to the world. In the end, they were exterminated. The sage is the guardian of the world. I hope the sage can clear their name." Yin Chuan said solemnly. Behind him, Yin Hentian stepped forward and said, "Yin family head, Yin Hentian greets the sage." "Yin family?" The Pheasant Queen raised her eyebrows. Many people looked over curiously. Some people thought of the Yin family, but most people did not know about it. The sage looked at Yin Hentian and finally took a deep breath and said, Yes. With that, the sage waved his hand. In the void, a huge projection suddenly appeared. In the projection, it was the scene of the underworld that day. Everyone watched quietly. In the projection, Enchantment confronted the Zwa family. In the end, the sage nodded to prove his innocence. Wow! Suddenly, there was an uproar. There was such a secret in the ancient times. More people were envious of the people who attended Huazuan Tian's birthday celebration, because at that time, there was a memory of an ancestral immortal shared with everyone. The memory of a powerful ancestral immortal. Enchantment bowed to the four directions once. Enchantment did not say any more emotional words. Instead, he stood quietly behind Yin Chuan. In family? I also misunderstood back then. The Pheasant Queen sighed. Everything is in the past. As long as the Pheasant Queen believes in the innocence of my Yin family, it is enough. Enchantment smiled. The Pheasant Queen nodded. The sage looked at Yin Chuan and said with a deep smile, "There is a rumor in the underworld that Huazuan Tian has a feud with your great Jin. Once Huazuan Tian recovers from his injuries, he will destroy your great Jin." Ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern. When that day comes, if the sage is free, you could go to Great Qin and take a look at the grand occasion. Yin Chuan smiled. Shimin Sheng felt strange. This Yin Chuan really did not know what was good for him. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked at the Pheasant Queen. "Pheasant Queen, how about I play a game with you?" The Pheasant Queen looked at Yin Chuan and said with a slight smile, "I naturally welcome you. However, this quality cannot be lacking. 100 million immortal stones, or a treasure of the same level. I'll use this to bet with you," Yin Chuan said with a slight smile. As he spoke, Yin Chuan reached out and took out a jade box. The Pheasant Queen was slightly surprised. After all, immortal stones were easy to obtain, but treasures were hard to find. Generally speaking, most people would choose to gamble with immortal stones. Yin Chuan really had a treasure? The Pheasant Queen took it with a trace of curiosity. But the moment she touched the jade box, the Pheasant Queen's pupils suddenly constricted. All around, countless cultivators stared at the Pheasant Queen's expression, all of them extremely curious. What treasure made the Pheasant Queen act like this? The Pheasant Queen was about to open the jade box, but Yin Chuan pressed down with his hand and pressed down on the lid of the box. "Pheasant Queen, if you look at this treasure, can you let me see the Sun God Pearl?" Yin Chuan said with a smile. "This?" The Pheasant Queen was slightly troubled. "Pheasant Queen, my treasure is not as good as the Sun God Pearl," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Yin Di, you misunderstand," the Pheasant Queen immediately said with a smile. As she spoke, the Pheasant Queen also took out a jade box. The two of them opened it at the same time, and dazzling light shot out from their respective jade boxes. The Pheasant Queen quickly closed the jade box. A trace of excitement flashed across her eyes. Primogenitor's fate? Is it real? And in the jade box in Yin Chuan's hand, there was a watermelon-sized golden ball. It was like a small sun, blooming with dazzling light. Good treasure. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. He also closed the jade box. The two of them exchanged jade boxes. "Yin Di, please," the Pheasant Queen said with excitement. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, put away his jade box, and slowly sat down. The Shaman sage looked at the two of them curiously. Yin Chuan placed his chess piece first. The first piece, Tian Yuan. The Pheasant Queen did not underestimate him. In fact, she was even more serious than before. After thinking for a while, she also began to place her chess piece. The two of them played chess. After 100 moves each, the entire chessboard became mysterious. The Shaman sage looked at the chessboard in surprise. He did not expect Yin Chuan to be so good at chess. The Pheasant Queen also became more serious. 6 hours later, the Pheasant Queen's chess pieces began to slow down, and she revealed an anxious expression. Yin Chuan, however, smiled. The Pheasant Queen's chess skills are not up to par. Could it be that she cared too much about the treasure in the jade box? The Shaman sage looked at the chessboard in confusion. If the Pheasant Queen cared too much, she would not be able to reach her original level. And Yin Chuan's mental fortitude was clearly much higher than the Pheasant Queen's. The more Yin Chuan played, the smoother it became. Most of the time, the Pheasant Queen was the one thinking. Just like that, 3 days passed. Pheasant Queen, you lost. The Shaman Sage took a deep breath. I didn't. I still have a chance. The Pheasant Queen said anxiously. The Shaman Sage smiled bitterly, then looked at Yin Chuan, who was still carefree. The Sun God Pearl won just like that? The Pheasant Queen seemed to be unwilling to believe the current game, but she held the white chess piece in her hand and could not place it down. The Pheasant Queen's eyes were even bloodshot. Pheasant Queen, the Shaman Sage shouted. With a shout, the Pheasant Queen suddenly quivered and came to her senses. Looking at the chessboard, the Pheasant Queen revealed a bitter expression. Indeed, good chess skills. I lost. The Pheasant Queen reluctantly took out the jade box of the Sun God Pearl and handed it to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan took it and handed it to Jean Dayu. Jean Dayu, you have worked hard guarding the Yellow Springs Road all these years. I will reward you with this. Me? Jean Dayu said in shock. Ha. Take it. Yin Chuan smiled and stuffed it over. From the start, Yin Chuan saw the desire in Jean Dayu's eyes. It was just that Jean Dayu had been suppressing it. Thank you, Sage Ruler, Jean Dayu said excitedly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. The Sun God Pearl was given away. So, casually? What holy hall of Great Jun? The benefits were too good, right? Indeed, the Pheasant Queen said with a strange expression. What's wrong? Yin Chuan smiled. The item from before is very important to me. I wonder if Yin Di can part with it? I can use something to exchange with you. The Pheasant Queen said anxiously. Exchange? Yin Chuan suddenly smiled. Yin Chuan was waiting for this sentence. Just as Yin Chuan was about to speak, screech. Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from the distant horizon. Everyone looked over and saw a huge carriage flying over. Pulling the carriage were 7 huge phoenixes of different colors. Their radiance soared into the sky. On the balcony of the carriage stood hundreds of figures. Each of them was incomparably arrogant. Phoenix Clan's 3rd Prince's carriage? 7 Phoenix carriage? The Pheasant Queen raised her brows. Phoenix Clan's 3rd Prince. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Wasn't he the one who proposed marriage to Emoyushi? Far away, in a valley, Shangwan Wanner sneered and said, Finally here. Screech, screech, screech. 7 phoenixes cried out together. The huge 7 phoenix carriage stopped in the sky above the broken sun hall. Pheasant Queen greets the 3rd Prince. The Pheasant Queen bowed respectfully to the 7 phoenix carriage. Quang. The 7 phoenix carriage's main hall opened. From inside, a young man slowly walked out. The man was extremely handsome, so handsome that it was a little demonic. His eyes were suffused with a 7-colored radiance. He slowly stepped out of the main hall. From above, he looked down at the broken Sun Hall's plaza. So the sage is also here. This nephew greets the sage. The 3rd Prince said with a smile. 3rd Prince, you don't have to be so polite. The Shaman Sage nodded. The 3rd Prince turned to look at the Pheasant Queen and said, Pheasant Queen, I heard that another divine Sun Pearl was born. Chapter 12:17. The 3rd Prince turned to the Pheasant Queen and said, Pheasant Queen, I heard that another Sun God Pearl was born. The Pheasant Queen shook her head and smiled bitterly. 3rd Prince, you are late. Just now, the Sun God Pearl was lost to someone else. Oh, the 3rd Prince raised his eyebrows. The Pheasant Queen did not point out Yin Chuan. After all, she still needed his help. 3rd Prince, you have come for nothing. The Pheasant Queen smiled. The 3rd Prince shook his head and said, No matter. Most of the Sun God Pearls that were born here are in my Phoenix clan. It doesn't matter if there is one less. I am here today for something else. Something else? The Pheasant Queen asked doubtfully. The 3rd Prince waved his sleeves, and a huge monster flew out from the sky. Explosive beast? The Shaman Sage exclaimed. This is... The Pheasant Queen frowned. That's right. It is the explosive beast recorded in the ancient records. The 3rd Prince nodded. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. Did Di Renjia catch it that day? Divine beast, explosive beast? The Pheasant Queen exclaimed, "It's good that you remember. I'm also helping someone else. The people of Dezhou asked me to use this explosive beast to exchange for something from you." The third prince said. The explosive beast seemed to be in a deep sleep. The explosive beast is so noble. I don't have anything that is of equal value to it. The Pheasant Queen frowned. You do. The third prince revealed an evil smile. Oh, use the explosive beast to exchange for half of your sun fragment. The third prince said, half of the sun fragment? What? Impossible. The Pheasant Queen suddenly exclaimed. The third prince revealed a cold smile and said, Impossible? Humph, Pheasant Queen, you must think this through clearly. The reason why the Pheasant clan is able to prosper until now is all because of the protection of my Phoenix clan. Without my Phoenix clan, with just you, do you think you could defend the sun fragment? I am guarding the sun for the world. The Pheasant Queen said anxiously. Ha ha, guarding the sun for the world? The sun is already broken. Why do you still need to guard it? It is your Pheasant clan relying on it to cultivate, right? The Phoenix clan has been protecting you all this time because you know what's good for you. Every 100,000 years, you refine a sun god pearl and give it to the Phoenix clan. Do you really think the world respects you? Do you believe that Shattered Sun Domain will immediately collapse if my Phoenix race no longer protects you? The third prince exclaimed coldly. Ayu. The Pheasant Queen's face revealed a look of grief and indignation. Pheasant Empress, one must be content with what one has. The Great Zhou dynasty has done its best. This explosive beast is hard to find in the world. In exchange, you won't lose out. The third crown prince laughed. Third crown prince, did you get the Phoenix Emperor's permission? The Pheasant Empress asked in a deep voice. My father? Ha! Don't worry. Such a small matter won't alarm my father. My father definitely won't object. The third crown prince said with a deep laugh. The Pheasant Queen was anxious and turned to look at the Shaman Saint. Saint, please uphold justice. The Pheasant Queen said anxiously. High up in the sky, the third prince revealed a cold smile. The Shaman Sage looked at the Pheasant Empress and finally sighed. Since the Phoenix Emperor and Wu Jiong have spoken at the same time, it's not good for me to interfere in this matter. Far away, in a valley, Shangguanwana revealed a cold smile. In the past, there were still saints who could balance for you. Tens of thousands of sects in the world guarded for you. However, it has already been 1,000,000 years. The pheasant race? With such a great treasure like the sun fragment, you can't even become stronger. In this chaotic world, the survival of the fittest. The Phoenix race protects you? Hell, why protect you? Isn't it because of your sun fragment? It's just that everyone in the world is gossiping, and we can't snatch it away. My lord, is the Pheasant Empress being forced into a dead end? Do you want me to add fuel to the fire? A subordinate laughed. No need. Remember, we have never been here. Furthermore, the Great Zhou dynasty has done its best, and even used the explosive beast to exchange. Shangguanwan said in a deep voice. Yes, Shattered Sun Hall Square. Why? Saint, I'm guarding the sun for the world. The heavenly Tao is constantly making up for it. I believe that one day, the heavenly Tao will make up for it. As for the broken sun, there will also be a day when it will be restored. You are a saint. You shoulder the entire world. The Pheasant Empress said anxiously. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The saint shook his head. The Pheasant Empress took a step back and looked at the Shaman Sage in shock. Originally, the Shaman Sage was invited by her to suppress the heroes. But now, in the sky, the third prince revealed a cold smile. Have you thought it through, Pheasant Empress? The Great Zhou dynasty is benevolent. That's why they gave you the explosive beast as compensation. I don't want the explosive beast. I don't want it. The Pheasant Empress roared in grief and indignation. Pheasant Empress. Yin Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. The Pheasant Empress looked at Yin Chuan bitterly. Can't you tell? Virtue will decrease with the passage of time. Only one's own strength is the most important. If you have the strength of the Phoenix Emperor, if you have the strength of a saint sitting here, do you need the protection of others? Do you need the pity of others? Do you need to deliberate and offer the sun god pearl in exchange for the peace of your race? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Hearing Yin Chuan's words, the pheasant empress's face turned ugly. Indeed, if she had the strength of the Phoenix Emperor, who would dare to be impudent in front of her? But the pheasant race's talent was too weak. Difficult. Suddenly, the pheasant empress thought of Yin Chuan's jade box, the primogenitor's life providence. The pheasant race had absolute experts before ancient times. Take the saint before us, for example. Did you invite him? Do you know that he is actually in cahoots with the Phoenix Emperor? No, everyone here is in cahoots. Look at the experts on the surrounding mountain peaks and the experts hidden in the surrounding valleys. Don't they want the sun fragment? No, I want to say that everyone here, including me, wants the sun fragment. No, including you, right? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Ah, the pheasant empress's expression changed. You also know that treasures can move people's hearts, much less the sun fragment. In the past, you used virtue to protect it. However, after 1,000,000 years, the world is incomplete. That bit of virtue of yours is no longer worthy of everyone's respect. You want to protect it again? Do you think that's possible? Yin Chuan said with a smile. You, the pheasant empress said with some disbelief. I dare say that people from all the major factions around Shattered Sun Dominion have come. Do you believe me? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Impossible. Why weren't there any in the past? The pheasant empress said in disbelief. In the past, there were. No, it should be that every time you participated in the Sun Divine Pearl gambling competition, all the factions came with the same attitude. However, there was no opportunity. No one took the lead. Now there is finally one. We have lost more than half of the sun fragment. I think that if you do not grasp this opportunity, your entire pheasant race might be wiped out. Yin Chuan said. Clack. The pheasant empress took a step back in disbelief. How did things develop to this extent? Ha 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 ha. Well said. The Yin Emperor is indeed extraordinary. No wonder my nephews hold you in such high esteem after returning from the netherworld. A hearty laugh came from the summit of a mountain peak. Everyone looked over and saw a purple-robed man carrying a sword on his back. Duguduantian? Someone suddenly exclaimed. High in the sky, the Phoenix race's third crown prince narrowed his eyes. Duguduantian, what are you doing here? The third crown prince asked. Duguduantian smiled faintly and said, Whatever you are here for, I am here for. Your Phoenix race has already shed all pretense of cordiality today. We no longer have any reservations. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan said at the right time. Pheasant Empress, did you see that? Am I wrong? The Pheasant Empress looked around in disbelief. It was like the entire world suddenly changed. How could it be like this? Pheasant Empress, remember, never rely on others. Being strong yourself is the most important. Only when you are strong can you decide yourself. Only when you are strong can you not be trampled on by others. Yin Chuan said. The surrounding cultivators still could not understand. After all, Yin Chuan's words were too strange. What was the point of saying this to the Pheasant Empress now? The Pheasant Empress looked uncertain. The Yin Emperor, what do you want? I hope that you can join my great Jun and become its sovereign. I will not restrict you. Yin Chuan said gravely. The third crown prince. The sage. Duguduantian. The surrounding experts looked at Yin Chuan speechlessly. After being busy for so long, you are even more ruthless. Do you want to destroy the entire pheasant race? No one believed that Yin Chuan would succeed. After all, he sold her out with just a few words? How could that be? However, at this moment, the Pheasant Empress really hesitated. Pheasant Empress, the pheasant race's survival is at stake. You decide for yourself. Yin Chuan said. The Pheasant Empress looked around strangely. Third Crown Prince, must you snatch the sun fragment today? The Pheasant Empress asked with grief and indignation through gritted teeth. The Third Crown Prince smiled coldly and said, That's right. I have already talked to the Great Zhou Dynasty's Princess Taiping. As long as I help them obtain half of the sun fragment, They will be responsible for persuading the Great Zhou dynasty's heavenly emperor to give me Mo The third crown prince's tone was firm. On the square, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pheasant empress looked around. The third crown prince, the sage, Duge Duantian, and countless cultivators were eyeing her covetously. For a moment, the pheasant empress was like a lonely boat in the sea, filled with helplessness. Pheasant empress, do you agree? The third crown prince shouted again. The pheasant empress closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her face revealed a trace of pain. In the end, she looked at Yin Chuan gratefully. Although Yin Chuan did not say much, the pheasant empress instantly understood her situation. Ha ha! Guarding the sun on behalf of the heavens? How laughable! Ha ha! The pheasant queen understands now. In the past, we really thought too highly of ourselves. The pheasant tribe has guarded the sun shatter for the world for 100 years. Today, in order to preserve ourselves, we are willing to sacrifice the sun shatter right here in the Sun Shatter Sun Palace. There's a minor world inside. Everyone will have to rely on their own fate. The pheasant tribe will give up and find it yourselves. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan did not hesitate and led by Qi, Jin Diyu, and Yin Hintian into the broken sun hall. Duge Duantian raised his eyebrows and also shot out. The third crown prince was annoyed. He wanted to use his prestige to suppress the pheasant empress and make her sacrifice it to him. Who would have thought that the pheasant empress would give it to everyone? It was all caused by that Yindi's nonsense. Sage, who is that Yindi? The third crown prince asked in a deep voice. He is called Yin Chuan. The sage said, Yin Chuan? He is called Yin Chuan? Yin Dong-un's father? Mo Yushi's. The third crown prince's eyes suddenly revealed a sinister look. Chapter 12:18. Broken Sun Hall. Yin Chuan and the others were the first to step in. The hall was like a huge black hole. Apparently, it was the entrance to a small world. They stepped in. It was as if the world had changed. The world was gray, but there were streaks of red light shooting into the sky from all directions. The sky was burning red. The ground under their feet was barren. It was as hard as metal. Sun fragments. Jin Dayu's eyes lit up. Let's go, Yin Chuan shouted. Swish. The four of them quickly shot toward a bright place. After Yin Chuan and the others left, a large number of experts rushed in. Just like Yin Chuan, they only looked at the mineral loin-like ground for a while, and then shot toward one of the streaks of red light in the distance. Screech! Screech! The 7 Phoenix chariot rushed in. The third prince of the Phoenix clan looked around. All of you spread out and find Yin Chuan for me. I want him dead. The third prince of the Phoenix clan said ruthlessly. Yes. 20 of the figures quickly rushed towards the 20 light pillars. The 7 Phoenix chariot also rushed toward one of the light pillars. After the third prince of the Phoenix clan left, Shiman Sage also stepped in. He looked at the gray world. Are these the sun fragments of the past? The fire energy has dissipated and only a pile of waste ores is left. Shiman Sage said in a low voice. As he spoke, Shiman Sage also rushed toward one of the light pillars. More and more experts rushed in. Outside the Broken Sun Hall, the Pheasant Empress looked at the experts rushing into the Broken Sun Hall and revealed a bitter smile. It turns out that I've always been the most foolish. Pheasant Queen smiled bitterly. At this moment, Sheng Wanwer also stepped in with a group of black-robed men. The last to enter was Shadi. Shadi stood in front of the Broken Sun Hall with the Immortal slaying gourd on his back. After a moment of silence, Shadi looked at Pheasant Queen and said, Pheasant Queen, let me ask you. The sun fragments have been here for many years. Have you found a tomb in it? Tomb? What tomb? Pheasant Queen asked in shock. Shadi stared at Pheasant Queen. As he stared at Pheasant Queen, a powerful spirit rushed into Pheasant Queen's mind. Boom! The Pheasant Queen suddenly felt dizzy. Have you found any tombs? Shadi asked in a deep voice. No, there is no tomb. The Pheasant Queen said muddle-headedly. In the surroundings, the expressions of the Pheasant Clan's experts changed because the Pheasant Queen was currently in an unconscious state. A look? That man had attacked the Pheasant Queen with a single glance, causing her to be unable to resist at all. The Pheasant Queen was an ancestral immortal. The Shadi frowned and nodded, as expected of the handiwork of the Grave clan. The grave was hidden in the sun, yet has not been discovered until now. That's good, that's good. The Slayer nodded. Shadi stepped into the Broken Sun Palace. Sovereign, sovereign! The group of experts from the Pheasant clan quickly shook the Pheasant Queen's arm. The Pheasant Queen suddenly quivered and woke up. What's going on? Supreme Being, you were in a daze just now. It might have been a mental attack. A pheasant race expert said. What? The Pheasant Queen's expression changed. No matter what, he was still an ancestral immortal. A mental assault? He was actually shocked into a trance? Who is he? The Pheasant Queen asked with an ugly expression. I don't know, we don't know him. Everyone shook their heads. Am I really that weak? The Pheasant Queen's face revealed a pained expression. Supreme Being, what should we do? What should we do now? The group of experts from the Pheasant clan were worried. What should they do? Who should they beg? Now, they did not even have a foothold. For some reason, Yin Chuan's previous words suddenly echoed in the Pheasant Queen's mind. Pheasant Queen, remember, never rely on others. The most important thing is to be strong yourself. Only when you are strong yourself can you decide yourself. Only when you are strong yourself can you not be trampled on by others. Strong myself? The Pheasant Queen's expression was complicated. Thinking of the primogenitor's fate in Yin Chuan's hands, the Pheasant Queen's eyes narrowed and flashed with determination. In the Broken Sun Palace, Yin Chuan was flying in the air. Fragments of the sun? These ores that have long lost their radiance are still lacking. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Yin Hentian held a piece of broken stone in his hand and said, No, this is after all a part of the sun in the past. The sun's true fire is constantly burning it. The material is not bad. Even if it is not a top-grade material, it is still very good if it is used to equip an army. Wu Jiong might have taken a fancy to this point and wanted to use these countless ores to build a huge army. Yin Chuan nodded and also took a piece of ore. After all, the sun has not been completely extinguished. Other than these ores, the fire attribute is the greatest treasure at this moment. The Sun God's Pearl is a portion of the fire attribute that has been refined. Yin Chuan nodded. That's not right. Yin Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. What's wrong, Sage King? The three of them were puzzled. Yin Chuan reached out his hand and squeezed. Bang! The ore in his hand suddenly turned into powder. Fragments of the sun? The fire is not extinguished? These materials should not be so weak. Yin Chuan said solemnly. This ore is quite strong. Yin Hentian said, puzzled. No, after all, this is a fragment of the sun. Its density is not comparable to that of ordinary metals. However, it is still a little lacking. It is 30% less than what I expected. However, this 30% is not right. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. As he narrowed his eyes, Yin Chuan's eyes shone brightly. I understand now. This trip was not in vain. We came at the right time. Yin Chuan said with excitement in his eyes. Bai Qi looked at Yin Chuan and asked, could it be? Bai Qi thought of something. That's right. It is very likely that it is a life-stealing derivative refined body from my first life. It is the fourth divine beast in the Great Thousand World, the Metal Beast. Yin Chuan said with a serious look in his eyes. Metal Beast? What is that? Yin Hentian was slightly stunned. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the light pillar. It was a huge fire pool that looked like a pool of lava. A huge golden mountain floated above the fire pool. Fire essence stone of the sun? Jin Dayu's eyes lit up. This is the material used to refine your chaos bell? Yin Chuan was surprised. Yes, Jin Dayu said excitedly. Yin Hentian, you are responsible for following Jin Dayu and collecting this information. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Yin Hentian replied. Yin Chuan looked at Jin Dayu and said, Jin Dayu, I still remember your ancestor, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. The chaos bell rang and heaven and earth roared. I hope you can reach his level. Yes, I will do my best. Jin Dayu replied. Boom! Yin Chuan lifted the huge golden mountain. He threw it to Jin Dayu. Wow! Jin Dayu turned into a huge golden crow and swallowed the golden mountain. Lordine, come on my back. I will bring you to the next place. Jin Dayu shouted. Okay. In Hentian flew on a Jin Dayu's back. Sage King, I will go now. Jin Dayu shouted. Wow. Jin Dayu flapped his wings and shot far away. Only Yin Chuan and Bai Qi were left standing in front of a huge pool of fire. Sage King, how we find a metal beast in this vast space? Bai Qi frowned. No problem. I refined a metal beast in my first life. Naturally, I know its characteristics. The Pheasant Empress does not know about the existence of metal beasts. It should be a newly born metal beast or a metal beast that is still in the process of being born. Follow me, Yin Chuan said with a smile. As he spoke, Yin Chuan dove into the pool of fire. Bai Qi followed closely behind and jumped into the fiery pond, heading deeper in. Splash! The blood sea suddenly surrounded Yin Chuan and Bai Qi, enveloping the two of them. The surrounding fire was like liquid mercury, but denser. It was extremely difficult to descend. However, Yin Chuan was an ancestral immortal after all and was not too worried. The two of them charged straight down. The blood sea can absorb the power of fire? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Rumble, controlling the blood sea. Yin Chuan crazily absorbed the heat energy. They went all the way down into the depths. Gradually, they reached the depths of the pool of fire. It was a vast space. The surroundings were completely sealed. There was only endless heat. That direction. Break. Yin Chuan pointed in a direction. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Boom. Bai Qi's saber slashed violently at the sturdy interior. With a loud boom, a small opening was created. Continue, Yin Chuan ordered. Bai Qi continued to open the path. Shattered Sun Hall. Shang Wanwan led a group of black-robed men into the interior. She also arrived before a pool of fire and looked around. About 500 black-robed men followed behind her. My lord, what should we do next? A black-robed man asked. Our great Zhou has never failed to get what we want. The fragments of his sun? Naturally, we have to get them all. According to our plan, we have to find the corner of space here. The fragments of the sun here should all belong to our great Zhou. Shangguan Wan'er said, Yes, if the Shiman sage finds out, you can show him your tokens. He will not make things difficult for you. Shangguan Wan'er ordered. Yes. Boom. Quang. A large number of experts entered the space of Shattered Sun Hall. Many of them were excitedly excavating the mountains. There were mountains of top-grade materials. In many people's eyes, this place was a huge treasure. Although an endless supply of materials wasn't enough to move Yin Chuan and the others, it was enough to drive countless experts crazy. My mind, with this mountain, there is hope for our sect. White Dwarf Stone, Tai Essence Gold, Myriad Flame Blood Mine, Extremely excited voices could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the sage was flying high in the sky. Under his feet was the mouth of a pool of fire. Standing high in the sky, he overlooked the whole world. Sha Di carried the gourd on his back and looked around. His face darkened. He came to the mouth of a huge pool of fire. He took a deep breath and stepped into the pool of fire. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths. Chapter 12:19. Shattered Sun Hall. A fire pool. Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone. What a huge piece. A gold mountain. Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone. This gold mountain is much more precious than the other ores. A gold mountain is worth 10,000 ores. This is a top-grade material. I can actually see Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone. Boom! Countless experts rushed towards the Sun Fire Essence Stone in the fire pool. It's mine. No one can take it. Bastard, I was here first. If you think you're worthy... Immediately, a group of experts fought over the gold mountain. Heavenly Dao. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 4 huge heavenly Daos were erected. Ancestral Immortal? The experts were slightly stunned. No one expected that there would be an ancestral immortal beside them. The four of them merged with the heavenly Taos and looked at each other. The three of you, there are countless fire pools here. Give this to me. There are other extreme yang fire essence stones. An ancestral immortal said with a smile. Ha ha, Taoist brother, you must be joking. It's better for you to back down. Another ancestral immortal laughed. I've already passed by a fire pool. That fire pool didn't have any extreme yang fire essence stones. Not all fire pools have them. Everyone knows how precious it is. Let's rely on our own abilities. That's right. The four ancestral immortals refused to back down. They each took out their treasures and weapons, preparing to fight for the Gold Mountain. Just as the four ancestral immortals were about to attack, a voice suddenly interrupted them. It just so happens that I want to forge a fire elemental sword. Don't stop me from getting the materials. A voice said indifferently. The four ancestral immortals were slightly stunned. They turned their heads and saw Dugu Duantian standing on the peak of a mountain with a long sword in his hand. The four ancestral immortals' pupils constricted. Dugu Duantian? So what if you're from the Dugu family? Do you think we'll leave just because you told us to? One of the ancestral immortals said coldly. Dugu Duantian sneered. He stomped his foot slightly. Boom! Boundless sword energy suddenly soared into the sky from the ground. The sword energy was like a storm, rushing towards everyone. The surroundings of the fire pool was instantly filled with a rain of swords. Countless people with weaker cultivations immediately fled in panic. Sighing, 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 sighing. Within the storm of sword ki, four enormous sword lights suddenly soared into the skies, shooting straight towards the heavenly Taos of the four ancestral immortals. The huge impact caused the entire void to shake violently. Wherever the sword light passed, huge spatial cracks were carved out. How could this be? The faces of the four ancestral immortals sank. Boom! The four heavenly Taos immediately retreated. The sword light was domineering, fighting one against four. Even with the full strength of the four ancestral immortals, they were actually forced back by Dugu Duantian alone. Rumble! Dugu Duantian calmly collected the extreme yang fire essence stone amidst the violent sword energy void. Buzz! Countless sword chi converged. Dugu Duantian sneered at the four ancestral immortals. The four of you, please find another opportunity. Ha ha! Dugu Duantian laughed wildly. As Dugu Duantian laughed, he shot towards another fire pool. But at this moment, none of the four ancestral immortals stood in his way. What a domineering sword! Dugu Duantian, the faces of the four ancestral immortals turned ugly. In the next moment, they had no choice but to fly off in different directions. At a fire pond. Wow! The golden crow flew down with enchantment. Again, there is no extreme yang fire essence stone here. The golden crow was anxious. With a long cry, the golden crow flew into the sky with enchantment. Then there are only two possibilities. First, there really isn't any here, and everything depends on luck. Secondly, the pheasant queen is not as selfless as we thought. Ha, let's go, Lord Jean. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Enchantment laughed. Jean to you, who was flapping his wings, nodded. Deep within the fire pond, Yin Chuan and Bai Qi were continuously attacking the firm inner walls. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Qi continued to attack, and a path was opened up. Holy King, this path is getting harder and harder. The metal is getting harder and harder. Bai Qi said with a frown. Of course, because we're getting closer and closer to where the metal beast is. The materials here are much tougher than those on the surface. You can collect some and refine your killing blade. Yin Chuan nodded. That's what I was thinking, Bai Qi said with a smile. Boom. Bai Qi continued to open up the path. He also collected the fragments that he had dug out. The two of them continued to push deeper into the fire pond. As they were pushing forward, Yin Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Is there a sound? Yin Chuan said with a serious expression. Bai Qi stopped, and the two of them listened carefully. Boom, boom. Bai Qi and Yin Chuan looked at each other. Holy King, did someone discover it too? Bai Qi's expression changed. Continue, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Qi continued to dig the path frantically. For a moment, the loud rumbling sounds attracted the attention of the other side. On the other side, Shadi was forcibly breaking through the depths of the fire pond. Boom! With a loud bang, Shadi's path suddenly came to an end. It was internal space. Whoosh! In the internal space, there were two kinds of light, one golden and the other silver. They rotated slowly like a huge Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern. The golden part was extremely hot. The golden grand sun primordial fire was at the edge. The deeper one went, the denser it became. It was impossible to see what was in the distance. The silver part was extremely cold. The grand moon primordial water was at the edge. It was even harder to see what was in the deeper part. The grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water were two extreme forms of energy. At this moment, they were in perfect contact at the edge. They did not even explode. The Grave Clan is indeed strange. Two directions? They have set up two tombs, one real and one fake. What a trick, Shadi said with a serious look in his eyes. Shadi looked at the two sides and seemed to be analyzing which side he should go to. Boom! At this moment, there was another loud bang not far away. A huge hole opened up. Whoosh! Yin Chuan and Bai Qi jumped in. As soon as they entered, Yin Chuan and Bai Qi noticed the difference in the surroundings. Grand sun primordial fire, grand moon primordial water. It did not explode when it touched, Bai Qi said in a low voice. On the other hand, Yin Chuan saw Shadi, who was not far away. Yin Chuan looked at Shadi seriously. Shadi, who was carrying the immortal slaying gourd, also looked at Yin Chuan seriously. Shadi, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Shadi looked at Yin Chuan and frowned. Yin Chuan. The two looked at each other, and a fierce look flashed across their eyes. Immortal slaying gourd? Why is it in your hands? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yin Chuan remembered clearly that the immortal slaying gourd was the magic treasure of Taoist Luya in the greater world. Eventually, Luya entered the Great Qin Empire and became the demon god uncle. Jin Deyu was the descendant of Luya and was brought to this world by Luya. Jin Deyu once said that Luya had died. Everything was left unsettled. This is my treasure. Why isn't it with me? A ferocious smile flashed across Shadi's eyes. Sage King, maybe there are different immortal slaying gourds in different worlds? Bai Qi analyzed with a frown. No, there is only one immortal slaying gourd. Yin Chuan shook his head with certainty. As he spoke, Yin Chuan's eyes became more serious. Are you Luya? Luya? Bai Qi suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the distance, Shadi looked at Yin Chuan and shook his head. Luya? Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, I am not. You are not, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Great Qin? You won. I did not expect you to win in the sealed world. Unfortunately, I am not Luya. Luya can become a subject of the Great Qin Empire. You can become one of me. Never, Shadi said with a proud expression. Yin Chuan stared at Shadi with a sharp gaze. Sage King, he is not Luya, is he? According to the queen, Shadi should be from the same tribe as the queen of ZZ. Their tribe is sealed. Every time a layer of the seal is undone, their strength will increase tremendously. If he is Luya, Jin Deyu should be his descendant. Jin Deyu's bloodline did not undergo a mutation like the queen's. He should not be Luya, Bai Qi analyzed. Yin Chuan stared at Shadi. Shadi smiled coldly. You're not Luya, but you know who I am. Shadi, you're not ordinary. You are right. Luya does not have the same ferocity in his eyes. You are not Luya. Yin Chuan nodded. Shadi nodded. I am here for something. I hope you will not follow me. Otherwise, my immortal slaying flying dagger will not show any mercy. Shadi said coldly. As he spoke, Shadi walked towards a grand moon primordial water. Sage King? Bai Qi frowned. It is okay. The metal beast that I am looking for is not there, Yin Chuan said. Bai Qi nodded. Seeing that Shadi had left, Yin Chuan turned serious. He turned around and led Bai Qi towards the grand moon primordial flame. Along the way, Yin Chuan's blood sea continued to absorb the grand moon primordial flame. However, it seemed to have reached a bottleneck. No matter how much it absorbed, it could not increase its cultivation. It seems to have reached a limit? Yin Chuan pondered. They continued to walk deeper. This huge space was like a Tai Chi Yang fish. In the center of the Yang fish, there was a pure Yin fish eye. The grand moon primordial flame outside was mixed with countless metal elements. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk. However, when they reached the center, countless metal elements of extreme Yang flowed into a silver-white vortex like a collapsing void. The vortex was incomparably cold. "We are here." Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. On the other side, Sha Di was experiencing something else. In the center of the endless cold, there was a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, one could vaguely see a huge golden palace. Huh! Sha Di's eyes were filled with excitement. He took a step forward and flew towards the golden palace from the extreme cold to the burning fire. Quang! Sha Di kicked open the door of the palace. Sha Di walked into the palace. There was a huge golden coffin in the palace. On the other side, Yin Chuan and Bai Qi entered the area of extreme cold. They also saw a silver palace. When the palace opened, a silver coffin was placed inside. All around, countless amounts of metal energy were converging toward the silver coffin. Chapter 12:20. A huge silver coffin. Quang. Yin Chuan reached out to open the coffin. Rumble. The lid of the coffin opened, and for a moment, even more metal elements rushed into the coffin. Yin Chuan and Bai Qi looked inside and saw a humanoid figure lying inside. Its humanoid body was completely silver-white, as if it was wearing armor. However, Yin Chuan knew that this was not armor, but its flesh body. Its flesh body was metal. The surging metal elements rushed towards the corpse. Plop, plop, plop. The heart of this body seemed to be beating gently. What a big move. What a powerful move. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Holy King, is this humanoid metal a metal beast? Bai Qi asked solemnly. That's right, but I didn't expect someone to have such means. These metal beasts weren't nurtured by heaven and earth, but by man. They haven't been fully born yet, but soon. Yin Chuan said gravely. The fourth divine beast of the great thousand world. This is man-made. Bai Qi asked solemnly. That's right. That's why I said that this person has good skills. Perhaps this world is really the weakest of the so-called first worlds? What a joke. This isn't the weakest world at all. With just this method, I could only do this in my previous life when I was only one step away from transcending. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah, Bai Qi exclaimed. Yin Chuan, stand guard for us. We will help the metal beast to be born as soon as possible, said Yin Chuan in a deep voice. Yes. Bai Qi immediately stood outside the great hall. The metal beast was as tall as 3 people, and it was lying flat in the giant coffin, constantly absorbing the metal elements around it. In other words, it was absorbing the metal power of the entire sun fragment. Yin Chuan walked up to its head, stretched out a finger, and pointed at the metal beast's forehead. Buzz! The metal beast's forehead seemed to vibrate. The speed at which the metal beasts extracted the metal elements suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Rumble! Surging metal elements converged toward the metal beast. Boom! Like a surging river, it headed straight for the metal beast. Yin Chuan was completely controlling the metal beast. On the other side, in the Golden Palace, Quang! Sha Di reached out his hand and lifted the lid of the golden coffin. When the lid of the golden coffin opened, there was a body inside. It looked exactly like the metal beast. However, the body inside the coffin was golden in color. It was completely golden, like a golden corpse. It didn't make a single sound. Golden Great Emperor? Ha! He was indeed buried here by the Grave Clan. Sha Di's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Oh! With a wave of his sleeve, Sha Di put away the whole coffin and the corpse of Golden Emperor. Boom! The moment the corpse was taken away, it was as if the entire tomb had collapsed. The Yang fish eyes of the Yin fish suddenly exploded with endless heat. Boom! The entire environment of the Yin Fish region had turned into a Yang environment. The original Taiji Yin Yang fish instantly collapsed and turned into a boundless fire that burned fiercely. Only the place where Yin Chuan was still retained a trace of coldness. The Grand Moon primordial water instantly evaporated. Sha Di stood in the sea of fire and looked in the direction of Yin Chuan in the distance. He frowned and did not go forward. Instead, he went back the way he came and went through the hole that he had previously dug and headed to the outside world. In the distance, Bai Qi was resisting the fire and guarding Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan pointed his finger at the glabella of the metal beast. The metal beast seemed to have sensed something and moved its finger slightly. A satisfied smile appeared on Yin Chuan's face. At the entrance of a fire pool, Wah! Jin Diyu roared angrily. A large number of wounds appeared all over his body. A large number of cultivators surrounded him. In Hintian covered the wounds on his body. There were a large number of golden crow feathers on the ground. In front of Jin Diyu stood a man in a purple robe. It was Duga Duantian, evil creature, hand over all the sun fire essence stones. You can't have them. Duga Duantian sneered. Bastard, everything in the space of the Shattered Sun Hall depends on opportunity. If you have an opportunity, why don't you go and find it yourself? Jin Diyu said angrily. Ha ha, opportunity? My strength is my opportunity. How can I find everything by myself? Duga Duantian sneered. Countless cultivators in the surroundings had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them had been robbed by Duga Duantian before. However, no one was willing to stand up for Jin Diyu because Duga Duantian was too strong. He was so strong that he once defeated 5 ancestral immortals alone. Those 5 ancestral immortals came prepared. In the end, they were all defeated by Duga Duantian. At this moment, everyone looked at Jin Diyu, who was shedding his feathers with pity on their faces. Wah! Jin Diyu roared indignantly. At this moment, Jin Diyu did not even dare to use the Divine Emperor Bell because Duga Duantian was too strong. He was so strong that Jin Diyu felt that even using the Divine Emperor Bell would not help. Take out, Duga Duantian said coldly. By the side, In Hentian covered his wound and said, Lord Jin, give it to him. The sage monarch will definitely avenge us in the future. Jin Diyu's eyes flashed with extreme reluctance. Duga Duantian revealed a cold smile and waved the long sword in his hand. Boom! A sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long rushed towards Jin Diyu. Jin Diyu seemed to be unable to hold it in and spat out the Divine Emperor Bell. Clang! A vast sound wave spread out in all directions. Rumble! The void shook. However, Duga Duantian's sword light was too strong. It slashed through the void and even broke the sound wave of the Divine Emperor Bell. It collided with the Divine Emperor Bell. Boom! With a loud collision, a rolling storm instantly swept up in the surroundings. Under the huge impact, the giant bell crashed back and went straight into Jin Diyu's mouth. Boom! Jin Diyu was sent flying again and crashed into a mountain. The mountain collapsed with a loud bang. This bell is not bad. It seems to be made from the extreme Yang fire essence stone. Duga Duantian's eyes lit up. Jin Diyu stood up unwillingly. Don't be stubborn. Hand it over. And that bell, hand it over as well. For Yin Chuan's sake, I will not pursue the matter. Duga Duantian sneered. Jin Diyu was panting with hatred. Lord Jin, forget it. Let's wait for the sage king to return. In Hentian said bitterly. No, Jin Diyu shouted stubbornly. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Duga Duantian's eyes flashed with coldness. Just as Duga Duantian was about to explode, a voice suddenly sounded. Don't want to live anymore. The one who doesn't want to live anymore is you. A voice filled with hostility was heard. Duga Duantian raised his brows and looked at the fire pool not far away. A figure slowly emerged from the fire pool. He was dressed in a yellow robe and carried a huge yellow gourd on his back. It was Sha Di who came out from underground. Immortal slaying gourd? Jin Diyu raised his brows. Jin Diyu knew that his first ancestor was the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Tai Yi's son, Luya, was his second ancestor. The immortal slaying gourd was Liu Ya's treasure. When he was in the sealed world, he already knew about Sha Di. "But who are you?" Duga Duantian asked coldly. Sha Di looked at the golden crow feathers on the ground and squinted his eyes. He then turned to look at Jin Diyu, who was covered in injuries. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "I'm asking you, who are you?" Duga Duantian asked coldly again. "Oomph." Sha Di snorted. "You're courting death." Duga Duantian stabbed his sword toward Sha Di. Sha Di threw the immortal slaying gourd. "Treasure, please turn around." As soon as he said that, a white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd. The white light was extremely fast. It was so fast that one could only see the white light but could do nothing about it. Swish! The white light shot towards Duga Duantian. "Ah!" Duga Duantian screamed in horror. Pissed! The white light flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. In midair, Duga Duantian's head was sent flying. His head was separated from his body. "Ah!" Countless cultivators around opened their mouths wide as they watched Duga Duantian's head being cut off. Almost everyone rubbed their eyes as if they couldn't believe it. How domineering was Duga Duantian? He fought 5 ancestral immortals alone and won all of them. Just now, he had forced Jin Diyu to retreat step by step. Such a person couldn't even last one round in front of this person. He was beheaded with a single slash. Duga Duantian's head was sent flying. Even in death, he couldn't believe this strange scene. He was Duga Duantian. How could he be one of the top figures in the Duga family? He was beheaded with a single slash? No, not only his body, but his divine soul was also severed. Bam! Duga Duantian's body fell to the ground. Sha Di threw Duga Duantian's body to Jin Diyu. Jin Diyu opened his mouth and swallowed it. Wow! Jin Diyu not only swallowed Duga Duantian's body, but also the extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone that Duga Duantian collected. He killed Duga Duantian with a single slash. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Sha Di's face was cold. He glanced at everyone and said, "Do you still want to see?" Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately scattered. Sha Di looked at Jin Diyu and Enchantment. "Yin Chuan is under the fire pool. Go and find him yourself," Sha Di said in a deep voice. With that, Sha Di was about to leave. "Wait!" Jin Diyu turned into his human form and quickly called out. Sha Di frowned and looked at Jin Diyu. "You? Are you my second ancestor, Liu Ya?" Jin Diyu frowned. "No," Sha Di said in a deep voice. "The second-generation ancestor, Liu Ya, brought our clan into this world and disappeared. My father once said that the second-generation ancestor had died. However, his immortal slaying gourd is with you. May I ask, where is Liu Ya?" Jin Diyu shouted again. Sha Di looked at Jin Diyu and said, "Liu Ya has fallen. He's no longer here." "No longer here? Is my ancestor really dead?" Jin Diyu felt bitter. He obviously did not have the ability to get the immortal slaying gourd back. He had hoped that Liu Ya was still alive, but dead? Sha Di raised his eyebrows. He looked at Jin Diyu and said, "Just take it that he's dead." With that, Sha Di ignored Jin Diyu and walked away. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Sha Di was gone. "Lord Jin, why is Sha Di helping us?" Enchantment frowned. "I don't know. He said that the Sage King is at the bottom of the fire pool. Maybe he wants to do the Sage King a favor." Jin Diyu sighed. Enchantment nodded. "We've almost found the extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone. Let's go and see the Sage King," Enchantment said. "All right." Jin Diyu nodded. Chapter 1221. Sha Di left. Once again, he walked to the Broken Sun Hall. He stepped out of the Broken Sun Hall. Sha Di was the first to come out. The moment he came out, he raised his eyebrows because there was no one left in the square. The Pheasant Queen and even the Pheasant clan around had all disappeared. "They're all gone," Sha Di sneered. Sha Di did not pursue the matter any further. He stepped forward and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the space of the Broken Sun Hall, at the mouth of the fire pool, Shiman Sage stood at the mouth of the fire pool. He waved his hand at the mouth of the fire pool. Endless red power rushed up from the mouth of the fire pool and went straight into a bottle in Sheeman Sage's hand. Rumble. Rolling fire energy poured into the bottle. The light in the fire pool became dimmer and dimmer. After a while, the light completely disappeared and all the fire energy poured into the bottle. The original fire pool was left with countless solidified metals that were buried to the deepest part. Sage looked at the bottle in his hand. Sun God Pearl? This bottle of pure yang energy is equivalent to a Sun God Pearl. With that, Sage stepped to another fire pool. Suddenly, Sage felt the void tremble slightly. Sage turned his head. Someone wants to collapse this space? Sage said solemnly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they came to a valley in the distance. In the valley, there was a black-robed figure holding a golden light ball in his hand. The golden light ball trembled slightly, and the void trembled slightly. Who are you? Sheeman Sage asked in a deep voice. The black-robed figure holding the golden light ball was slightly stunned. Then he took out a token and said, Sage, I'm a subject of the Great Zhou dynasty. I'm here on the order of the Emperor of Heaven. This is my token. Wu Zhao. Sage looked at the token in surprise. With that, Sage turned his head and looked around. With his eyesight, he found more than one void trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, Sage finally stepped away and did not make things difficult. At the place where Jin Dayu was injured, Jin Dayu and Yin Hentian discussed for a while and went into the mouth of the fire pool. They went deep into the ground to look for Yin Chuan. Not long after Jin Dayu and Yin Hentian went deep into the ground, some experts surrounded them again. A group of experts frowned and looked at the mouth of the fire pool. Shadi came out from the mouth of the fire pool. Is there something different at the bottom of the fire pool? Do you want to go in and take a look? All right. However, just as the crowd was about to enter the fiery lake before them suddenly expanded. The fire pool is expanding? Someone exclaimed. Hua hua hua. Starting from the fire pool, the ores on the ground seemed to be mutating. All kinds of non-ferrous metals gradually turned silver-white. The ores are changing. What's going on? Someone asked in surprise. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of, or that had changed color. Iron? Someone exclaimed. That's not right. I saw it clearly earlier. These are all primordial essence gold. How they turn into iron ore? Iron? Purple copper, or also turned into iron? So much iron. How did it turn into ordinary iron? Many people were surprised and confused. Metal fission and metal fusion? Someone exclaimed. What's going on down there? Plop. A large number of experts headed towards the depths of the fire pool. The Seven Phoenixes' chariot fluttered in the space of Broken Sun Palace. Third Prince, I found it. I found it. An expert quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Seven Phoenix carriage. On the Seven Phoenix carriage, the Third Prince looked at the panting man. You found Yin Chuan? The Third Prince was delighted. No, I found Yin Chuan's subordinate, Jin Dayu. If we find them, we should be able to find Yin Chuan. The person said, Lead the way. The Third Prince's eyes flashed. Yes. Screech. Screech. Seven Phoenix carriages pulled the carriage quickly towards Jin Dayu's feather fire pool. In the underground space, Bai Qi was guarding the silver-white hall. Endless metal energy rushed in from all directions. It was like a collapsing sea cave gathering towards the silver-white hall. In the hall, Yin Chuan pointed at the metal beast's forehead. The metal beast's surroundings became brighter and brighter. As the terrifying metal energy rushed in, Yin Chuan had to summon a small blood sea to protect himself. Even so, the blood sea was muddy from the impact of the metal energy. Soon, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Boom! Jin Dayu entered the underground space from a cave not far away. As soon as he entered, he saw that the environment was chaotic. Among the flames, there were colorful metal energy. King Sage? Jin Dayu shouted. Lord Jin, Lord Yin, over here. Bai Qi shouted from afar. Jin Dayu was delighted. He quickly flew over with Yin Hentian and arrived in front of the silver-white hall. The surroundings of the silver-white hall were icy cold. What a strange environment. Yin Hentian frowned. Lord Jin, Lord Yin, are you injured? Bai Qi raised his eyebrows. Lord Yin, you tell me. After I refine the divine sun pearl, my injuries should be much better. Jin Dayu said. Yin Hentian nodded. As Jin Dayu swallowed the divine sun pearl, Yin Hentian told them everything that had happened outside. The shoddy helped you? Are you okay? Bai Qi frowned. Our injuries are not serious. Yin Hentian nodded. Someone is coming. You two protect the king's sage. I will block them. Bai Qi said. The two nodded. In the distance, more people entered the underground space. Indeed, there's a universe inside. Look, the surrounding flames and the flowing energy. Is it because of this place that the metal in the outside world has turned into iron? Just as the people who entered were surprised, a blood-red saber slashed toward them. Boom! The three of them screamed and retreated with serious injuries. Behind them, a large number of experts rushed over. This saber is just a warning. If you dare to take another step, kill. Bai Qi shouted. The things inside are not for Yin Chuan to enjoy alone. Everyone attacked together. Someone shouted, kill. Boom. This time, Bai Qi did not show mercy. He slashed out with his saber. In an instant, the battle raged at the entrance of the cave. Countless experts rushed in and were killed by Bai Qi in the blink of an eye. Many miserable cries rang out. Bai Qi alone could hold back 10,000 people. Many cultivators died under Bai Qi's saber. Some cultivators had already retreated out of fear, but even more cultivators continued to rush forward, one after another. The retreating cultivators retreated from the entrance of the fire pool and spread the news everywhere. There's still space underground? More and more experts began to gather at this place. Chapter 1222. Outside the underground space where Yin Chuan was, the news seemed to have grown wings as it attracted more and more experts. Before long, thousands of people had gathered outside the fire pool. However, the entrance to the fire pool seemed to be blocked. Many people simply could not rush down. The one with the saber, he's blocking the other end. No one can rush down. One man can hold back 10,000 men. The passageway is long and narrow. We can't go down at all. Some of the experts who managed to squeeze out shouted. Ming! Ming! A series of phoenix cries resounded. Immediately, the 7 phoenix carriage flew over. Where's Yin Chuan? The third prince shouted. Countless experts in the surroundings looked over. Third prince is down there. However, Yin Chuan's subordinates have blocked the way. There's a large space down there. There must be some treasure down there. Yin Chuan wants to monopolize it. A subordinate quickly flew over. Treasure? The third prince was slightly surprised. That's right. Third crown prince, look around you. The mountains, rivers, and earth were originally made of precious metal. But now, all of their metal energy has been extracted and turned into iron. Fantai, the subordinate repeated. Block the entrance? Iron? If that's the case, then I'll just carve out another path. It's just an iron mine. Break. Yes. Boom. 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 The third crown prince's subordinates quickly bombarded the ground. There were even some experts who had merged with the heavenly Tao, using the power of the heavenly Tao to attack the entire iron mine. In an instant, countless fragments shot up into the sky. In the end, iron ore was just iron ore. It was too hard for mortals, but to these experts, it was nothing. In an instant, the sky was filled with iron rain. Below, Bai Qi alone occupied a small space and blocked off all incoming enemies. In the Silver Palace, rumble. The metal energy surging into the metal beast suddenly stopped, and the metal beast's body trembled. I helped you to perfect your form, yet you still dare to resist me? Yin Chuan glared at him. Boom! All of a sudden, the surrounding silver palaces exploded into pieces. Then, it turned into countless metal fragments that spun madly and charged towards Yin Chuan. You really want to retaliate against me? Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly. The sea of blood around Yin Chuan suddenly expanded to meet the metal fragments. The powerful impact of the metal fragments was immediately weakened by the sea of blood. Rumble. Yin Chuan's blood sea continued to expand. As it expanded, the frigid coldness in the surroundings was instantly sucked away. Next, the boundless flames in the outside world were also sucked away by the blood sea. The sea of blood surged, but the metal beasts were still resisting. The metal walls of the inner space. Suddenly, a large number of cracks appeared. Ka 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 ka. The metal wall cracked open, instantly turning into countless metal fragments. Boom! In the inner space, the metal fragments instantly formed a huge storm that swept towards Yin Chuan. Saint King? Jin Daiyu exclaimed. Get out of the way. We are fine, Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, Jin Daiyu. In Hentian and Bai Qi quickly shot towards the cave entrance. Countless metal shards rolled over, heading straight for Yin Chuan at the center. Metal storm? Haha, it's still not enough. It can't do anything to our blood sea. Yin Chuan sneered. In his hand, Yin Chuan continued to tap the metal beast's forehead. The metal beast was unable to move. It could only instinctively control more and more metal to attack Yin Chuan. Boom, boom, boom. Countless metal impacts seemed to explode on the sea of blood. Under the huge explosion, Yin Chuan's eyes became more and more focused. Boom, boom, boom. More and more cracks appeared on the metal wall. More and more metal shards crashed into the blood sea. Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? My super divine ability? How can it absorb this impact? Yin Chuan's expression changed. This was the first time Yin Chuan noticed it. He did not pay much attention to it before. But now, under the impact of the metal storm, the blood sea was surging. Not only was Yin Chuan not injured, but the impact of the metal was absorbed by the blood sea. What a super divine ability. What a super divine ability. It's so strange that it can absorb the impact of external attacks. I can absorb the impact of other people's attacks. I've cultivated this super divine ability to the extreme. No, the third form is not the extreme. There's a fourth form? Yin Chuan's eyes shone with excitement. Is it the Yin clan's ancestor? Who is it? Yin Zizai? This divine ability is so domineering. Yin Zizai? Is it related to the Nether River Patriarch? This blood sea should be the same as the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. I didn't understand it before. Now I finally understand. Back then, the Nether River Patriarch of the Greater Thousand Worlds said, as long as the blood sea does not dry up, the Nether River will not die. I always thought it was because of the blood god. So that's not the reason. It's because the blood sea can absorb the impact of attacks. The more the blood sea is attacked, the stronger it will become. If I can't completely destroy the blood sea in one go, I will be able to borrow the power of the blood sea to become stronger and stronger. Stronger and stronger? Yin Chuan said in shock. After getting this result, Yin Chuan was also shocked by his own divine ability. The ability to absorb the sea of fire? No, it's not the blood sea absorbing the power of fire, but the offensive power of fire. As long as there's an attack on the blood sea can absorb it, be a fire attack, an ice attack, or even a metal attack. As long as it's an attack, the blood sea can absorb it. It can't absorb metal, but it can absorb the impact of metal. Yin Chuan's eyes gradually lit up. Ha ha! Metal beast, I wanted to destroy your consciousness as soon as possible. But now I've changed my mind. You can continue attacking my blood sea. Ha ha! Yin Chuan laughed excitedly. Ka ka, ka ka ka. The space inside was getting bigger and bigger. More and more metal was formed into a metal storm by the metal beast's divine ability and swept towards the blood sea. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of blood bloomed in all directions amidst the crazy explosions. However, not only did the explosion not hurt Yin Chuan, but it also increased Yin Chuan's cultivation. Rumble. The space kept expanding. In the outside world, under the request of the third prince of the Phoenix clan, a group of experts were also digging a hole in the ground. Boom, boom. More and more metal fragments exploded, and countless metal fragments shot in all directions. Gradually, a huge hole appeared. Open, open for me. Yin Chuan? Ha ha, you brought it here yourself. You can't blame others, the third prince said with a ferocious face. In the distance, Shimin Sage stood on the peak of a mountain and quietly watched the third prince's arrogance. He was just watching, but not long after, Shimin Sage noticed something unusual. Shimin Sage noticed that some of the metal fragments that the third prince's subordinates had dug out flew into the air and didn't fall down. The metal fragments were floating in the air? There were too many metal fragments. At first, no one paid much attention to them. However, more and more metal fragments floated in the air. Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. Stop! The third prince shouted. Everyone immediately stopped. Gradually, everyone discovered that the metal fragments that the third prince dug out were actually floating in the air. They were even moving slowly. The metal fragments were moving? The surrounding people were confused. The metal moved faster and faster, faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the countless metal fragments formed a huge metal storm, spinning around quickly. Suddenly, a practitioner with a weak cultivation was hit by the metal shards, and was seriously injured and was sent flying. Ka, 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 ka. The cracks in the ground of the iron mine increased. More and more metal fragments exploded in all directions, then flew into the air and spun quickly. The spinning force grew increasingly stronger. Under the metal storm, countless cultivators immediately retreated as if they couldn't take it anymore. Ka, 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 ka. There was no need for the group of experts to make a move. As the number of holes increased, the ground disintegrated automatically, forming an increasingly berserk metal storm. The third prince's expression changed. He quickly flew away with his subordinates. Rumble. The metal fragments continued to attack the iron mine. More and more metal fragments flew around. For a time, the depth of the hole increased rapidly. Whoosh! Bai Qi, Jin Deyu, and In Hentian flew out. In the surroundings, countless experts looked gravely at the turbid metal storm. The Shimin Sage waited with rapt attention. In the distance, the black-robed Shangwan also looked over curiously. It was as if the entire sky was filled with metal fragments. After flying around for half a day and accumulating momentum, suddenly, all the metal fragments crashed into the ground below. Under the impact of the billions of metal fragments, the huge hole instantly exploded. A force that was like the impact of heaven's might blasted a 10,000-mile-long hole in the ground, from the surface all the way to the inner space below. In the inner space, Yin Chuan was originally enduring a large amount of metal storm attacks. However, suddenly, it was as if the sky and earth were about to be destroyed. A great force that caused the void to distort charged down. The vast metal storm charged straight at the sea of blood, causing the entire sea of blood to explode. The sea of blood instantly exploded with towering waves of blood. At this instant, Yin Chuan's sea of blood nearly couldn't hold on. Torrential sea of blood, Yin Chuan shouted. The sea of blood expanded by more than 10 times, welcoming the impact of the surging metal storm. The vast impact charged into the sea of blood. The sea of blood splashed everywhere. The surging power surged into Yin Chuan's body. Boom! Yin Chuan's body trembled. He nearly suffered internal injuries from the impact. That was close. Yin Chuan laughed loudly. Let's go to the underworld and let my other body refine you, Yin Chuan said with a laugh. Whoosh! The sky-burying copper coffin covered the metal beast and sent it to the other sky-burying copper coffin in Yin Chuan's hands. Rumble! Yin Chuan's body trembled. While trembling, Yin Chuan's face revealed an extremely comfortable expression. Third heaven of ancestral immortal realm? So this works too. The excited Yin Chuan stepped on the sea of blood and slowly floated up. The impact of the countless iron ores had been offset by the sea of blood. As the sea of blood rose, Yin Chuan was slowly exposed in front of everyone. Boom! The sea of blood rose again. In an instant, it rose to the top of the huge pit. The sea of blood spread rapidly in all directions. Countless experts in the surroundings revealed a look of confusion. The impact of the metal storm earlier was too terrifying. Most of the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts when they saw it. Countless iron ores had crashed into Yin Chuan, but Yin Chuan was actually fine. With his scarlet hair and bloodshot eyes, Yin Chuan looked like a powerful demonic god as he stood before everyone. Above the blood sea, Yin Chuan looked around with a sense of comfort. Countless cultivators flew in all directions. The third crown prince's phoenix chariot was also surrounded. Yin Chuan, the third crown prince, shouted from the phoenix chariot. Yin Chuan turned his head to look, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Jin Diyu, In Hentian, and Bai Qi immediately flew over to Yin Chuan. Holy ruler, the three said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. Above the sea of blood, Yin Chuan stared at the third crown prince. The third crown prince of the phoenix race. Yin Chuan said coldly, "It's good that you recognize me." Yin Chuan, what treasure was down there earlier? The third crown prince asked coldly. That's none of your business. Yin Chuan retorted indifferently. Humph. The third crown prince's eyes turned cold. It doesn't matter if you say it or not, because you'll be a dead man soon. No matter what you obtain, it should be mine. Do you know why I want to kill you? The third crown prince asked coldly. Huh, you think you are qualified to propose marriage to Yushi? Yin Chuan showed disdain in his eyes. Humph, that's right. It is because of Mo Yushi that you must die. Let me tell you, I do not like Mo Yushi. It is just that she has a reason that my father wants. The Dark Phoenix inheritance? Even if I marry her, I will find her dirty. However, it doesn't matter. I heard that Mo Yushi is devastatingly beautiful. In the future, I will reward her to my subordinates and by their hearts. Ha ha ha. The third crown prince sneered. You must die. Yes, you must die. No one can save you today. Yin Chuan's eyes turned even colder. Then he flung his sleeve. Whoosh! The blood sea suddenly expanded in all directions. The surging blood sea filled the entire area in the blink of an eye. Those with weaker cultivations could not even see the end of it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-colored figure appeared not far from Yin Chuan. The blood-colored figure appeared from the blood sea and gently turned its head. Its appearance was exactly the same as Yin Chuan's, except that its body was made of blood. Huff! 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 More and more blood-colored figures appeared on the blood sea. In just a short while, the number of blood-colored figures on the blood sea reached 3,000. All of them looked exactly the same as Yin Chuan. It was as if 3,000 Yin Chuan were standing on the blood sea, staring at the third crown prince. What is this? The third crown prince's expression changed. This is called the blood god's son. Yin Chuan said coldly. If you're not the third crown prince's subordinate, scram immediately. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. After the shout, the 3,000 blood god's sons suddenly soared into the sky. Each of them carried a powerful aura as they charged at the 7 phoenix carriage. Chapter 1223. 3,000 blood gods' illusions soared into the sky, and the sea of blood surged into the sky. The sea of blood soared and covered the sky. It charged straight at the 7 phoenix carriage. You're courting death. Immediately, the third prince's subordinates on the 7 phoenix carriage rushed over. They slashed at the blood gods' illusions with their swords and sabers, and some even merged with the heavenly Tao. In an instant, a huge force charged at the blood god's illusions. Roar! The blood god's illusions roared and clashed with the third prince's experts fearlessly. Boom! Waves of blood exploded in the sky, and the sea of blood soared into the sky, surrounding the entire 7 phoenix carriage. Countless experts were forced to retreat by the sea of blood's aura. Boom! An ancestral immortal attacked, and the blood god's illusions exploded on the spot. However, when one blood god's illusions exploded, another blood god's illusions were born. The blood god's illusions were only at the ancient immortal level, but not all of the third prince's subordinates were ancestral immortals. Only 4 ancestral immortals and 10 Tao gods controlled the heavenly Tao to fight back. The others were instantly in trouble. 10 blood gods' illusions against 1 ancient immortal. Boom. Ah, boom. Under the huge impact, many ancient immortals died on the spot. Bastard. The 4 ancestral immortals and 10 Tao gods roared. Boom. 100 blood gods' illusions surrounded 1 Tao god. Explode. The 100 blood gods' illusions shouted. Boom. Boom. Hundreds of blood gods' illusions exploded with a loud bang. The powerful explosion instantly killed a Tao god. The same thing happened in another place. Explode. Boom. The sea of blood soared into the sky, and endless explosions sounded. Screech. Screech. The 7 phoenixes pulling the 7 phoenix chariot immediately let out wails of agony as they were blasted into pieces. The carriage collapsed, and the 3rd prince was immediately exposed. Bastard. The 3rd prince merged with the heavenly Tao. Rumble. The blood god's illusions surrounded the 3rd prince and exploded. The 3rd prince's face was filled with anger, and the heavenly Tao shook. For a moment, the 3rd prince's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators who were originally watching immediately fled in panic. The power of the sea of blood was too terrifying. In the distance, the shaman sage was slightly stunned. He originally thought that it would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the blood sea would be so violent? In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan gained the absolute upper hand. Almost all of the 3rd crown prince's subordinates had perished. Only the 4 ancestral immortals and the 3rd crown prince, who had merged with the heavenly Tao, barely managed to hold on. Clear sky Tao. Yin Chuan shouted from within the blood sea. Boom. Yin Chuan merged with the azure heavenly Tao and headed towards the group of ancestral immortals. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan appeared in front of the 3rd prince. 3rd prince? Yin Chuan's face revealed a sinister expression. The green heavenly Tao and the 3rd prince's heavenly Tao collided. Boom! Under the huge collision, the entire blood sea once again set off an even bigger wave of blood, covering the sky and earth. For a moment, the entire sky was enveloped in the blood sea. The countless cultivators in the distance saw a boundless scarlet sea in front of them. The scarlet sea spun wildly, covering everything inside, preventing them from seeing anything inside. They could only feel the violent flowing power of the blood sea. Occasionally, they would see a blood god sun appear, but inside it was churning nonstop. "Oh, let go of me." The 3rd prince's scream came from within the blood sea. "Let go of the 3rd prince." The 4 ancestral immortals shouted. In the distance, the shaman sage, who was originally watching, clenched his fist and stepped out. He released his sage aura, and suddenly, a vast and holy power pressed down on the entire blood sea. Boom! The sea of blood suddenly sank under the immense impact, and Yin Chuan, who was inside, was instantly exposed. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were all heavily injured and retreated. On the peak of another huge wave, Yin Chuan grabbed the 3rd prince's neck with one hand. The 3rd prince could not move at all. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with a demonic blood-red color. Rumble. In the void, countless plum blossoms fell, suppressing the surging blood sea. Yin Chuan looked at the shaman sage fiercely. "Sage, save me. Save me, shaman sage." The 3rd prince panicked. "Yin Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor, and I are old friends. I can't watch his son die in front of me. I'm very sorry. Can you return him to me?" The shaman sage said solemnly. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were overjoyed. In the distance, the other experts who were escaping also looked at the scene in front of them in shock. No one expected Yin Chuan to be so powerful. The 3rd prince, no, there were 5 ancestral immortals here, along with a group of ancient immortals. Yin Chuan defeated all of them in the blink of an eye. He even held the 3rd prince in the palm of his hand and could kill him at any time. The sage had come out. Although many people were shocked by Yin Chuan's strength, most of them felt pity for Yin Chuan. Who could kill someone the sage wanted to protect? Yin Chuan, however, revealed a sinister smile and said, "When I say I want to kill someone, there has never been anyone who has not died." With that, Yin Chuan's palm suddenly exerted force. "Ah!" The third prince suddenly screamed in pain. "How dare you?" The sage roared, and the entire void suddenly twisted violently. A huge pressure descended from the sky towards the entire blood sea. Roar! Roar! 3,000 blood gods' clones soared into the sky, resisting the sage's pressure and roaring towards the sky, resisting the sage's heavenly might. "Die!" Yin Chuan's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Boom! The third prince's head suddenly exploded. Third prince, the four ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan, cried out in shock. "You!" the sage exclaimed. Bam! Yin Chuan casually threw the third prince's corpse into the blood sea. Yin Chuan stepped on the blood sea and coldly looked at the sage in the sky. "Sage Shimin, this is between me and the Phoenix clan. You better not interfere." Yin Chuan said coldly. "Sage, you must avenge the third prince." The four ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan cried out in grief. In the distance, countless cultivators were stunned. This Yin Chuan was too arrogant, wasn't he? Was he threatening the sage? Countless cultivators felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend. Yin Chuan stepped on the blood sea like a peerless demon god and was not afraid of the sage at all. Why did it look like he was going to fight the sage? The Shiman sage was also angry at this moment. Although his tone was respectful to Yin Chuan, in his heart, the sage looked down on Yin Chuan. This was not his home ground at all, a mere sage king. How dare he be so impudent? The sage was about to fly into a rage. Suddenly, a voice entered the sage's ears. "Sage Shiman, I am Shangwan. Yin Chuan killing the third prince is within the Celestial Thearch's plan. Please don't interfere." A sudden voice caused the Western Gate sage to stop abruptly. He then took a deep breath and looked at Yin Chuan, who was above the blood sea, in surprise. Shangwan voice? Killing the third prince is within Wu Jiong's plan? For a moment, the Shiman sage felt a chill in his heart. "Sage, please avenge the third prince." The four ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan shouted. The sage looked at Yin Chuan below, who was filled with battle intent, and hesitated for a moment. "I have already done my best. There is nothing I can do about the third prince's calamity. You should go back. The only thing I can do is to ensure your safety," the Shiman sage said in a low voice. "Ah!" The four ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were stunned. Above the blood sea, Yin Chuan saw the change in the sage's attitude and raised his eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sage. The sage's attitude was completely different from before. Yin Chuan looked around. In the distance, on the peak of a mountain, Shangwan, who was dressed in a black robe, saw that Yin Chuan was about to look at her. She quickly jumped behind the mountain and hid. Yin Chuan did not find what he wanted and turned to look at the Shiman sage. "All right, you can take these four away." Yin Chuan nodded. Then, Yin Chuan looked at the four and said, "The four of you listen up. My name is Yin Chuan. I have been in the West Outer Continent recently. If the Phoenix Emperor wants to take revenge, tell him to come find me directly." The four Phoenix clan experts' faces stiffened. They did not know how to respond to Yin Chuan's words. "Let's go." The sage waved his hand and brought the four of them into the distance. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan looked around. Countless experts felt a chill in their hearts and quickly left. After everyone left, Yin Chuan's expression returned to normal. Rumble. As the blood sea disappeared, Yin Chuan removed his super divine ability. "Sage Ruler." Bai Qi and the others shouted excitedly. "Jin Dayu, check the third prince's corpse and see if there is the fire essence stone of extreme yang that you want. Also preserve his corpse," Yin Chuan said in a low voice. "Yes," Jin Dayu replied. Just as everyone was talking, rumble. The void suddenly trembled. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked around. Rumble. The void distorted faster and faster. The ground also shook violently. "Sage Ruler, this void is about to collapse," In Hentian said with a frown. "It is not collapsing. Someone is trying to take over the entire void and all the sun fragments. Yin Chuan said with a serious expression. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Is it the great Zhou heavenly court? In Hentian immediately reacted. It must be. Also, the sage's attitude suddenly changed. It seems like someone from the great Zhou heavenly court sent a voice transmission. Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Why? Jin Dayu asked doubtfully. There are not many forces in the world that the sage is wary of. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. As Yin Chuan spoke, he looked at the void that was shaking more and more violently. Countless cultivators fled towards the exit in a panic. Sage ruler, Bai Qi said with a frown. I already got what I wanted. After the metal beasts took it, this place is no longer that attractive to me. No matter what happened earlier, the Great Zhou Heavenly Court did me a favor. Just treat it as returning the favor. Let's go. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. Yin Chuan led the other three and quickly flew toward the exit. At this moment, countless cultivators were fleeing in panic outside the Shattered Sun Hall. A large number of cultivators immediately gathered in the plaza. What's going on? Why is the space inside shaking? The cultivators discussed. Yin Chuan's group of four stepped out. The instant the four stepped out, the entire plaza fell silent. The might of the Blood Sea gave everyone a great shock. Chapter 1224. In the world of the living, at the border of the western and southern continents, the Phoenix Emperor's territory. Countless phoenixes lived in the Phoenix Emperor's territory. There were fire phoenixes, ice phoenixes, Qingwan, elite guards, and countless other birds. It was the base of the Phoenix race. In the center, there was a large hall, the Phoenix Emperor Hall. A large number of guards stood around, and a man in a gray robe walked over quickly. Greetings, Second Prince. The guards said respectfully. The gray-robed man had a serious expression. He frowned, and his eyes were heavy. Is father here? The second prince asked. Come in. A shout came from the hall. The guards immediately moved aside, and the door opened a gap. The gray-robed man quickly stepped in. The hall was rather dim. There was a throne in the north. There was a figure standing beside the throne. He was dressed in a gorgeous red robe, and his golden hair was combed back. His back was facing the second prince, and his face could not be seen. Father, third prince is dead. His life token just shattered. The second prince said with an ugly expression. The Phoenix Emperor did not turn around, but his hands clenched slightly. Third prince is dead. I know. This grudge will be avenged. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to kill the third prince of the Phoenix race is provoking the entire Phoenix race. Oof. The Phoenix Emperor snorted coldly, and the hall rumbled. Father, my condolences. The second prince sighed slightly. I have already sent people to the netherworld to find third prince's soul and prepare to extradite him. No matter what, third prince is dead. Second prince, you will replace third prince and go to the great Zhou dynasty to ask for Mo Yushi's hand in marriage. The Phoenix Emperor said. Why? The second prince was surprised. The Phoenix Emperor was silent for a while before saying, There's no harm in telling you. Mou, she has the inheritance of the Dark Phoenix. She is the master of the Dark Phoenix. Do you know what the master of the Dark Phoenix is? I don't know. That's right. The Netherworld's Phoenix is under her control. She has absolute authority. Moreover, if the dead Phoenix of the living world enters the Netherworld, they are also under her control. Take Third Prince, for example. If Mo Yushi is in the Netherworld and has everything of the Dark Phoenix, she can instantly find Third Prince. The Phoenix Emperor said, In other words, what Mo Yushi controls is the Phoenix clan's reincarnation. Phoenix Monarch said solemnly. The Phoenix clan's reincarnation? The second prince's expression changed. That's right. Now, you know how important Mo Yushi is. Get her, Phoenix Emperor said. Understood. The second prince replied. Shattered Sun Hall Square. Yin Chuan and his group left. Some Xiuzha entered Broken Sun Hall again. That space disappeared? The sun fragment was taken away by someone. Who? Who took it? Countless experts revealed bewildered looks. Several days later, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Taiji Palace. In Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong was dressed in a gorgeous dragon robe. With a flick of his sleeves, he sat on the dragon throne. His eyes narrowed as he looked down. There were only two people in the entire Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong and Shangwan Wan. Celestial Emperor. In order to prevent any accidents, I used the teleportation talisman and returned first. Not only did I bring back the sun fragment, but I also brought back the exploding beasts. Shangwan Wan said respectfully. How was your trip? Wu Jiong nodded. Shangwan Wan immediately recounted everything. Wu Jiong raised his eyebrows. I did not expect Yin Chuan to grow so quickly and so terrifyingly. At that time, he actually dared to challenge the sage. If I did not send a message to the sage at the right time, the two of them might have really fought. Shangwan Wanner said, Yin Chuan killed the third prince of the Phoenix clan. Although I planned to lead them to conflict, I did not expect to kill the third prince of the Phoenix clan so quickly. This is good. Wu Jiong nodded. Celestial Emperor, I suspect that Yin Chuan might have discovered our plan, but willingly jumped in. Shangwan Wan said with a frown. Discovered? Of course, he is the first emperor. From the moment you sent him the letter, he might have guessed my plan. Naturally, he would not oppose it. Everyone takes what they need. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said, Then, what should we do next? Shangwan Wan said with a frown. Yin Chuan has killed the third prince of the Phoenix clan, which proves that he has guessed the reason. This is good. I think it will not be long before the Phoenix Emperor sends someone to propose marriage. Let Yin Chuan kill. Let him kill as much as he wants. Wu Jiong said with a flash of light in his eyes. Yes, but Princess Taiping, Shangwan Wan said with a little worry. Taiping, pass down my order. Do not make things too difficult for Yin Chuan and do not affect my plan. I will punish those who violate my order. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Yes. Shangwan Wanner nodded. Celestial Emperor, this Yin Chuan's cultivation in the sealed realm and his current cultivation, this speed of growth is really... Shangwan Wan said with a wry smile. He is the first emperor. If he can't do this, I will be suspicious. Go. Have someone collect the sun fragments and extract the ores to refine divine weapons. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Yes. Shangwan Wanner nodded. Shattered Sun Territory, former Great Zhun's residence. Yin Chuan looked at the Pheasant Queen in front of him. Yindi, I already know everything about the Shattered Sun Palace. Yindi, you are invincible. The Pheasant Queen said with a wry smile. Invincible? Huh. What do you think, Pheasant Queen? Yin Chuan said lightly. The Pheasant Queen frowned and finally said, Yindi, I still have a large amount of fire essence stones of the sun. I know that you must have a need for them. I want to use these fire essence stones of the sun to exchange for the primogenitor's fate. Yin Chuan looked at the Pheasant Queen and said with a smile, Do you think that the Phoenix Emperor will not pursue the matter if the third prince of the Phoenix clan dies here? The Pheasant Queen raised her eyebrows. But the Great Zhun and the Phoenix clan have enmity. The Pheasant Queen said with a frown. You are worried that the Great Zhun will be destroyed by the Phoenix clan? Ha ha! Yin Chuan laughed loudly. The Pheasant Queen did not say anything. Clearly, she had admitted it. I have my own reasons for killing the third prince of the Phoenix clan. Of course, I can bear all the consequences of killing him. So what if the Phoenix Emperor comes personally? So what if the entire Phoenix clan comes? Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Pheasant Queen frowned slightly. Pheasant Queen, I can also tell you that the primogenitor's fate of the Pheasant clan is precious to you. I also know how precious it is. I will not give it to an unrelated person. I will only give it to the Great Zhun's sovereign beast. You may not be the only one in the Pheasant clan who can use it. Even if I don't give it to you, I can give it to other pheasants. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The Pheasant Queen's expression turned ugly. I think you are biased against the Great Zhun. The third prince of the Phoenix clan is dead, and the Pheasant clan no longer has the sun fragment to rely on. It is not impossible for the Phoenix clan to destroy your clan. Since the Pheasant clan is going to migrate, why don't you migrate to the outer eastern continent? I will give you a place to live first. You can decide after I return. How about it? Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Pheasant Queen looked at Yin Chuan and finally nodded. All right, Jin Daiyu, Yin Chuan called out. Yes, Your Majesty, Jin Daiyu replied. You will escort the Pheasant clan to Xianyang. Yin Chuan ordered. Your Majesty, Jin Daiyu replied. The Pheasant Queen nodded. After sending off the pheasant, Yin Chuan stepped into the dragon carriage again. This time, only Hen Tian and Bai Qi followed him. Holy King, where are we going first? Bai Qi asked. To my son's place first, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Bai Qi replied. Roar, roar. The 4 dragons roared and soared into the sky. Just as the 4 dragons soared into the sky, suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the void. Boom! Above the sky, rosy clouds suddenly circled around. On the ground, auspicious chi soared into the sky. Faintly, heavenly music floated in the air, and the heavens and earth became a beautiful scene. This is? In Hentian raised his eyebrows. In Yin Chuan's eyes, he saw that there was a sudden surge of energy in the void. Faintly, it formed 3 huge pillars in the distance, connecting the heavens and the earth. Heaven's Way. Another 3 Heaven's Way have been repaired. Yin Chuan said solemnly. There are 97 more Heaven's Way, and the heavens and earth will be complete again. In Hentian nodded. The heavens and earth will be complete? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes. In Hentian's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Yin Chuan sneered and said, It's just the Heaven's Way. As he spoke, Yin Chuan stepped back into the main hall of the carriage. Bai Qi and In Hentian stood guard outside. He commanded the 4 dragons to head towards a direction in the west. Underworld, myriad, ghost domain. In a sea outside the domain, zombie Yin Chuan stepped on the chest of the metal beast. Ding! Zombie Yin Chuan's fingertips pressed against the metal beast's forehead. Rumble! A series of explosions sounded. The metal beast trembled and struggled. Bang! The metal beast's body suddenly trembled and went limp. Your consciousness has finally been destroyed by me. Zombie Yin Chuan sneered. Quang! Zombie Yin Chuan took out a heaven-burying coffin and opened the lid. Inside the heaven-burying coffin, at a glance, there were countless stars revolving around it. As they revolved, one could vaguely see that at the center of the countless stars, there seemed to be a huge eye, suspended in the starry sky inside the coffin. All of my treasures in the Great Thousand World are stored in the world-suppressing coffin, but no one has discovered it. Metal Beast, you will be in charge of guarding the world-suppressing coffin. Wait for me to nurture your new consciousness, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. He slowly placed the metal beast into the coffin. Swoosh! The metal beast seemed to fall into the starry sky and slowly flew towards the huge eye in the void. It was a golden eye with a golden pupil. The golden eye blinked and looked at the metal beast flying towards it. The metal beast's body was quickly placed into the shape of the Chinese character by the golden eye's consciousness. The golden eye blinked and slowly closed, disappearing into the starry sky inside the coffin. Chapter 1225. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Zhenlong Domain. A huge waterfall flowed down, and there was a huge reef under the waterfall. At this moment, Gigazi was sitting cross-legged on the reef. Gigazi's eyes were slightly closed, but his face was sweating profusely, as if there was a demonic thought in his mind. Gigazi, how arrogant were you back then to be willing to be a subject? Gigazi, back in the Greater Thousand Realms, you became Bai Huang's disciple. Bai Ying, who is now Yin Chuan, was nothing. If it weren't for your help back then, how could he become the Celestial Emperor? Ha! Gigazi, back then he called you Mister and respected you in every way, but now? Back then, you were on equal footing with Ing and the Great Qin. and most of the subjects were your disciples, but now, you're just an ordinary subject, just an ordinary subject. Giguzi, when you became Bai Huang's disciple, what was your ambition? You didn't help him transcend, but you wanted to transcend yourself. Back then, when Ying died, you were buried with him? Giguzi, you're Giguzi. Giguzi, under Bai Huang's disciple. How much of Bai Huang's legacy did you inherit? You're the strongest under Bai Huang in terms of feng shui and luck. If you could transcend, why did you become Bai Yi's watchdog? Giguzi, haha, I'm back. Giguzi was sweating profusely, and he suddenly woke up. Huff, huff, huff. Giguzi panted violently. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. At this moment, a figure appeared on the shore not far away. Mr. Giguzi, the figure said worriedly. Giguzi looked over. Li Si. Giguzi frowned. Li Si flew over quickly. He flew to the reef. Li Si's expression was complicated. Mister, there's something that's been weighing on my heart for a long time. I've been investigating it for a long time, but after thinking about it, I still want to tell you, Li Si said in a deep voice. Oh. Guzi looked at Li Si. Sir, after the great Qin Empire was buried with the Celestial Emperor, we reincarnated many times. During these reincarnations, I found a great enemy. There was once when I became a fate usurper and made a divination. I was terrified and uneasy, so I left a message for the future. After I recovered the memories of my first life, I always thought that I was overthinking. After all, the appearance of that great enemy was too. Li Si frowned. That great enemy seems to be disrupting the Holy King's recovery of his memories. His shadow can be seen in many eras, Li Si said with a complicated expression. Appearance? Who? Guzi seemed to have realized something. Li Si looked at Guzi and fell silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, That great enemy looks just like you. Me? Guzi raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's why I thought I was overthinking. After all, you wouldn't harm the Holy King. However, I've been tossing and turning in bed many times, but I still couldn't find anything. Moreover, I've been feeling uneasy recently, just like the feeling I had when I was being destroyed during my reincarnation. Sir, you know that I'm extremely sensitive to danger. That's why I came to tell you today. Li Si said with a frown. Guzi's expression was complicated. Suddenly, Guzi looked up at the sky and fell silent. Huh. Guzi smiled bitterly. You escaped in the end. Li Si was puzzled. Guzi shook his head. Then, Guzi looked at Li Si with a solemn expression. Prime Minister Li, your feeling is right. I've been feeling uneasy all these years. I can't hide it anymore. Just in case, I'll tell you right away. I hope you listen carefully. Perhaps this is a great disaster. Guzi said with a serious expression. Oh, Li Si's expression changed. The current me is actually not the complete me. I am Guzi, but there's also an evil Guzi. Guzi said in a deep voice. What? In the great thousand realms, my temperament is not like this. Back then, in order to improve my mental state, I cut out the dark elements in my heart and cut out the dark Guzi. Guzi frowned. Dark Guzi? Yes, he and I were originally one. We shared life, and neither of us could kill the other. However, back then, he wanted to influence me, and at the same time, he had great power. For the sake of the world, I sealed him. Guzi said with a frown. Li Si listened patiently. He must have escaped from my seal when we were buried together with the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he might be even stronger now. I even feel that he's coming for me. Guzi's expression became more and more unpleasant. Coming for you? Li Si raised his eyebrows. Yes, he wants to devour me and become even more perfect, Guzi said in a deep voice. Li Si's expression became more serious. In the future, if you see me again, remember to be careful. I will report to the Holy King. However, I'm worried that something will happen during this period, so I'm letting you know in advance. No, to prevent any accidents, you should report to the Holy King. Guzi said solemnly. Li Si nodded. At this moment, Gue Guzi's pupils suddenly shrank. He's here. Hurry up and leave. Gue Guzi's expression suddenly changed. Li Si turned his head abruptly and saw a black-robed figure standing above the waterfall. Yang Realm, outer southern continent. Shattered Sun Weave. Yin Chuan and his group had already left, but another group of people had arrived at Shattered Sun Weave. In a palace, Gong Yang Xian, Gong Yang Benlei, and a group of Gong Yang family disciples were currently listening to a man report everything that had happened in the Shattered Sun Hall. You may leave, Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Yes, only the Gong Yang family experts were left in the hall. Old ancestor, this Yin Chuan's strength is not to be underestimated. So he was still hiding something in the past. This Yin Chuan tricked me to death. Gong Yang Benlei said gloomily. Everyone was shocked by Yin Chuan's strength. Fighting 5 ancestral immortals at the same time, and a great victory? If not for the Holy King's intervention, wouldn't all the ancestral immortals be dead? Fortunately. Otherwise, I would have underestimated Yin Chuan again. Gong Yangxian narrowed his eyes. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Gong Yang Benlei asked anxiously. Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice, It's not appropriate for me to appear. This Yin Chuan is too dangerous. Benlei, return to the family immediately and ask for the Patriarch's orders. Gong Yang Benlei was confused. To be on the safe side, I need to ask the Holy King for help. Gong Yangxian said coldly. Holy King? Everyone was slightly stunned. Not only that, this time, Yin Chuan has a grudge with the Phoenix family. I will go to the Phoenix Weave and encourage the Phoenix Emperor to take action. Perhaps I will have to do them a favor, but I have no choice. Benlei, go and tell the Patriarch. Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice. Yes, Gong Yang Benlei replied. Yin Chuan has already gone to the outer western continent. The remaining people will be divided into 2 groups. One group will understand Yin Chuan's movements. The other group will go and ask the Holy King and the Phoenix Emperor. Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone replied. Outer western continent. Roar, roar. For dragons roared as Yin Chuan's 4-dragon chariot flew from the sea into a vast territory. Yin Chuan walked out of the hall and stood on the platform, looking into the distance with Yin Hentian and Bai Qi. Ice Demon Territory? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Crown Prince Yin Dong, and is leading the Great Zhou Dynasty's army here to expand and accumulate military merits. Yin Hentian said with a smile. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. The Ice Demon Holy Court occupies a part of the Ice Demon Weave. According to the news from the Shattered Sun Hall's eastern faction, the Crown Prince already occupies half of the territory. Holy King, should we go to the Ice Demon Holy Court now, or the Crown Prince's place? Yin Hentian asked. Since this is my son's war, there is no need to interfere. Let's go to Dong Yin's place. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. The dragon chariot flew. Yin Hentian followed the news from the eastern faction and headed to the north of the territory. The 4 dragons flying in the sky immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Not long after, they arrived at a central camp. Countless soldiers were patrolling around. The appearance of the 4-dragon chariot immediately alerted them. Stop! Who is it? A large number of soldiers immediately rushed into the sky. At the center of the main hall, a large number of generals stood inside, looking at a man who was talking to a sand table. The man in the lead was dressed in a red robe. He had a handsome face and a heroic spirit in his eyes. There was a faint red line between his eyebrows, just like when Yin Chuan used a super ability. However, the man in front of him did not use a super ability and revealed the red line. The man held a vine in his hand and pointed at the sand table. The vine was a gift from Yin Chuan to Yin Dong. It was the Vine Demon, a peerless divine weapon. The man was Yin Dong. Did you see it clearly? Yin Dong asked in a deep voice. Yes, Grand Marshal. The group of soldiers shouted respectfully. The soldiers' eyes were full of admiration. It was not because of his status, but because of Yin Dong's infinite talent. Commander, There is a four-dragon chariot outside. An unknown person is approaching. A soldier quickly rushed into the main hall. Oh, Yin Dong, and was surprised and slowly walked out of the main hall with a group of generals. Outside the main hall, more and more experts gathered. Stop! I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? A general raised his sword and shouted. Countless soldiers surrounded the dragon chariot in a military formation. How dare you? Bai Qi shouted angrily. A murderous aura suddenly burst out. The soldiers' faces changed. Fierce tiger army formation, kill. The general shouted. Roar. The group of soldiers shouted loudly. They were about to charge at the dragon chariot. Stop. A loud shout rang out from the main hall in the distance. The group of soldiers who were about to fight in the distance suddenly stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw Yin Dong, and a group of generals standing on a square of the main hall. Commander, the soldiers greeted respectfully. Yin Dong, and looked at the dragon chariot in the sky and Yin Chuan on it. Yin Chuan also looked at Yin Dong and below. When father and son met, the atmosphere became extremely quiet. Chapter 12:26 West Outer Continent, Ice Demon Weave. Yin Dong's main army camp. The dragon carriage floated high in the sky, and the entire army was on guard. Yin Chuan stood on the dragon carriage, looking at Yin Dong in at the entrance of the main hall. Behind Yin Dong in, a group of generals each took out their weapons and stared at the dragon carriage with dignified eyes. Because on the dragon carriage, Bai Qi's eyes revealed a murderous aura, which made everyone's heart tremble. Who is this person? Who dares to barge into the main army camp? Many soldiers waited for Yin Dong's order. Yin Dong, in solemn face, suddenly revealed a smile that the soldiers could not understand. Father! Yin Dong's eyes were filled with excitement as he called out. Father! Suddenly, countless generals were at a loss. Father? What's going on? The commander called the person on the dragon carriage father. For a moment, countless generals were stunned. Those soldiers who were holding their weapons and waiting for orders to attack stiffened, and everyone turned their heads. At this moment, Yin Dong was indeed smiling excitedly. The commander's father? On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan also smiled. A kind smile flashed in his eyes. The dragon carriage swooped down. At this moment, no one stopped it. Ice Demon Weave. In a huge city. The city lord's mansion landed on a huge floating island. From a floating island, one could see the entire city. There was a huge open-air bath on the floating island. The sky was dark, and only the moonlight shone down. A large amount of steam rose from the open-air bath, and a group of female guards waited on it. The bath was sprinkled with flower petals. A white figure swam in the bath for a while, and finally leaned against the side of the bath, closed her eyes, and lay on her back, enjoying the moment of comfort. This was a woman with an extremely gentle face, long hair, and incomparably white skin. The woman enjoyed the peace and quiet. Suddenly, a female guard came over. Reporting to the princess, the female guard said respectfully, The woman did not open her eyes and only responded lazily. Princess, there's news from Yin Dong in. The female guard said softly. Oh, another victory? The princess did not care. No, someone came to Yin Dong's camp. Yin Dong called him father. The female attendant explained. Oh, the princess suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright light shot out from her eyes. The waitress was slightly taken aback. Didn't the princess always dislike Yin Dong? Why did he have such a huge reaction when he heard Yin Dong's father? Are you sure? The princess's eyes lit up. Yes. At that time, Yin Dong shouted in front of everyone. The person who came was driving a four-dragon carriage, and there were two attendants. The female attendant said solemnly, You came? He really came? Ha ha! Let me ask you, what does he look like? Does it look good? The princess asked with a hint of excitement. The waitress was slightly stunned. Was it beautiful? The maid couldn't figure out what the princess was thinking. He may not be as handsome as those in the princess's residence, but he exudes a sense of majesty. Very mature. The waitress said, That's right, that's right. How could those gigolos compare to him? He is a real man. The princess's face showed a trace of excitement. Wah! The princess stood up from the bathtub. The bath water slid down her body, revealing an extremely exquisite and perfect figure. The princess looked at her body with some narcissism and slowly walked to the railing not far away. The female attendant at the side quickly took a gauze dress and put it on the princess. The princess stood on a balcony and looked at the city's lights, then turned to look at the distant south. He's here. I've heard of his deeds since I was young. Men, prepare the carriage. I want to go to the front lines, main camp. The princess shouted. Ah, in such a hurry? The female attendant at the side showed a surprised expression. Didn't you hear what I said? The princess glared at her. Yes. The female attendant replied. Ice Demon Territory, Yindong's main camp, main hall, Yin Commander Hall. Some generals had already left. In the hall, Yin Hentian and Bai Qi stood to the side. Yin Dong and brought Yin Chuan in front of the sand table. Father, look, this is your son's plan. Your son used a scheme to sow discord. Now that the Ice Demon Holy King has lost his left and right arms, I stirred up public opinion within the Ice Demon Holy Court and used public opinion to create a wave of rebellion. Moreover, these checkpoints already belong to my people. In a few days, we will destroy the Ice Demon Holy Court in one fell swoop. Yin Dongin told Yin Chuan his plan as if he was presenting a treasure. Beloved Yin, what do you think? Yin Chuan smiled. The Crown Prince is extremely intelligent. His chain of plans is ingenious. Even if I sent troops, it might not be as perfect as the Crown Prince. Yin Hentian smiled. Ha ha ha. Since beloved Yin said so, my son's plan is naturally perfect. Yin Chuan laughed. Hearing Yin Chuan's praise, Yin Dong's eyes were filled with excitement. You two guard outside, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian replied. Yin Chuan looked at the sand table in front of him and took a deep breath. Dongin, how is your mother now? At the mention of Mou Shi, Yin Dong's face turned solemn. Father, your son has already used his merits to get my mother out of Xingfeng Mountain early. However, it seems like my mother is still not favored by the Heavenly Emperor. No, it's the great Zhou imperial family that rejects my mother. My mother has been transferred to a territory in the west. My mother and I have very few chances to see each other. So, your son has been working hard all these years, hoping to use your son's efforts in exchange for a more free life. Yin Dong and took a deep breath. Yin Chuan patted Yin Dong's head and said kindly, You and your mother have suffered all these years. No, mother and I both know that father has been working very hard in the east. Yin Dong and said with a smile, Father has come this time to bring you and your mother back and reunite with our family. Yin Chuan said solemnly, I'm just worried that the Heavenly Emperor will make things difficult for you. Yin Dong's eyes showed a trace of worry. Don't worry, no one can stop me, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Dong said happily. Just as the father and son were talking, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Princess Taiping has arrived. A loud shout came from outside the hall. Princess Taiping? What's she doing here? Yin Dong and raised his eyebrows. Yin Chuan also turned to look outside the hall. Outside the hall, Princess Taiping was wearing an extremely gorgeous dress. The bottom of the dress dragged on the ground. Behind her was a group of female attendants who were serving her very carefully. Princess Taiping was the princess who was bathing not long ago. At this moment, she was dressed in formal attire and looked extremely beautiful. Countless soldiers in the surroundings looked over, and many of them revealed looks of admiration. Princess Taiping raised her head and walked over step by step, looking beautiful and arrogant. She walked to the outside of the hall. Stop! Bai Qi blocked the entrance of the hall. How dare you? Don't you know Princess Taiping? A female attendant suddenly shouted. Shut up! Princess Taiping shouted. Yes. The female attendant immediately retreated. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up as she looked at Bai Qi. Killing God Bai Qi? Calm martial ruler? Bai Qi raised his eyebrows. The girl in front of him was very beautiful, but why was her gaze so strange? Let her in. Yin Chuan's voice came from inside the hall. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. Hearing Yin Chuan's voice, Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. She ignored Bai Qi and walked into the hall. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian looked at each other and followed her into the hall. In the hall, Yin Chuan and Yin Dong stood on a sand table and looked outside the hall. Princess Taiping was the first to enter the hall. Once she entered the hall, Princess Taiping immediately stared at Yin Chuan. Princess Taiping kept sizing up Yin Chuan. Looking and looking, Princess Taiping's smile became wider. The female attendants who followed and all looked at Princess Taiping in a daze. This was the first time they saw Princess Taiping reveal such an expression. Yin Dong's face revealed a trace of disgust as he looked at Princess Taiping. Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Princess Taiping greets the first emperor. Princess Taiping smiled and slightly bowed. This bow made the female attendant stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Princess Taiping actually bowed to the man in front of her. It had to be known that Princess Taiping was a domineering person in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. She was the most beloved daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. Other than the Heavenly Emperor, she did not bow to anyone. Even if a saint came to visit, Princess Taiping would not bow to the saint. It could be said that she was the world's favorite. At this moment, she actually bowed to the man in front of her. Some of the female attendants even rubbed their eyes. Princess Taiping, Yin Chuan said with a frown. Just call me Taiping. Princess Taiping looked at Yin Chuan and smiled. There was a strange look in her eyes. That expression, in the eyes of Yin Hentian and the female attendants, was strange. This was because most of them had only seen this expression on some men. It was a pervert's gaze that was filled with desire and strong possessiveness. Princess Taiping, why are you visiting my camp in the middle of the night? Yin Dong asked with a frown. Princess Taiping looked at Yin Dong with a trace of disgust in her eyes, but she hid it very well. Marshal Yin, you have worked hard leading the army. I brought some wine to reward the army. I didn't expect to see the first emperor here. Princess Taiping looked at Yin Chuan again. First emperor, since you are new to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, I will be a good host. If you don't mind, I wonder if you can come to my palace tomorrow. I will treat you well. Princess Taiping's eyes flashed a charming smile. Yin Dong raised his eyebrows. Not tomorrow. I have just reunited with my son. I don't have time to attend your banquet. Yin Chuan shook his head. Ah, then 10 days later. How about 10 days later? 10 days should be enough. Princess Taiping smiled. Yin Chuan frowned and looked at Princess Taiping. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, I will go to your palace at noon 10 days later. Good. Then I will wait for the first emperor in my palace. Princess Taiping smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. I will take my leave. Princess Taiping said politely. Then, Princess Taiping led everyone out of the hall. Yin Dong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He wanted to remind Yin Chuan to be careful of Princess Taiping, but he couldn't say it in front of his father. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Princess Taiping got on a carriage with excitement in her eyes. The carriage flew back. Princess, are we here just to meet Yin Chuan? One of the maids frowned and asked, Just an invitation? This was not like the princess's style at all. At this moment, Princess Taiping was immersed in excitement. You don't understand. This man is different. I want him. The first emperor. The first emperor? Haha. I didn't expect that Taiping, would have the chance to be the first emperor. Princess Taiping said with desire in her eyes. The maids at the side. Chapter 1227. Ice Demon Domain. Yin Martial Palace. Father, this Princess Taiping. Yin Dong hesitated. Looking at his son, Yin Chuan smiled. Don't worry, I know what to do. I'm going to the banquet, because I want to understand your mother's situation. Yin Dong nodded. Your plan for the Ice Demon Holy Court is about to be activated. You must be careful. Don't be careless at any time, because a moment of carelessness can cost you your life. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Father, don't worry. The ice demon Holy King is deserted. I'm confident. Yin Dongin said confidently. Yin Chuan nodded. At the same time, in the southern part of the ice demon domain, there was a snowy city. There were many crystal palaces around the city, and they were unusually beautiful. Endless providence circled around them. This was the capital of the Ice Demon Holy Court, Ice Demon City. In the Ice Demon City, a man with some frost on his body stared coldly at a drill ground. Nearly 10,000 soldiers stood on the drill ground. All of them had hollow eyes like statues. Greetings, Holy King, the statue-like soldier said stiffly. The Ice Demon Holy King nodded. Slowly, the Ice Demon Holy King walked into a large hall. Everyone leave. The Ice Demon Holy King said solemnly. Yes. A group of guards quickly left the hall. Clang. As the doors closed, the Ice Demon Holy King's expression turned solemn, and he stood up reverently. An ice crystal lotus appeared above the Ice Demon Holy King's head. The lotus rotated slowly. Servant Ice Demon greets the Lotus Goddess. The Ice Demon Holy King said respectfully. The Ice Demon domain can't hold on much longer? The Lotus asked. Yes, but I have 10,000 ice-armored puppets. They should be able to hold Yin Dong back for a while. Lotus Goddess, this servant has investigated Yin Dong's background. He is Yin Chuan's son. The Ice Demon Holy King said respectfully. Oh, Yin Chuan? The voice from the Ice Crystal Lotus sounded again. Yes, Yin Dong. He's an influential figure in Great Zhou. In just a few thousand years, he's won one battle after another. He's already a marquis of Great Zhou based on his contributions alone. He's extremely intelligent, and his plans are flawless. He's even crafty when it comes to leading troops. None of the civil and military officials of my Ice Demon Holy Court are a match for him. The Ice Crystal Lotus slowly rotated. Yin Chuan? It's his fortune to have such a son. The Lotus God's voice was gloomy. Lotus Goddess, what should I do now? The Ice Demon Holy King asked worriedly. The Ice Crystal Lotus spun for a while and said, having a son like this is Yin Chuan's fortune, but also his disaster. Oh, that's right. Lotus Goddess, I just received news that someone has come to Yin Chuan's place. It's very likely that it's Yin Chuan. Ice Demon suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan is here too? That's good, it couldn't be better. The Lotus Goddess's voice was strange. From this day onwards, the Ice Demon Holy Court was suddenly unable to withstand a single blow. Under Yin Dong's arrangements, they were victorious all the way. Sometimes it was even too smooth. Reporting. The Third Army has sent news of victory. The 8 left counties have surrendered to our army. Reporting. The First Army has sent news of victory. The upper 9 counties are in chaos. The 9 city lords have been killed. The dragons have no leader. The cities have opened their doors to our army. Reporting. The Sixth Army has sent news of victory. The Prime Minister of the Ice Demon Holy Court has surrendered to our army. Battle reports came in one after another. Under Yin Dong's arrangements, they won every battle. Good. Yin Dong shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day deadline was almost up. Princess Taiping had specially sent a maid to fetch Yin Chuan. Bai Qi, Yin Hentian, stay with Yin Dong for the time being. Wait for me to return. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, the two replied. After giving some instructions, Yin Chuan boarded the 4-dragon carriage and followed the maids to Princess Taiping's palace. Yin Dong watched his father leave. He turned to look at Bai Qi and Yin Hentian. The two of you, the front line is now filled with news of victory. Come with me to the front line and watch me flatten the Ice Demon Holy Court. What do you think? Bai Qi and Yin Hentian smiled. Okay, gather the troops and set off. Yin Dong shouted. Roar. The army roared, and Yin Dong's central army advanced south. Princess Taiping's temporary imperial residence was located in a city. Yin Chuan and his party had not yet arrived, but a messenger came to Princess Taiping's residence. "Princess, this is a letter from Lord Shangwan," the messenger said respectfully. Princess Taiping took the letter and read it. As she watched, Princess Taiping frowned. "Mother Empress asked me not to make things difficult for Yin Chuan. How am I making things difficult for him?" Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with impatience. "Princess, Lord Shangwan asked me to pass a message to you," the messenger said again. "Oh, what did Shangwan want to say?" Princess Taiping said in a low voice. Lord Shangwan said, "Yin Chuan is extraordinary. Don't underestimate him. You'd better put away your little thoughts. Don't ruin Sky Emperor's plan. Also, Yin Chuan is not comparable to those in your residence. Be careful not to play with fire." The messenger said, "Play with fire? Oomph. How did you treat me back then? Oomph. I just want to play, so what?" Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with impatience. The messenger did not dare to say anything. "Get lost," Princess Taiping said coldly. "Yes." The messenger retreated at once. Princess Taiping looked at the letter in her hand. Rip, rip, rip. In the blink of an eye, the letter was torn into pieces. "Oomph." Princess Taiping snorted coldly. When Yin Chuan's dragon carriage arrived, it was already noon. The dragon carriage landed in the city. A group of maids respectfully said, "Yin Di, the princess is waiting on the floating island. It's not convenient for us to go up. Yin Di, please." Yin Chuan frowned slightly and finally nodded. The dragon carriage was placed below the floating island. Yin Chuan stepped onto the floating island. On the floating island, there was a huge palace complex. At the entrance of the main palace, two maids respectfully said, "Yin Di, the princess is waiting in the backyard. Please." The two maids pointed the way for Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded and stepped in. However, the maids did not follow. Yin Chuan felt a little strange, but he still walked to the backyard. In the backyard, there was a huge screen. On the screen, there were a few women's undergarments. Walala! Behind the screen, there was the sound of water splashing. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. "Princess Taiping," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. It's already noon? First Emperor, you are here? Wait for me, I will be done soon." Princess Taiping's charming voice came from the inside. Yin Chuan's face darkened slightly. "I am my clothes. First Emperor, can you pass me my clothes? They are on the screen. I forgot to take them." Princess Taiping's voice came again. "Clothes?" Yin Chuan looked at the undergarments on the screen and sneered. Grabbing the undergarments on the screen, Yin Chuan slowly stepped in. In the backyard, there was a huge balcony bathtub. In the bathtub, there was a faint mist and flower petals. Princess Taiping was soaking in the bathtub. Her white skin and beautiful figure were faintly discernible in the mist. It was extremely tempting. If an ordinary person saw it, they would have a headache. However, Yin Chuan's eyes were still clear. It was not that Yin Chuan did not like beautiful women. It was mainly because Yin Chuan's state of mind was no longer in the realm of the flesh. If he was in need of sex with Yin Chuan's status, how could he not find a beautiful concubine? Of course, in the face of this situation, Yin Chuan did not have any stage fright. Grabbing the undergarments, he slowly walked to the side of the bath. When he got closer, he could see the beauty in the bath more clearly. Princess Taiping was even more seductive. Her eyes were watery, and she looked as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. Yin Chuan smiled and passed the undergarments. He glanced at Princess Taiping's body. "Thank you, First Emperor," Princess Taiping said with a shy face. When she took the undergarments, Princess Taiping's slender fingers drew a line on Yin Chuan's palm. It was as if she was hinting at Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan smiled and said, "Princess Taiping, you invited me here just to let me see your bath picture?" Princess Taiping said softly, "It is my wish to be noticed by First Emperor. First Emperor, you have worked hard. Do you want to enter the bath to relieve your tiredness?" After handing over the underwear, Yin Chuan stood up straight and smiled. "There's no need for that. However, Princess Taiping wanted me to look at the bath picture. Thank you for your hospitality." I'll just sit here and admire it." As he spoke, Yin Chuan walked to the side of a stone table. Slowly sitting down, Yin Chuan poured himself a cup of green tea by the side. While drinking the tea, he looked at Princess Tai Ping, who was frozen in the bath. Yin Chuan was not moved by her beauty. Sitting there and enjoying it, Princess Tai Ping suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. She once disguised herself as a woman and entered a brothel. She saw some noble young masters and spent money to see some brothel girls. So similar, that attitude of looking at a woman as a plaything, brothel girls, and I don't even need to spend money. Princess Tai Ping had never been looked down upon like this before. She immediately lost her patience and was furious. Bang! With a slap on the water suddenly erupted and covered everything. A few pieces of undergarments were instantly put on Princess Tai Ping's body. The speed was so fast that it disappeared in a flash. Voila! When the water fell, Princess Tai Ping was already standing beside the pool in her gorgeous clothes. What a pity. It's too fast. Yin Chuan smiled. Princess Tai Ping was annoyed, but she immediately suppressed the anger in her heart and smiled. "First Emperor, please don't laugh at me. As long as Princess Tai Ping likes it." Yin Chuan smiled. Like it? Princess Tai Ping was already suppressing the anger in her heart because of her failed seduction. "It's my honor to have First Emperor here. I've already asked all the servants to leave. This terrace overlooks the entire city. The scenery is quite good. Let me entertain First Emperor here." Princess Tai Ping smiled and said, "Please." Yin Chuan nodded. Princess Tai Ping walked to the side of Yin Chuan's stone table. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of delicacies appeared on the stone table. "This is the beauty brew that I brewed personally. First Emperor, you must taste it." Princess Tai Ping poured a cup of wine for Yin Chuan. Chapter 1228. This is the beauty brew that I brewed myself. First Emperor, you must taste it. Princess Tai Ping poured a cup of wine for Yin Chuan. "Okay." Yin Chuan nodded. "First Emperor, I was rude just now. Take it as my apology. Come, please drink this cup. Don't bicker with a little girl like me." Princess Tai Ping approached him again. She brought the wine to Yin Chuan's mouth, her eyes revealing a trace of mesmerizing charm. Yin Chuan looked at Princess Tai Ping with a frown. Seeing Yin Chuan frown, Princess Tai Ping seemed to be more excited. She touched Yin Chuan's chest and was about to sit in Yin Chuan's arms. "First Emperor, please drink this cup," Princess Tai Ping said charmingly. Yin Chuan did not let Princess Tai Ping feed him. Instead, he took the cup with one hand and held Princess Tai Ping's arm with the other hand. He gently led Princess Tai Ping to sit on a stone chair. Princess Tai Ping's expression changed. "Please." Yin Chuan brought the wine to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, Princess Tai Ping's eyes lit up. At this moment, Princess Tai Ping was not as enthusiastic as before. "First Emperor, do you think I'm beautiful?" Princess Tai Ping said with a smile. "So what if you're beautiful or not?" Princess Tai Ping, you care too much about your appearance. With your current cultivation, it's not difficult for you to change your appearance. Yin Chuan said with a smile. "No, this is my original appearance." Princess Tai Ping said with a frown. Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Princess, you didn't invite me here just to drink wine. What do you think?" Princess Tai Ping said with a smile. "What do I think? Is it important?" "It's not important. I want to know what Wu Jian wants for my wife." Yin Chuan said with a solemn expression. "Mo Yushi? Her again? Humph. She is just a gigolo's daughter." When Princess Tai Ping heard Mo Yushi's name, she immediately became irritated. "Although you're right, do you think you're better than my wife? If he could, why would he fly into a rage out of humiliation?" Yin Chuan smiled faintly. "I can't beat her. Ha ha ha. In the great Zhou dynasty, other than my mother, who is more honorable than me. Even in the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty, all the princes and grandsons, which one of them doesn't act according to my wishes? I can't compete with her?" Princess Tai Ping suddenly cried out. "You know best in your heart whether I can compete with her or not. At least my wife has something that you are jealous of that you don't have. Yin Chuan shook his head. Jealous? Why would I be jealous? How could I be jealous? Princess Taiping suddenly jumped up with a trace of blood in her eyes. After saying that, Princess Taiping took the wine beside her and drank it. I don't know what you've experienced, but I can roughly guess. You're jealous of my wife not because of her status, but because of what she has. What does she have? For a princess of the heavenly court, it can be said that she is everything in the world. What you can be jealous of is only in the aspect of emotions. Yin Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. Emotions? Ha ha ha, I don't need emotions. I have everything, Princess Taiping said in a deep voice. However, she drank another cup of wine. Everything? Really? Yin Chuan revealed a trace of smile. I said, I have everything. Is she so precious? Let you fight against the pressure of the entire heavenly court for her. You actually want to fight against the entire great Zhou dynasty for her? Princess Taiping's emotions were unstable as she said. Looking at Yin Chuan, Princess Taiping's eyes were filled with deep jealousy. She did not take the wine cup off her hand. In this emotional situation, the stimulation of alcohol seemed to make Princess Taiping even more arrogant. Although she was not drunk, she was as unscrupulous as if she was drunk. However, Princess Taiping was more sober than when she was drunk, but more irritable. She's worth it. Princess Taiping, I've roughly guessed Wu Zhao's plan. You can tell her that I'll do it. Moreover, I'll definitely take Yushi away. No one can stop me, not even Wu Zhao. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ha 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 ha. Pass a message to Mother Empress? Ha ha ha. Yushi? Why can she, the daughter of a gigolo, have everything? She's trapped at Sungfeng Mountain. She's exiled to the west. But at least she has someone to wait for, hate, think about, and resent. Why does she have everything but I? Princess Taiping suddenly cried out in sorrow. What's wrong with you? Yin Chuan was puzzled. She has someone to wait for, hate, think about, and resent. But my husband was killed by Mother Empress. I held my son and knelt in front of the palace, begging, but I was mercilessly rejected. From then on, I knew that without power, you can't have anything. Princess Taiping's face changed from sorrow to ferocity. Do you know? My position today is not only because of Mother Empress's favor, but also because I wanted her to feel guilty. I strangled my son to death with my own hands. At that time, my son already knew how to call mother. Ha! I strangled him to death, just like she did back then. Ha ha! Without Xue Xiao, the previous Taiping is also dead. I'm a new Taiping. I want to be like Mother Empress. Princess Taiping shouted crazily as she drank. Yin Chuan frowned. Didn't you ask Mother Empress what she wants? She wants the whole world. Can you give it to her? Ha ha ha. Princess Taiping laughed wildly. The whole world? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Princess Taiping, you are drunk. Yin Chuan shook his head. I'm not drunk. What's my cultivation? Can this little wine make me drunk? Princess Taiping shook her head. I know, this wine can't make your head drunk, but it can make your heart drunk. The past is gone, and the sea of bitterness is boundless. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Humph, the sea of bitterness is boundless? I said, I'm not the Taiping of the past. Not only do I want to be like Mother Empress, I want to surpass her. You, Emperor Shi Huang? Ha ha, I'm here today to lure you here. Don't leave today. Serve me in bed. Ha ha ha. Princess Taiping laughed. Princess Taiping was about to pounce on Yin Chuan as she spoke. Yin Chuan waved his hand and pushed Princess Taiping away immediately. Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Humph, I'm not interested in your affairs. But if you continue to be presumptuous, don't blame me for falling out with you. I won't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Tender feelings for the fairer sex? Haha, do you think I'm fragrant jade? Emperor Qin, Shi Huang? Only when I have sex with you will I feel that I'm great. At least, I've done more glorious things than Mother Empress. It's useless for you to struggle. Do you know what you drank just now? Beauty brew? No, that's not beauty brew. It's acacia water. Just one drop is enough to make an ancestral immortal. What's more, that wasn't just one drop. Haha, even a sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. Acacia water isn't poison, but it can arouse your lust. Ha ha ha. Princess Tai Ping laughed. Aphrodisiac. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, whatever you say. Come, you won't lose out. I'm the first princess of the heavenly court. You could be considered to have boundless luck with women. Come, no one can run away from me. Come, let me help you take off your clothes. Ha ha ha. Princess Tai Ping pounced on Yin Chuan. Pa! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Princess Tai Ping froze on the spot. A palm print appeared on her face. Yin Chuan slapped Princess Tai Ping's face. I said, I won't have tender feelings for the fair sex. Yin Chuan said coldly. Puff! Yin Chuan suddenly spat out a cup of wine. The wine was spat on the ground. It was suffused with a scarlet color. Princess Tai Ping covered her face and raised her head. Her original charm was gone. She just stared at Yin Chuan. There was a great sense of shame and anger in her eyes. You didn't drink? Princess Tai Ping said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan didn't explain. Instead, he said indifferently, Think about Xue Xiao. Think about your son who called mother. Princess Tai Ping's face suddenly became gloomy. Do you have everything? I think you have nothing. You lost everything. You even lost yourself. No wonder you are jealous of my wife, the first princess of the heavenly court? Ha! You don't even deserve to carry my wife's shoes. Yin Chuan said indifferently. I hate you. Princess Tai Ping said with hatred in her eyes. Hate? There are many people who hate me. Yin Chuan said with a trace of disdain. Well, I know. I can't get anything from you. I also got what I wanted to know. Thank you for your hospitality. Princess Tai Ping, let me give you one last piece of advice. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Princess Tai Ping stared at Yin Chuan. Her eyes were burning with anger. If you don't respect yourself, how can others respect you? If you don't love yourself, how can others love you? Without yourself, you can only play to the gallery. You can only be a clown. Study Wu Zhao carefully. See if you're really like her. Don't try to paint a tiger, but end up looking like a dog. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. After saying that, Yin Chuan stepped out of the floating island. At this moment, Princess Tai Ping didn't stop him. Instead, she covered the palm print on her face and looked at Yin Chuan with hatred. Roar! 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 The dragon carriage pulled Yin Chuan up slowly and flew out of the city towards the south. Not long after the dragon carriage flew, a figure suddenly flew towards them from the south. Sage King! Sage King! The figure shouted anxiously. Roar! 4 dragons and 1 dragon stopped. Yin Chuan frowned and looked at the person flying towards them. In Hentian, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to follow Dong In? Sage King, Lotus God. Ice Demon Sage King has Lotus God's help. The 1,000 Lotus Array is open and the Crown Prince is in prison. Bai Qi opened a crack and asked me to come back to report. Quickly. In Hentian shouted anxiously. Lotus God? Yin Chuan's face changed. Lead the way. Yin Chuan immediately flew up and grabbed In Hentian and flew towards the south. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the dragon carriage. Roar! Roar! The 4 dragons roared and pulled the carriage to chase after them. However, Yin Chuan's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1229. Ding! Yin Chuan brought In Hentian along as he sped through the air. His terrifying speed created an ear-piercing sound of metal breaking through the air. Saint King, we were supposed to follow the Crown Prince to the front lines. However, who would have thought that the Ice Demon Saint King would come for the final battle? In Hentian quickly explained, and then Yin Chuan tried to understand the situation as he shot. The Crown Prince wanted to fight the Ice Demon Holy King alone. Bai Qi and I accompanied him. However, during the battle, an ice crystal lotus suddenly appeared above the Ice Demon Holy King's head. When the lotus appeared, Bai Qi and I knew something was wrong. However, it was too late. In Hentian said bitterly, It was the Lotus God. The ice demon Saint King had grown another pair of arms. Around him, there were tens of thousands of demonic puppets. They quickly set up a 1,000 lotus formation to isolate the outside from the outside. Bai Chi used all his strength to cut open a gap and push me out. He told me to report this to the Saint King. Inhentian said bitterly, "You did the right thing. The lotus god is now in the ice demon Saint King's body. It cannot be compared to the mortals in the sealed world." Yin Chuan nodded. Although Yin Chuan was very worried, he was extremely calm. He reached his fastest speed. Not long after, he arrived at the battlefield of the 1,000 Lotus Formation. A vast plain was now covered in ice and snow. Crystal clear ice lotuses bloomed on the ground. The lotuses bloomed, releasing endless cold air. In the center of the plain, there were countless soldiers. The soldiers of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and the Ice Demon Saint Court were fighting each other. There were also countless generals attacking a huge lotus mountain. It was called a lotus mountain because it was a mountain-shaped formation made up of millions of ice lotuses. Roar! Everyone attack! Save the commander! Break! Break for me! Rumble! Countless weapons and magical treasures attacked the 1,000 lotus formation. The lotuses were destroyed one by one. However, the ice lotuses seemed to be endless. After one was destroyed, a new one was born. Saint King, it's here. It's the 1,000 lotus formation. The Crown Prince and Bai Chi are trapped inside. Inhentian shouted. Boom! Yin Chuan and Inhentian stopped abruptly as a gust of wind swept up. Instantly, countless experts saw Yin Chuan and Inhentian. Yin Chuan glared as a sea of blood suddenly surged out from his body. Ooh! In the blink of an eye, a sea of blood covered the sky. Under the control of Yin Chuan, the boundless sea of blood descended from the sky like a heavenly river, rushing towards the myriad lotus grand formation. Boom! The sea of blood poured down, and the space around it tremored violently under its boundless power. The myriad lotus formation also began to warp violently. Countless ice lotuses exploded, but the great formation was still a bit away from collapsing. World suppression! Yin Chuan shouted again. The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky. Honk! With a loud bang, the surrounding experts were sent flying by the aftershock of the collision. With a loud bang, the 10,000 lotuses formation shattered like an ice shield, instantly exploding in all directions. Countless soldiers were injured by the fragments of the formation. In the blink of an eye, the battle stopped. Yin Chuan retracted the sea of blood and looked towards the center. The myriad lotus formation was broken, and within it was a huge ice surface. Instantly, thousands of puppets fell on the ice surface. At the center, a huge 7-colored lotus covered by chi. The 7-colored lotus shone brightly, forming a huge light shield that prevented Bai Chi from escaping. Above the 7-colored lotus, a man in a dragon robe was controlling it. Roar! Bai Chi roared as he blocked the 7-colored lotus with his saber. As for the man in the dragon robe, he had 4 arms and an ice lotus floated above his head. What a ferocious fellow! Even lotus god's treasure can't suppress you? The man in the dragon robe said with a dark expression. Not far from the 7-colored lotus, there was a billowing black aura. Within the black aura, a figure stood. It was Yin Dongan. Yin Dongan stood amidst the black chi. Vaguely, a black lotus was floating in front of his chest. After Yin Chuan broke the myriad lotus formation, the people inside immediately discovered Yin Chuan. Countless puppets crawled up and quickly rushed towards Yin Chuan. Whoosh! From Yin Chuan's sleeves, 3 long swords shot out. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God Sword appeared. Once the 3 swords appeared, billions of sword chi emerged from the ground and shot toward the puppets. Sacred King, don't worry about me. Say the Crown Prince first. Under the 7-colored lotus, Bai Chi howled. In the distance, Ice Devil Sacred King, who was wearing a dragon robe, suddenly looked towards Yin Chuan. Hi, Yin Chuan. You came at the right time. Bai Chi, Yin Dongan, who are you saving? The ice crystal lotus suddenly let out a cold laugh. Rumble. Within the ice crystal lotus, boundless power suddenly surged towards Ice Devil Sacred King. Roar. Ice Devil Sacred King roared, and two more arms appeared from under his armpits. Ice Devil Sacred King's power suddenly increased by several times. The huge power suddenly activated the seven-colored lotus, causing Bai Chi's body to sink. Large amounts of cracks appeared on Bai Chi's huge knife. It was as if Bai Chi would be crushed if he wasn't careful. Green Heavenly Tao, Torrential Blood Sea, Yin Chuan shouted. His long hair suddenly turned blood red again, reaching his waist. The boundless blood sea quickly rushed towards Ice Devil Sacred King. Boom! The blood sea crashed into Ice Devil Sacred King, who revealed a cold smile. However, at that moment, Ice Devil Sacred King discovered that close to 1,000 blood gods like Yin Chuan had suddenly appeared around him. Explode! Hong! 1,000 blood gods exploded at the same time. In an instant, the blood sea exploded. At the location of the explosion, the void was violently distorted, and large amounts of cracks even appeared. Boom! Ice Devil Sacred King was blown apart. Open! Bai Chi shouted angrily. Boom! A saber soared into the sky and chopped the huge, seven-colored lotus flower in half. Bai Chi escaped. Yin Chuan rescued Bai Chi and instantly rushed towards Yin Dongyin. From far away, he sent a palm towards the black aura surrounding Yin Dongyin. Boom! The black aura suddenly exploded. However, the black lotus on Yin Dong and chest suddenly burrowed into Yin Dongin's body. Ah! Yin Dongyin cried out in pain. Dongyin! Yin Chuan's expression changed as he rushed over. Just as Yin Chuan was about to reach Yin Dong, Yin Dong suddenly sent a fist towards Yin Chuan. Boom! The huge fist came, causing Yin Chuan's body to stop slightly. However, Yin Dong stepped into the sky and dodged Yin Chuan's attack. In an instant, he was in front of Ice Devil Sacred King. Dong Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Ha 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 ha! Lotus Goddess's voice came from the ice lotus. Yin Chuan, do you know? Everything could have ended long ago. I deliberately delayed it until now. I deliberately waited for you to come. I wanted you to choose between saving Bai Chi or saving Yin Dongyin. Unfortunately, you chose Bai Chi. This is your own choice. You can't blame others. Lotus Goddess's voice came. Yin Chuan stared at Yin Dong, who was in the sky. At this moment, Yin Dongin's face was covered in black aura. Moreover, he was unwilling to return to Yin Chuan's side. Yin Dong twitched and twitched, but his strength seemed to be increasing rapidly. Lotus Goddess, what did you do to my son? Yin Chuan shouted angrily. You will know what I did soon. Lotus Goddess's voice came. In the sky, the black aura around Yin Dong disappeared. Then, his face turned pale. The pain disappeared and was replaced by calmness. At this moment, Yin Dong no longer looked at Yin Chuan with the respect of father. Instead, he looked at Yin Chuan coldly. This subordinate greets the lotus god. Yin Dong suddenly looked at the ice lotus with a respectful expression. Wow! Countless soldiers looked at the sky in shock. Bai Chi and Yin Hentian were even more shocked. What? Lotus Goddess? Or subordinate? Yin Dong called himself subordinate to Lotus Goddess? Yin Chuan's pupil shrank. Ha ha! Yin Chuan, have you guessed it? Lotus Goddess's voice came again. Mind control? It was ranked 3rd in the Great Thousand World. Mind control? Yin Chuan muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with anger. Mind control? Lotus Goddess, you want to control my son? Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. Haha, that's right. I left the only black lotus sealed with the mind control mystique in this realm. I used it on Yin Dongyin. Mind control mystique doesn't turn him into a puppet. He's still him, but he doesn't have any emotions. He only has reason, the purest reason, and loyalty to me. The lotus god's voice sounded again. Yin Dong, looked at Yin Chuan and sneered. He then looked at the ice lotus and said, Lotus Goddess, I think the name Yin Dong is too unpleasant. I want to change it. Oh, what name do you want to change? Lotus Goddess was surprised. I have the Dark Phoenix bloodline and the Blood Sea ability. I want to change my name to Nether King. Yin Dong said solemnly. Nether King? Ha ha. Good. You will be called Nether King. Lotus Goddess said with satisfaction. Nether King, I sealed some of the power in the Black Lotus. What do you think now? Lotus Goddess asked again. Ka 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 ka. Nether King, who had just changed his name, twisted his body. His bones cracked. He twisted his head and looked up at the sky. A huge aura rushed into the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, countless tribulation clouds covered the sky. Ancestral immortal tribulation? The Crown Prince is going to undergo the ancestral immortal tribulation? That's not right. Shouldn't he be killing an ancestral immortal? Inhentian said anxiously. That is the power of Lotus Goddess. She is already transcended. The blood-bathing curse is useless against her. Yin Chuan said with an ugly expression. Nether King looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and suddenly struck toward the sky. A huge black palm print rushed into the sky. Boom! The tribulation clouds exploded. In an instant, it exploded into pieces. Nether King suddenly emitted an oppressive aura. Rumble. His body trembled again. The aura around Nether King grew stronger. Whoosh! Suddenly, Nether King's body merged with the heavenly Tao. A pitch-black heavenly Tao appeared. Lotus Goddess, I have completely refined it. Your power is indeed perfect. I am already at the fourth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Nether King twisted his head and smiled. Good, Nether King. Your physique is better than I thought. Fourth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm? Haha, now, I will give you your first order. Lotus Goddess' voice sounded again. Lotus Goddess, please speak. Nether King said. Kill Yin Chuan for me. Lotus God said in a low voice. Chapter 1230. Kill Yin Chuan for me. Lotus God said solemnly. Not far away. Yin Chuan's pupils constricted. Lotus God's evil plan. Yes. King Ming replied. In the sky, Ice Devil Saint King sneered. Father and son fighting? Haha, interesting. Kaboom. On the other side, thousands of Ice Devil puppets were killed by the three swords of Emperor D, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor. Whoosh. The three divine swords quickly turned into human forms and came before Yin Chuan. King Ming stepped out, looking like he was going to fight with Yin Chuan. Saint King, I deserve to die for causing the Crown Prince to suffer. Bai Qi said with regret. It's not your fault. Lotus God was waiting for this moment. He would have appeared sooner or later. Yin Chuan shook his head. However, Bai Qi still looked like he was blaming himself. Father? Lotus God asked me to kill you. Come out and accept your death. King Ming laughed. Saint King, Bai Qi frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I will deal with my son's matter. Bai Qi, Emperor D, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor, you are in charge of killing Ice Devil Saint King. Yes, the four of them replied. Kill. Bai Qi grabbed his knife and slashed at Six Arms Ice Devil with great hatred. At this moment, Bai Qi was filled with self-blame for the Crown Prince's calamity. He was filled with hatred for Ice Devil Saint King. He wanted to vent his anger on Ice Devil. The three Emperor's swords obeyed the order and charged forward. The Nether King took a step forward and arrived not far away from Yin Chuan. He sneered. Father, you taught me everything, but I am different from you. Let's see what it means to be the pupil surpassing the master. King Ming laughed. His eyes were filled with confidence. Yin Chuan looked at King Ming and frowned. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, let's see how much my son has learned. Yin Chuan twisted his hair. Whoosh! His blood-red hair suddenly grew longer, and a sea of blood appeared beneath Yin Chuan's feet. The sea of blood surged. Bang! A wave of blood soared into the sky and immediately rushed to Yin Chuan's feet. Yin Chuan's eyes were red. He stood on the blood wave and looked at his son with a gloomy face. There was a red line between Yin Chuan's eyebrows. The Nether King originally had a red line between his eyebrows, but now it had turned pitch black. The Deep Sea King looked at Yin Chuan and sneered. My reason tells me that I shouldn't compete with you in terms of individual strength. But since the Lotus Goddess has spoken, I can only do this. I already said that I am different from before. Just now, I fused the Dark Phoenix bloodline with your Blood Sea divine ability. As he spoke, Hell King's long hair began to grow longer and longer. Just like Yin Chuan's blood hair, his hair reached his waist. His surroundings were not like Yin Chuan's blood fog. Instead, it was filled with black fog. Boom! A sea of blood suddenly appeared on the ground below. The sea of blood was like Yin Chuan's sea of blood. A wave of blood soared into the sky and rushed to the Nether King's feet. However, very quickly, the Nether King's sea of blood started to change. The original red color of the sea of blood slowly turned dark red. Gradually, the Nether King's sea of blood turned black. The sea of blood became darker and darker. Gradually, it turned into a black sea. Boom! The sea of blood and the black sea collided violently. The two seas faced each other in the north and south. Countless soldiers had already retreated far away. Inhentian had also reached the peak of a mountain far away. He looked at the battle between the father and son with an ugly expression. Boom! On the other side, Bai Qi and the other three were fighting against the Six Arms Ice Demon. Although the Six Arms Ice Demon had a large amount of energy from the Lotus Goddess, Bai Qi and the others were also fighting fiercely. Roar! The Ice Demon roared. Kill! The four of them shouted as they raised their weapons. Above the sea of blood and the Black Sea, the father and son faced each other. Black Sea howl. The Nether King shouted. Rumble! The rolling Black Sea suddenly rushed towards the Blood Sea, as if it wanted to dye the Blood Sea black. Rise! Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The Blood Sea surged and charged towards the Black Sea. Huff! 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 Suddenly, Blood God's illusions appeared on the blood waves at the very front. There were also Blood God's illusions at the very front. They were all pitch black and Black God's illusions charged out. The Blood Sea and the Black Sea collided violently. Blood God and Black Shensi instantly clashed. Rumble! Blood God's son and Black God's son fought against each other. Above the blood and black waves, the father and son also charged at each other. The Nether King punched out, forming a gigantic black fist above the Black Sea, rushing towards Yin Chuan. Wherever it passed, the void trembled. Yin Chuan's face darkened as he stretched out his palm. A blood-red energy palm met the attack. Boom! The blood-red energy palm caught the black fist. The Nether King's face darkened. He waved his hand. Suddenly, flood dragons swam in the Black Sea. Waves rose from the bottom of the Black Sea and charged towards the Scarlet Sea. It was like 10,000 dragons rushing towards Yin Chuan's Blood Sea. This is... Yin Chuan's face darkened. Bang! The dragon-like figure from the bottom of the sea suddenly rushed out of the sea and wrapped around Yin Chuan. Whoosh! In an instant, they wrapped around Yin Chuan. They were not flood dragons, but massive vines. The massive vines contained a terrifying power, and in the blink of an eye, they tore apart the waves of blood beneath Yin Chuan's feet and coiled around him. Vine Demon, you gave this to me. The Nether King laughed. You also know that I gave it to you. Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! Suddenly, countless giant vines shot up into the sky from the Black Sea. They instantly crushed the black waves and wrapped around the Nether King. The fist and palm of the father and son collided, and they couldn't separate for a while. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the two of them were wrapped by the giant vines. What? How can you control the Vine Demon? The Nether King's face changed. What do you think? Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, more giant vines wrapped around the Nether King. I know. You must have left something in the Vine Demon. My cultivation has just reached the ancestral immortal realm, and I haven't had the time to fully refine it. But it doesn't matter. It's enough now. My refinement won't be any weaker than yours. The Nether King said confidently. Gulialu, more and more vines wrapped around the two of them. The two of them controlled the Vine Demon. Inside the vines, Yin Chuan formed a seal with his right hand. The seal released a faint green light. The green light connected to the vine demon, causing a portion of the vine demon to listen to his orders. The battle between the father and son suddenly started. In the distance, Bai Qi and the three deities fought fiercely, suppressing Ice Devil. Ice Devil, you're just a sustenance. You haven't been possessed by the Lotus God. Die! Bai Qi shouted angrily. Boom! Under a knife aura, one of Ice Devil's arms was cut in half. Ice Devil cried out in pain. Lotus God, lend me your power. Lend me your power. Ice Devil cried out. The ice lotus above Ice Devil's head slowly rotated. This ice lotus isn't as perfect as Yin Chuan's sealed realm. It can't transmit more power. This amount of power is the limit. The Lotus God's voice traveled over. What? Ice Devil cried out in shock. Slash! The Grand Emperor shouted. See, a sword light pierced through, and another of Ice Devil's arms was instantly cut off. Scene. The deities and Jade Emperor each cut off an arm. Ice Devil cried out in pain. Dying. Bai Qi's knife slashed again. Boom! Ice Devil's remaining arms clashed with the knife, and his body retreated hundreds of miles away. No, you're going to die. The Lotus God sighed slightly. Lotus God, save me. Ice Devil cried out in fear. The Lotus God ignored him and suddenly let out a loud sound. Nether King, leave quickly and strengthen yourself. When I reappear, I'll watch you kill Yin Chuan. The Lotus God's voice traveled to the Black Sea in the distance. Above the Black Sea, Yin Chuan and the Nether King were trapped in countless vines. Their fists and palms were in a deadlock, and the Nether King couldn't move. The Nether King looked at Yin Chuan with an ugly expression. Father, you're indeed powerful. I'll come again in the future. The Nether King said unwillingly. You've learned well. You've also comprehended the third form of the Blood Sea. It's a pity that your Blood Sea merged with the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix and mutated into the Black Sea. You've lost the chance to evolve into the fourth form. However, no one knows for sure. The Black Sea might have other, stronger developments. Yin Chuan analyzed. Let go of the vine monster, the Nether King said. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, clearly refusing. If you don't want to let go, then forget it. Black Shenseas explode. Explode the vine monster. The Nether King shouted. Black Shenseas suddenly charged at the vines from the Black Sea. Boom! 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 The Black Shenseas self-destructed one after another, and the vast impact instantly shattered countless vines. Yin Chuan looked at this scene and frowned. In the end, he let out a soft sigh. The hand seal on his right hand suddenly loosened. He gave up on controlling the vine monster. In the distance, the Nether King's expression changed. The Nether King suddenly realized that he could completely control the vine monster again. Walalala! Countless vines quickly sank into the sea. Yin Chuan sent the vine monster back to the Nether King. Boom! The Nether King stepped forward, and the Black Sea disappeared. He brought the vine monster into the distance. Standing above the Blood Sea, Yin Chuan watched his son fly away. His expression sank as he said, My son, it's good that you are safe. As long as you are alive, I will think of a way to resolve your calamity. As the Nether King flew away, Yin Chuan gloomily looked at the ice demon, who was being surrounded by Bai Qi. Yin Chuan snorted coldly and instantly appeared above Bai Qi's battlefield. A sky-burying coffin suddenly appeared in his hand. It descended from the sky and smashed toward the ice crystal lotus above the ice demon's head with great hatred. Boom! There was a loud sound. The ice crystal lotus exploded with a loud bang. The ice demon fell to the ground in pain. After the ice crystal lotus exploded, the ice demon no longer had a source of energy. His strength instantly decreased. As the shattered ice lotus dissipated, the Lotus God's voice rang out again. A battle between father and son? This is just the beginning. Yin Chuan, slowly enjoy it. Ha ha ha! Whoosh! Yin Chuan smashed the ice lotus fragments into powder. Chapter 1231. Yin Chuan was furious that his son had been plotted against. He turned to look at the Ice Demon Sage King, who was being controlled by Bai Qi. Yin Di. A voice rang out from afar. Yin Chuan frowned and looked over. He saw a soldier flying over. Yin Chuan had seen this soldier before. He was one of his son's generals. We are sad that our commander has been attacked. However, can you give me the Ice Demon Sage King? The Sky Emperor has ordered that the Ice Demon Sage King must be captured alive. He will be punished by the Sky Emperor. The soldier said. As he spoke, a large number of Great Zhou soldiers surrounded them. Hand over the Ice Demon Sage King. Yin Chuan didn't care at all. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Kill." Yes. Bai Qi replied. Boom. The Ice Demon Sage King was cut in half. The surrounding soldiers' faces froze. Yin Chuan was not giving the Sky Emperor any face. Roar! Roar! In the distance, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage flew over. Yin Chuan ignored this group of soldiers and quickly led his men to the dragon carriage. Bai Qi, Yin Hentian, and the three emperors did not speak. They stood quietly behind Yin Chuan. Let's go to Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan said. Roar! The four dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage to the west. This is all my fault. Please punish me, Holy King. Bai Qi said again. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, It is not your fault. The Lotus God is a transcendent being. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, I was not as strong as him. You have done your best, so it is not your fault. Moreover, this may not be a bad thing for my son. Yes. Although Bai Qi replied, his expression was one of self-blame. Holy King, there are two powerful forces in the Western Outer Continent. One is the rising Great Zhou Imperial Court, and the other is the first sage, Wu Tian. Wu Tian has countless disciples and has a huge power in the Western Outer Continent. In fact, a large number of his disciples are the lords of their respective territories, separating the Western Outer Continent. Yin Hentian solemnly stated. Continue, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. In the Western Outer Continent, the Great Zhou Heavenly Court has already taken control of 16 territories. Now, it will be difficult to take another step forward because the territories occupied by Wu Tian's disciples just happen to cut off the Western Outer Continent. If the Great Zhou wants to take another step forward in the Western Outer Continent, they will have to move Wu Tian's influence away or form an alliance. As for Empress Mo Yushi, she was sent to Wu Tian Sage's territory, Wu Tian Sage's territory, Wu Tian Sage's Wu Tian Sage training ground. Yin Hentian explained. First Sage, the heavenly Tao of this world was broken, and the saints of the greater thousand worlds could not compare. The first Sage? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Sage King, you have to be careful. There are a total of 4 sages in the Yin and Yang realms. Wu Tian is able to suppress the other 3 sages and become number 1. He must be extraordinary. Yin Hentian said. We understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang, outside the Taiji Palace. The second prince of the Phoenix clan looked at Shangwan Wer. Lord Shangwan, what does Wu Tian Di mean? I came with absolute sincerity. The second prince of the Phoenix clan said solemnly. Shangwan Wan smiled and said, Second prince, Wu Tian Di has already given you a lot of face. When the third prince came, Wu Tian Di directly rejected him. But just now Wu Tian Di did not reject him. The second prince of the Phoenix clan frowned and said, Wu Tian Di said that he owes Mo Yushi a lot and that he will let Mo Yushi decide on her own marriage. Isn't this an indirect way of shirking? No, second prince, the Heavenly Emperor values you very much. If you can persuade Princess Yushi, no one will stop you, Shangwan Wan said with a faint smile. The second prince of the Phoenix clan's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you for your advice, Lord Shangwan. The second prince of the Phoenix clan immediately said. Shangwan Wan nodded and smiled. May I know where Princess Yushi is now? The second prince of the Phoenix clan became polite at this moment. Oh, the Great Zhou Empire wants to advance to the west, but it is separated by the territory of Wu Tiandi's disciples. Therefore, Wu Tiandi asked Princess Yushi to go there and persuade Wu Tiandi. He hopes that Wu Tiandi will not stop them. Shangguan Wan smiled. My grandfather? The second prince of the Phoenix clan raised his eyebrows. Yes, I almost forgot. Wu Tiandi is your grandfather. Huh. The second prince is noble. Perhaps you can persuade Holy Maiden Yushi. However, when the time comes, I hope that you can persuade Wu Tiandi to allow the great Zhou Empire to advance to the west. Of course, you will not disturb Wu Tiandi. Shangguan Wan smiled and said, Of course I will. The second prince nodded excitedly. Then I will not disturb Lord Shangguan. I will go to Wu Tiandi's territory immediately. The second prince immediately said goodbye. Shangguan Wan smiled and nodded. Only when the second prince was far away did Shangguan Wan smile coldly. Then Shangguan Wan returned to Taiji Palace. In the palace, Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne. Sky Emperor, everything has begun. However, I don't know if Yin Chuan will understand your thoughts. Shangguan Wan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled and said, He will. Everything is just right. Inform all the ancestral immortals of the great Zhou Empire to settle everything and come to Luoyang immediately. Yes, Shangguan Wan replied. Wu Tiandi's territory, Great Zhou's palace. In a large hall, there were two figures standing in the hall. Mo Yushi and Yu. Mo Yu, she was dressed in a black brocade robe. She looked extremely beautiful, but her face was slightly thin and cold. Her eyes were much more mature than in the sealed world. The other was Yu, Dao Lord Yu of the sealed world. She was also dressed in a luxurious robe. Princess Yushi, you saw it too. The second prince of the Phoenix clan came with great sincerity. Yu said with a smile. Mo Yu, she looked coldly at Yu and said, Lord Yu, what exactly do you want to say? Sky Emperor wants the Phoenix clan. Saintess Yushi, everything you have was given to you by Sky Emperor. Shouldn't you repay Sky Emperor? Moreover, you have given birth to a child. For the second prince to favor you so much, you persuaded. Mo Yu, she sneered. What benefits did second phone give you? How dare you be impudent in front of me? Dog slave. Yu's face turned serious. Princess Yushi, I am not your slave. I am Princess Taiping's subordinate. This time, I'm only following Princess Taiping's request to accompany you. I know that you must still be thinking about that bitch Yin Chuan. However, can Yin Chuan compare to the second prince? The second prince's father is the Phoenix Emperor, who controls the Phoenix clan. The second prince's grandfather is Saint Wu Tian. How many people in this world are more honorable than the second prince? Princess Yushi, although you are the great Zhou princess in the royal family, who thinks highly of you? You are only a chess piece of Sky Emperor. In the great Zhou dynasty, you will never be able to do whatever you want. Yu said sinisterly. Impudent. Mo Yu, she rebuked angrily. I am not favored by the royal family, but I am still a princess. I am a ruler and you are a slave. Don't forget your identity. If I kill you, at most I will be scolded. This kind of scolding, I don't care about it anymore. If you want to die, try saying it again. Mo Yu, she glared. Yu's face twitched and did not dare to say anything. Scram. Mo Yu, she rebuked. Oomph. Yu flung her sleeves and could only turn around and leave. As if hearing Mo Yu, she's rebuke, a large number of maids rushed into the hall. Princess, are you okay? Princess, how are you? The group of maids were worried. Princess? Mo Yu, she revealed a bitter smile. If possible, Mo Yu, she would rather not have this title. With a sense of irritation, Mo Yu, she ignored the maids and quickly flew out of the palace. Mo Yu, she flew all the way until she reached a place with extremely beautiful scenery. Only then did she stop. That was the shore of Small Lake. At this moment, there was a light breeze and a drizzle. When she reached the small lake, Mo Yu, she took in a few deep breaths. Looking at the direction of the palace, Missouri Yu, she revealed a bitter smile. Perhaps I was wrong back then. When I left with my mother, I hoped to obtain power. I hoped to use the power to help you as much as possible. But it was really tiring. Living in the princess residence, I even felt like I couldn't breathe. I would rather have nothing and be by your side. Mo Yushi said bitterly. The drizzle kept on drenching Mo Yushi's brocade robe. At this moment, Mo Yushi didn't block the rain at all. She allowed the rain to fall on her body and wet her cheeks. Mo Yushi slowly sat by the small lake. Hugging her knees, she looked at the lake and sank into her memories. I waited for so long, really so long. It's been so long that I almost forgot what you looked like. Sometimes I resent you. Why didn't you come to pick us up until now? I really resent you, even hate you. Mo Yushi's body trembled as she muttered to herself. But every time I wake up in the middle of the night, I can suddenly remember your smile. Every time I wake up, it's as if I see you standing in front of me and smiling at me. Although I can only sigh in the end. But at least I have you to think about, you to wait for, you to resent, and you to hate. In the princess's residence, I was always pressured to the point that I couldn't breathe. Only when I came out alone and sat by this small lake can I relax a lot. Only then can I understand how much I miss you. I will wait for you. I believe that you will definitely come back to find me. I hold my heart. There is happiness. There is bitterness. There is pain. There is fear. Before I met you, I have never felt such complicated emotions. This is love. Mo Yushi muttered to herself. Looking at the small lake, Mo Yushi was in a daze. Biting her lips, her eyes were slightly moist, but there was a smile on her face. In the hazy drizzle, Mo Yushi seemed to be curled up into a ball from the cold. After an unknown amount of time, the drizzle continued, but no rain fell on Mo Yushi's body. Suddenly, a small umbrella appeared above Mo Yushi's head. The small umbrella blocked the wind and rain, instantly protecting Mo Yushi from the slightest bit of harm. Mo Yushi turned her head to look. She stood there in a daze. At this moment, Yin Chuan was standing alone behind Mo Yushi, holding an umbrella in his hand. His eyes were filled with infinite tenderness as he looked at Mo Yushi. Their eyes met. The two of them were silent. Infinite love, a glance for 10,000 years. Chapter 1232. Their eyes met. Both of them were silent. Infinite love, a glance of 10,000 years. As she watched, Mo Yushi's eyes turned red. Her tears could not stop flowing. Yin Chuan also threw down his umbrella. He bent down and hugged Mo Yushi deeply. Woo 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 woo. Mo Yushi kept crying. She kept crying. She did not say anything. She did not say anything. She just kept crying. It was as if she wanted to cry all the grievances of the past few thousand years. Yin Chuan just hugged her. His hand gently stroked Mo Yushi's back. He pressed his chest against Mo Yushi, giving her the warmest support. Woo 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 woo. She cried for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Yushi stopped crying. Yin Chuan's chest had been wet many times. It was dry and wet, wet and dry. This repeated a few times. Mo Yushi finally stopped moving. Looking down, Mo Yushi had fallen asleep in Yin Chuan's arms. Thousands of years of grievances were released in an instant. She hid in Yin Chuan's arms. She was no longer guarded. When she was tired, she naturally fell asleep. Yin Chuan's eyes were also slightly red. After all, he was a man. He was stronger. He gently carried Mo Yushi and flew to a palace not far away. In Hentian and Bai Qi stood not far away. Yin Chuan directly carried Mo Yushi into the palace. Yin Chuan placed her on the bed. He sat at the side and quietly looked at Mo Yushi. He just watched. Mo Yushi slept for 2 days. She slept very well. After 2 days, her eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes. She saw Yin Chuan sitting at the side, holding Mo Yushi's hand. Mo Yushi was slightly stunned. She did not react for a while. After a while, she finally reacted. You're awake? Yin Chuan smiled. Ah, why are you here? Why are you here? Mo Yushi suddenly sat up anxiously. You can't come. You can't come. Mother Empress is up to no good. She's up to no good. Mo Yushi said anxiously. Who? Yin Chuan hugged Mo Yushi tightly. His eyes flashed with emotion. You can't come. You can't come. Mo Yushi was still panicking. After being hugged in Yin Chuan's arms, Mo Yushi, but she was still panicking. Yin Chuan's right hand stroked Mo Yushi's back. I know what Wu Jiong is thinking, but it's been too long. You and your mother have been wronged for too long. I had to settle the matters at hand and come immediately. But I didn't expect Mother Empress to have such power in the immortal realm. I didn't expect it either. But you, Mo Yushi was still worried. Since I'm here, I've considered everything. I even know that I might have to fight against the entire Great Zhou dynasty, Wu Jiong, and the entire Great Zhou heavenly court. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. You know what? Become enemies with Mother Empress? Mo Yushi exclaimed again. Stroking Mo Yushi's back, Yin Chuan said softly, don't worry. I didn't waste these few thousand years. I'm not the same as I was 5,000 years ago. Back then, I was weak and couldn't fight with Wu Jiong. Now, Wu Jiong might not be able to do anything to me. It's just that I've made you and your son wait for too long these 5,000 years. Not long, not long. If Dongan knows, he'll be very happy. I know that you've come to see us before. Because of Mother Empress, you can't show your face. I understand, I know. I'll tell Dongan. He'll be very happy. Mo Yushi said with tears in her eyes. Dongan? Yin Chuan suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Mo Yushi asked, slightly surprised. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan told her about Yin Dongan. Nether King? How did my son get into such trouble? We're about to be reunited with our family. Why? Mo Yushi started to feel sad again. Hugging Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan comforted her. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Mo Yushi bit her lip and forced herself not to cry. She didn't want to burden Yin Chuan. But how could Yin Chuan not understand Mo Yushi's thoughts? Which mother wouldn't be sad if she knew that her son was being held captive? Don't worry. Mind control is only the third mystique. I'll undo it. Besides, this might not be a bad thing for Dongan. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. As a transcender, the Lotus God has embarrassed me several times in the sealed realm. Therefore, he wants his father and son to fight. So, you don't have to worry about Dongan's safety. Besides, although Dongan has experienced many battles, he hasn't encountered many obstacles. This time, it'll be a trial for him. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi nodded. Besides, he's my son. The sons of Yin Chuan, are all extraordinary. None of them are flowers in a greenhouse. Yin Chuan comforted her gently. All of them? You have sons? Why haven't I heard of them? Mo, she asked in surprise. They're not from this world. Yin Chuan smiled. Then how many do you have? Mo, she asked curiously. Seeing that Mo, she had recovered from her sadness, Yin Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Dong, and should be the third prince of Great Zhun. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Third prince? Doesn't that mean you have 2 sons? You have 2 sons? Why don't I know about it? No, I've been collecting information about the East. You mean no one in the world knows about it? Mo, she said in surprise. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, they say no more. Mo, she suddenly covered Yin Chuan's mouth with her small hand. Yin Chuan looked at her in confusion. I know you're hiding it from the world. You must have your own plans. Don't say anything. I'm afraid I'll spill the beans and affect your plan. Mo, she said gently. He looked at Mo Yushi and was touched. Lowering his head, Yin Chuan kissed her gently. Perhaps it was a reunion after a long time, or perhaps it was a change in mood, but Mo Yushi quickly went up to him. She wrapped her arms around Yin Chuan's neck and kissed him too. She fell into Yin Chuan's arms and kept twisting. Beside the bed, clothes fell down one by one. The husband and wife were reliving their 5,000 years of old love. 10 days later, Wu Tian territory, Great Zhou Palace. Princess's Palace. All the maids have been dismissed. Only Yin Chuan and his wife, as well as Yin Chuan's subordinates remained. Yin Chuan sat beside a stone table. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian stood beside him. Mo Yushi sat on the other side of the stone table. Suddenly, a large number of glowing runes appeared on the stone table. The runes shone, and suddenly, the space above the stone table distorted. Meow. An extremely excited meow sounded. Who? The runes and glowing runes disappeared. A cat wearing a small, felt hat suddenly appeared on the stone table. It was Meow. The moment Meow appeared, she immediately pounced on Yin Chuan. Big baddie, you said you would let me come soon. Why did it take so long? Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Her little claws kept grabbing onto Yin Chuan's clothes, pulling out threads to vent her dissatisfaction. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and slapped. He laughed and scolded. You're not coming? What are you shouting for? With a slap, Meow was sent flying and fell into Mo Yushi's arms. Meow, Meow angrily cried out and got up. Suddenly, she saw Mo Yushi smile. Meow, Sister Yushi, Meow. Meow suddenly cried out excitedly. You still remember me? Mo Yushi laughed. Meow, how can I not remember? I'm not that big baddie. Meow spoke ill of Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi was in a very good mood. She stretched out her hand and took out a glowing red ball. She stuffed it into Meow's arms. Meow. Meow's eyes immediately widened. Her face revealed a blissful, silly expression. Meow, Sister Yushi is so nice. Meow. Meow cried out excitedly. Her little claws held onto the ball with all her might, not letting it slip. Immortal stone mind core? Yushi, you spoil her too much. Yin Chuan laughed. Meow, Meow, big baddie, it's not for you. Meow immediately bared her teeth at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and let it go. Mo Yushi, who was watching Meow scolding Yin Chuan, was in a very good mood. In Hentian and Bai Chi smiled and did not say anything. After all, Yin Chuan and Meow had a very good relationship. There was no need to talk about respect. Sage King, we have received news that besides the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, the remaining 20 territories in the Western Outer Continent have all sent people to listen to the sage's preaching. In Hentian said, apart from the saint's disciples, the other Dominion lords must also be feeling threatened. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, and most of the people who have come this time are territory lords. In Hentian explained, territory lords? Oh, the sage's preaching? This excuse is too fake. Yin Chuan revealed a mocking smile. Indeed, the sage's preaching might just be a pretense. His goal is to target the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Now is the time to decide success or failure. In Hentian explained, where's the Great Zhou Heavenly Court's army now? Yin Chuan asked, Sage King, although the Terracotta army set off before us, their speed cannot be compared to the dragon carriage. At this moment, they are probably at the border of the Western Outer Continent. In Hentian said solemnly, That's good. Bai Chi, you are in charge of receiving them. Do not make any mistakes. Yin Chuan said, Yes. Bai Chi replied. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and asked, Did Wu Jiong give you anything else? Mo Yushi nodded and took out a scroll. The Great Zhou Imperial Decree? Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. Mo Yushi opened it gently. It was indeed an imperial decree. It was even stamped with the Great Zhou Imperial Seal. A blank imperial decree? In Hentian said in surprise. Yes, when Mother Empress gave me the blank imperial decree, I was also puzzled. Mother Empress told me to improvise and fill in a decree that does not affect the entire territory. Fill in myself? I did not understand, but now I should have guessed it. MOU, she said bitterly. This blank imperial decree was prepared for me. Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. MOU, she revealed a trace of worry. It's all right. Just treat it as cutting off the karma between you and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. This time, I'm bringing you back because there are some things that must be settled. I do not wish for anyone to use this as an excuse to disrupt our reunion. Yin Chuan said coldly. MOU, she nodded. Chapter 1233. On a vast ocean in the Western Outer Continent. On an island. At this moment, there were 100,000 soldiers standing on the island. All of them looked solemn and murderous. Standing at the front was Great Accomplishment, Meng Yi, and Bai Chi. Lord Bai, Has the Sage King arrived? Meng Yi asked. Yes. Let the terracotta soldiers rest for a while. There will be a tough battle ahead. Bai Qi said. Meng Yi nodded. Everyone rest. Meng Yi shouted. Roar. The 100,000 soldiers replied. Only Meng Yi accompanied by Qi. The Sage King is already in Wu Tian territory. This time, the terracotta soldiers came from the eastern outer continent. No one knows about it, so we need to catch them off guard. The terracotta soldiers are the strongest army of the Sage King. They don't have many people, but they are skilled. We can't make any mistakes. According to the Sage King's request, I will lead the terracotta soldiers with you. Bai Qi said. All right, I will give you 50,000. Meng Yi replied. All right, I can use the next period of time to practice. Bai Qi nodded. Wu Tian territory. On an island outside Wu Tian territory, one could vaguely see the heads of some soldiers moving about. On the beach, Di Renji led a few great Zhou generals and looked at Wu Tian territory in the distance. Lord, why did the Sky Emperor ask you to lead the 100,000 ox guards here? This is Wu Tian territory. Although the 1,000 ox guards are strong, they can't do anything to Wu Tian territory. A general frowned. Di Renji shook his head and said, You don't need to guess what the Sky Emperor is thinking. Our orders are to cooperate with Yin Chuan when the time is right. Yes, Wu Tian territory. Yin Chuan and his wife had not seen each other for many years and were stuck together. They told each other everything and played around. In a large hall in Wu Tian territory, the Feng clan's second prince had a gloomy expression. A few subordinates stood in front of him. Second prince, Yushi has been accompanying Yin Chuan for the past few days. She doesn't seem to care about the world. A subordinate said, That's right, second crown prince. You're so noble. Why do you want to marry Yushi? That's right, second crown prince. It's not worth it for you. His subordinates kept complaining, Bitch. A cold glint flashed across the second prince's eyes. Second crown prince, there are too many people in the Phoenix clan who admire you. Why must you hang yourself on Yushi? My younger sister also admires the second prince greatly. Second prince, my sister also admires second prince very much. His subordinates tried to persuade him. The second prince shook his head and said, This was arranged by Imperial Father. Phoenix Emperor? Phoenix Emperor's arrangement? Immediately, the subordinates did not dare to say anything. However, second crown prince, Heavenly Sage Wu is your grandfather, and this is your home ground. Why should you allow Yin Chuan to do as he pleases? Why don't you just take him down? One of his subordinates suggested. Grandfather's lecture is about to begin. This is not the time to be meddlesome. Furthermore, not only do I want Yushi's body, but I also want her heart. Once I have her heart, I will humiliate her and avenge today's humiliation. Just you wait. Soon, I will make Yin Chuan lose all his face. The second prince said coldly. Yes, Heavenly Wu territory by a small lake. Yin Chuan held Yushi's hand and strolled by the lake. It should be the second crown prince of the Phoenix clan who is monitoring us. Yushi said. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Monitoring? He won't be able to monitor us for much longer. You are really in the mood to let Yin Hentian recruit talents at this time? Yushi smiled. There is still half a year before the Heavenly Sage's lecture. If we don't recruit talents now, we won't have the chance in the future. After all, buying you out a great Zhou is not cheap. Yin Chuan teased. You are the one buying me out. Yushi pinched Yin Chuan's waist. Second crown prince of the Phoenix clan? In front of me, he is just a clown? No need to worry. Yin Chuan smiled. Then what do you plan to do with Dongfangjing sect and Renshu? Yushi curiously asked. Them? Since they are looking for trouble, they must have a plan. After half a year, if there is no result, I will save them. Yin Chuan said. Yushi nodded. Meow. Suddenly, Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Yin Chuan, are you going to fight with Heavenly Sage Wu? Meow excitedly asked. Who did you hear that from? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Is there need to ask? You are causing trouble everywhere you go. Meow said with a look of disdain. Yushi, who was standing aside, burst into laughter. Little guy, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by causing trouble everywhere I go? Chuan rolled his eyes. Meow, go ahead. It's okay. I will help you. I am very powerful now. Meow said excitedly. Chuan, heavenly Wu Weave. In a prison of sage Wu Weave. Do you know what you are doing? I am a righteous scholar, an ancient sage. How dare you treat me so rudely? You are tarnishing the righteousness of the world. You are a group of ignorant people. You are a disciple of a sage. When the saints feel my virtue, they will definitely punish you severely. In the prison, a fat man was scolding the prison guards. The two prison guards looked at each other, and their faces twitched slightly. Shut up. If you don't shut up, I will seal your mouth. One of the prison guards shouted. You can seal my mouth, but you can't seal justice. You black sheep, come on, come on. The fat man said stubbornly. Clang, clang, clang. The two prison guards opened the door. When the fat man saw that they were serious, he immediately yawned. Sigh, I am so sleepy. With that, the fat man immediately went to a corner, lay on the ground, and fell asleep. The two prison guards grabbed the chains and walked into the cell. When they saw the shameless fat man, their faces froze. This fat man was too shameless. There was a skinny man standing at the side. The skinny man looked at the fat man strangely. Seeing that the fat man had fallen asleep, the two prison guards snorted and walked out. However, just as they walked out, the fat man woke up and jumped up. Little prison guards, do you really think that you are sages? Even the eldest disciple of Sage did not dare to do anything to me. You are more powerful than him? My cultivation is sealed, but I will not allow you to be so presumptuous. Who am I? I am justice. The fatty continued to blabber on and on. The two prison guards had a headache again. Damn it, where did this weirdo come from? He is so annoying. One of the prison guards could not stand it anymore. Second brother, I have the urge to hit him too. The two prison guards looked at the fat man and said in a deep voice. The skinny man who was locked up with the fat man immediately said, You too, you can't hit him. This person is really a great scholar. He is useful to the sage, so he was locked up. He just wants to vent his dissatisfaction. Now that his cultivation is sealed, if you break his arms or legs, you will not be able to answer to the sage. The two prison guards were speechless. Rat Run, don't try to persuade them. If they want to hit him, let them. I don't believe that evil can win against good. The fat man shouted at the skinny man. Second brother, let's hit him. If we don't hit him, I will feel uncomfortable. One of the prison guards rolled up his sleeves and shouted. The other prison guard was extremely calm and said, The two of them were sent here by the sage's eldest disciple. They must be extremely important. Don't be reckless. Then what should we do? He keeps shouting here. I'm about to collapse. Ratrin said again, Actually, we are involved in a serious case of the sage's eldest disciple. If you really don't want to listen to my big brother's words, you can lock us up in a more remote place. It will not make things difficult for the two of you. When the two prison guards heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. What? I think this place is good. I am not leaving. The fat man shouted. However, the two prison guards were already tired of hearing this. How could they be willing to let the fat man stay? The two of them quickly escorted the fat man and Rat Run to the depths of the prison. The deeper they went, the more checkpoints there were. After making many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a huge prison cell in the depths of the underground. Bang! The two of them were kicked in by the prison guards. This is the most secure prison in Wu Tian Weave. There are 3,000 vicious and evil people inside. You can make a ruckus here. Ha ha ha. One of the prison guards laughed excitedly. Bang! The prison door slammed shut. At this time, Ratrin looked at the fat man and said, This time I am really convinced. Dongfang Junpai, you peeked at a sow bathing. How can you speak so righteously? You are too shameless. Bah! How would I know that the sage's eldest disciple has such a weird taste? His concubine is actually a pig demon. Also, didn't you see it too? Dongfang Junpai immediately said, I was tricked by you. Moreover, I vomited at that time. Ratrin said, You are too weak. Dongfang Junpai shook his head and said. Ratrin nodded and said, Who asked you to be my big brother? While the two of them were complaining, suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the dark prison. Ha ha, interesting. An ancient immortal actually called a puny earth immortal big brother. Ha ha ha, very interesting. What do you know? Rat Run and Dongfang Zhongpai cursed at the same time. In the distance, the person who was laughing suddenly froze. At the same time, the two of them quickly took out a jade pendant. On the jade pendant, the head of a horse slowly appeared. Found another one, noon of the 12 earthly branches. It is a horse. Sure enough, we guessed right. It is here. The two of them were excited. They looked around the huge prison. Finally, their eyes turned to the place where the two of them were cursing. A horse-faced man was chained to the wall on his back by 2 chains. The horse-faced man was being scolded by the two of them. At this time, his face was extremely ugly. Io, brother Ma, you are indeed as powerful as the legends say. Your wisdom is extraordinary. I have been waiting outside for a long time and have admired you for a long time. Dongfang Zhongpai immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Just now, you said that I know nothing. The horse-faced man seemed to be holding a grudge. This is the dialect of our hometown. It means that you are too wise, Dongfang Zhongpai said shamelessly. The horse-faced man. Chapter 1234. Half a year later, inside Wu Tian Weave's prison. At this moment, in front of Dongfang Zhongpai, there are 8 cultivators with their cultivation sealed and their shoulder blades locked. Senior Tiger, Senior Peacock, Senior Sangu. Hurry up, there are still many people waiting. Aren't you wasting everyone's time? Dongfang Zhongpai says. The 8 cultivators' faces twitch. Why aren't your cultivations sealed? How did you do it? A man with a tiger head says. Alas, we weren't originally locked up here. Naturally, we don't have as many seals as you. Rin Rat has already begun to dig a hole. If you all want to escape from this prison together, then hurry up. By the way, Senior Tiger, I heard that you have been locked up for nearly 10,000 years. Wow, if you don't leave with us this time, it might be even longer. Another 10,000 years? No, 100,000 years. Dongfang Zhongpai says. Everyone is silent. 3,000 extremely vicious criminals. Before they were captured, they were all bandit leaders imprisoned by saints. They had long had enough of the dark days. Now, Rinshu and Dongfang Bubi can bring everyone out. Who wouldn't be willing? However, Dongfang Zhongpai also has a request. After they leave, they must join the Great Jun Holy Court. The bandit leaders naturally agree. It doesn't matter if they join or not. As long as they can get out, even if they go back on their words, it doesn't matter, as long as they can escape. However, everyone underestimated Dong Fang Zhongpai and Rin Shu's shamelessness. Come, Senior Tiger, take off your clothes first. I have a shadow recording stone here. I will give you a few images. Dong Fang Zhongpai says with a smile. Senior Tiger's face is filled with shame. You want to use my naked images to threaten me? Senior Tiger, what are you saying? Don't you believe in my Dong Fang Zhongpai's character? Who am I? With a chest full of righteousness. How could he do such a tasteless thing? In the future, we will be colleagues. I will return it to you. I won't have a chance to come again. Just take a picture as a souvenir. Dong Fang Zhongpai says shamelessly. I won't. Senior Tiger's face is filled with shame and anger. Senior Tiger, you're in the wrong here. I'm sincere to you, but you won't even give me this little bit of face. How can I trust you? You will definitely not be willing to join the Great Jun Holy Court. Dongfang Zhongpai says. I, Senior Tiger, am a man of my words. I will definitely join the Great Jun Holy Court. I will, but this image, you are insulting me. Tiger says angrily. I'm a scholar. How could I do something that's disgraceful to a scholar? You misunderstood me again. Besides, there are only men here. What are you afraid of? I'll give it to you when we get out. There are still so many people waiting in line. You can't be thinking of staying here forever, right? Dongfang Zhongpai said earnestly. You are a scholar? Big Tiger looked at Dongfang Zhongpai with grief and indignation. I have to say, Senior Tiger, you are doubting my morals. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression turned solemn. You have morals? Big Tiger's face twitched. Senior Tiger, don't block it with your hands. Yes, yes, turn around. Let's leave a side view. Wu-Wu territory. Countless experts from the 20 western dominions of the western outer continent gathered to listen to the first sage's preaching. Yin Chuan and his group also flew over. Flying in the air from afar, endless merit points floated in the sky. Above the cloud of merit, there is a huge sage Dharma idol. Above the sage Dharma idol, there is a huge green cauldron. Around the cloud of merit, there seems to be a large amount of chi providence. The cauldron of creation. Mo Yushi points at the huge cauldron in the distance. This cauldron is worthy of being called the cauldron of creation. Yin Chuan sneered. This is the masterpiece of Wu Tian sage. He smelted countless treasures in the world and finally refined this cauldron. This cauldron can suppress chi providence and not lose merit. It is a rare treasure. Mo Yushi says. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan says, no, there's only one thing that can suppress chi providence, and that is the imperial seal. This cauldron only smelted countless imperial seals. As for suppressing merit, if a sage is here, he can gather them on his own. It does not matter if it suppresses or not. This cloud of merit is unusually calm because of my copper coffin. Oh, Mo Yushi looks at Yin Chuan in surprise. It is the sky-burying coffin. I can feel its aura. This huge green cauldron is made of special materials and does not have any special skills. Yin Chuan says. Oh, Mo Yushi nodded. At this moment, Yin Chuan and his group have more than 10 people. Leading them are Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, Yin Hentian, and Miao. There are also more than 10 people. They are the talents from the western continent that Yin Hentian has recruited for Dejun recently. Below the cloud of merit, there is a group of huge palaces. The biggest one is called Wu Tian Palace. Wu Tian Palace? Wu Tian Sage is really bold. Yin Hentian sneered. On the square of Wu Tian Palace, a large number of cultivators have already arrived and are exchanging pleasantries. The sages have yet to appear, but the disciples of the sages are entertaining the guests. The top experts of the various domains have gathered together and seem to have reached a tacit understanding. However, there are many other experts who do not know what is going on. They're all excited. The sudden arrival of Yin Chuan and his group immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some of them didn't know him, but some of them did some inquiries. Princess Yu Shi of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court? That is her husband, right? It seems that the second prince of the Phoenix clan wants to propose marriage to Great Zhou. He wants to marry her. This can't be, right? How can this be? I think I saw the second prince of the Phoenix clan just now. Many people were looking around. Soon, they saw the second prince of the Phoenix clan in front of Wu Tian Palace. Behind the second prince of the Phoenix clan is a group of subordinates. Seeing Yin Chuan and his group swagger over, the second prince's face turned ugly. Yin Chuan and his group landed safely on the plaza. Wu Tian Palace's plaza seems to be much more imposing than revered Heaven Palace's plaza. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Miao, you didn't bring me there back then. Miao complained. Aren't you coming now? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Not far away, the second prince of the Phoenix clan's expression changed. Prince, Yin Chuan is here, a subordinate said. The second prince nodded and led his subordinates in the direction of Yin Chuan. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked over curiously. Soon, the second prince of the Phoenix clan arrived in front of Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with disgust. The second prince blocked Yin Chuan's path, and his eyes flashed with arrogance. He did not say anything and just stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Miao, what did you see? Miao, what two big nostrils? Miao said very cooperatively. A lot of laughter immediately came from all around. Audacious, Yin Chuan, you actually still dare to come to Wu Tian Palace's plaza? The second prince said in a solemn voice. My guts have never been small. Who are you? Yin Chuan said coolly. Humph, still don't know who I am until now. The second prince revealed a trace of a cold smile. Turning around, the second prince looked at Mo Yushi and said, Princess Yushi, this is the person you fancy? He's my husband. Furthermore, my matters don't need second prince to trouble you. Mo Yushi said coolly. Trouble you? Princess Yushi's words are wrong. You're the woman I fancy. I need to let you see some things clearly. The second prince said with a smile. At the side, Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of cold light. I want you to see clearly what kind of coward your so-called husband is. The second prince said in a low voice. Ha! Mo Yushi revealed a trace of a mocking smile. Seeing Mo Yushi smile, the second prince's face showed a trace of displeasure, and he turned to look at Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi already knows who I am. Don't tell me you still don't know who I am. The second prince said in a low voice. I have some impression. You should be the second brother of some dead person, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Some dead person? The second prince narrowed his eyes and said, Humph, you killed my third brother. Don't think you can escape this enmity. My Phoenix clan hasn't come looking for you yet because we need to find my third brother's soul. Once he returns, my third brother will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Haha, we're really scared. Unfortunately, we're going to tell you. Yin Chuan revealed a trace of a cold smile and said, No one can save the people we kill. What do you mean? The second prince's expression suddenly changed. We're here to find the saints. We don't have time to play riddles with you. Scram. Yin Chuan said indifferently. What? Do you know where this place is? You dare tell me to scram? The second prince said coldly. The conflict between the two sides had already attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was looking over. The various weave lords and the disciples of the saints were all coldly looking at Yin Chuan's group. We don't want to kill anyone today. Don't provoke us. Now scram. Yin Chuan said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. What is this person doing? That's the grandson of a saint. Does he dare to kill him? The surrounding cultivators looked over curiously. However, the second prince was even more fearless. Yin Chuan, I'll tell you one more time. Mo Yushi is mine. You, a little upstart, want to compete with me? If not for grandfather's lecture, I would have captured you long ago and used torture to temporarily avenge my third brother's death. Now, scram from Skyless Hall's plaza. Huh, say that again? Yin Chuan suddenly laughed. I said, scram from Skyless Hall's plaza immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The second prince said coldly. At the same time, he looked at Mo Yushi from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he wanted to slap Yin Chuan's face to change Mo Yushi's image in her heart. Many of the saint's disciples took a step forward, as if to boost the second prince's momentum. Countless cultivators pressured Yin Chuan with their auras. If it was someone else, they would have been unable to endure it. However, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Are you courting death? With the support of countless seniors and juniors, the Skyless Hall's plaza was practically united against Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan actually dared to say such words? Ha, courting death? You say I'm courting death? Why don't you take a look at where you are? So what if I'm courting death? Do you dare to kill me? This is my grandfather's teaching ground. Do you dare to touch a single hair on my head? The second prince laughed disdainfully. Yin Chuan's face turned gloomy. Come on, come and kill me, the second prince laughed proudly. I've never heard of such a request. As you wish. Yin Chuan's face suddenly turned cold. Boom! With extreme speed, Yin Chuan appeared in front of the second prince in an instant. Then he extended his right index finger and jabbed it at the second prince's forehead. Stop! The surrounding saint's disciples, who were watching the commotion, immediately exclaimed. However, it was already too late. Yin Chuan's right index finger suddenly pierced through the second prince's forehead. The huge force caused the back of the second prince's head to explode. Yin Chuan really killed the second prince? Countless cultivators watched this scene in shock. Suddenly, they realized that Yin Chuan's group did not seem to be here to listen to the Tao. They were here to cause trouble for the saints. How dare you? A loud, furious roar rang out in the air. Chapter 1235. Impudent. A furious roar resounded in the air. A vast aura descended from the sky like the might of the heavens. Boom! The huge aura was like a shockwave. Many cultivators were pushed back and fell to the ground. The shockwave rushed towards Yin Chuan's group. It was so huge that it seemed like it would crush them. Yin Chuan suddenly took a step forward. Yin Chuan's aura suddenly erupted and clashed with the aura, protecting everyone behind him. The two auras clashed, creating a storm in Skyless Palace's plaza. Boom! The storm raged, and one could clearly see a cross-section formed by the storm. The storm blew in all directions from that cross-section, and that cross-section was the place where the two forces collided. Due to the difference in cultivation, Yin Chuan's aura was slightly weaker. However, Yin Chuan's aura contained an unsurpassable ruthlessness. It was a peerless ruthlessness that made up for the lack of aura. Whoosh! A group of white-robed men suddenly appeared in front of Yin Chuan. The leader's face was shrouded in white mist, making it impossible to see his face. He leaned forward slightly, and a huge aura came from his person. Then, he charged straight at Yin Chuan. The white-robed men behind him quickly hugged the Phoenix Race's second prince, whose head had exploded. "Greetings, sage!" The surrounding cultivators immediately greeted respectfully. The leader who clashed with Yin Chuan's aura was the sage here. The first sage, Wu Tian. "Master, the second prince is dead," the person hugging the second prince said with an unsightly expression. Only then did Wu Tian turn his head and look at the second prince, who was enraged by Yin Chuan's aura. "Let me take a look," Wu Tian said. Everyone quickly handed the second prince to Wu Tian, a trace of hope flashing in their eyes. There was a small hole in the second prince's forehead. Yin Chuan's finger had pierced it. There was a huge hole in the back of his head. The entire back of his head had exploded. Wu Tian checked and found that the second prince was dead. He waved his hand. Boom! The entire square of the Skyless Palace was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and a cold wind blew. Rumble! It was as if heavenly Tao had appeared all around him. The ground beneath his feet suddenly became slightly transparent. He could vaguely make out a patch of darkness beneath his feet. Within the darkness, there were a few ghosts flying about. Underworld? The sage communicated with the Yin and Yang realms. Are they looking for the second prince's soul? The sage's methods are shocking. With a sage making a move, it's hard to die even if you want to. For a time, countless cultivators in the plaza revealed expressions of extreme reverence. Not far away, Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile and said, "There's no need to search. No one can save the people I kill." The moment Yin Chuan finished speaking, the entire plaza was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Yin Chuan. Was the person in front of him really not afraid of death? Killing his grandson in front of the saint? And now, he was saying that no one could save him, no matter what. Everyone understood one thing. The Yin Chuan in front of them was not here to listen to the sage's preaching. He was here to cause a scene. The cultivators came to this conclusion. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Was this a joke? The person in front of them was here to cause a scene? He killed the saint's grandson and spoke rudely? The various factions in the plaza were not suspicious of each other. Although they were here to listen to the sage's preaching, they were actually here to ask the sage to step in and deal with the Great Zhou dynasty's wanton invasion. It could be said that everyone supported the sage. Was Yin Chuan in front of them, making an enemy of everyone? The disciples of the sage immediately glared at Yin Chuan angrily. Not far away, the various territory lords were also looking at Yin Chuan with gloomy expressions. The sage searched for a while, but in the end, he could not find the second prince's soul. He finally knew that his grandson's soul had been destroyed. Turning his head, the sage glared angrily at Yin Chuan. Suddenly, a pair of eyes vaguely appeared on his blurry face. The sage's eyes. The moment the sage's eyes appeared, a terrifying feeling instantly struck everyone's hearts. It was a pair of eyes that seemed to contain heavenly might. With one look, almost everyone's hearts trembled. Plop, plop. In an instant, a large number of cultivators in the plaza suddenly knelt down. They could not help but pay their respects. It was a kind of worship that could not be resisted. Mo Yushi's expression changed. Yin Chuan instantly blocked Mo Yushi. The people behind him trembled. Yin Chuan saw that his subordinates could not hold on any longer. He waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! It seemed to form a large fog that covered all his subordinates. Yin Chuan's eyes were fixed on the sage's eyes. There was anger in the sage's eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of surprise. The sage knew how much of an impact his eyes had on one's mind. However, not only was Yin Chuan unaffected, he could even look straight at him. Sage Wu Tian, is this how you treat your guests? Yin Chuan said coldly. Treat guests? Are you still a guest? Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at him strangely. Before the sage could speak, a person behind him suddenly shouted. Treat guests? Humph, you killed the sage's grandson in the sage's training ground. Are you still a guest? A man in white shouted. Yin Chuan looked at him coldly and ignored him. In Hentian suddenly stood out and said, You are the sage's eldest disciple, right? Are you deaf? Just now, everyone heard that he was courting death. He was the one who said, Come and kill me. We were just fulfilling his wish out of kindness. The sage's eldest disciple. All the experts in the plaza, although they did not want to admit it, the second prince had indeed said such despicable words before he died. Everyone knew that it was to ridicule Yin Chuan. However, who would have thought that Yin Chuan would take it seriously? Who are you? The sage's eldest disciple shouted coldly. I'm Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian said in a low voice. A descendant of the Yin family? It was your Yin family that caused the collapse of the heavenly Tao. You are indeed jackals of the same tribe. The sage's eldest disciple said coldly. Yin Hentian looked at the sage and sneered. All the sages in the world know that my Yin family has been wronged. You still want to twist the truth? Forget it. I did not expect you to clear my name. Skyless Palace? You don't even respect the heavens. How can you be fair for the world? How dare you? The sage shouted angrily. Boom. A huge force rushed toward Yin Hentian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Huff! Yin Chuan quickly stood in front of Yin Hentian. Meow. Meow was also angry and stared at the sage. Yin Hentian, are you all right? Yin Chuan asked worriedly. I won't die. Sage King, you don't have to worry about me. Yin Hentian laughed. Yin Chuan nodded his head and turned to look at the sage. The dozens of subordinates that Yin Chuan had just recruited had worried looks on their faces. They were recruited by Yin Hentian and thought that they were only here to listen to the sage's teachings. Who would have thought that the Sage King would fight with the sage? Everyone was in a dilemma. Sage King of great accomplishment, Yin Chuan, I have heard of your name. However, this is my teaching ground after all. In my teaching ground, you killed my grandson, spoke rudely, and did not repent. You colluded with demons and created chaos in my teaching ground. No one can save you today. Sage Wu Tian said again. The moment he spoke, he sealed off Yin Chuan's path of survival. When the sage spoke, the surrounding territorial lords naturally took a step forward. In addition to the sage's aura, there were hundreds of powerful auras that pressed down on Yin Chuan. All of them were ancestral immortals. Under the surging aura, Yin Chuan's subordinates could not stand it. Meow, protect everyone, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow, Meow replied. Meow jumped to the group of subordinates. Instantly, everyone felt the aura around them disappear. Under the combined aura of hundreds of ancestral immortals and the sage's aura, the ground beneath Yin Chuan's feet cracked. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and looked at Sage Wu Tian. Let's talk about it directly. I also want to see what the first sage is capable of. However, I'm not here to learn from the first sage. The sage snorted and looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stretched out his right hand. Mo, she immediately handed over an imperial edict. Sage Wu Tian, and all of the territorial lords here, it's not hard to guess what you're plotting. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court is going to dominate the Western Outer Continent. This time, I am here on behalf of Wu Jiong to issue a challenge to all of you. All of you are to head to Luoyang to accept your deaths. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. He unfurled the edict. On the edict were the words, "All of you, head to Luoyang to accept your deaths." These words were naturally written by Yin Chuan. The blank edict that Wu Jiong had left MOU, she was for Yin Chuan to fill in. Yin Chuan had naturally written it very concisely. What? The expressions of the surrounding territorial lords changed. This was not just a feud with Yin Chuan. Was Wu Jiong from Great Zhou mixed in as well? Wu Jiong's challenge? The sage's eyes narrowed. Didn't all of you gather to target the Great Zhou Heavenly Court? What's the point of putting on an act? This is a good opportunity. If you miss it, it'll be difficult to gather so many people again. Moreover, if you can't resolve this today, you'll all be killed one by one. Yin Chuan said coldly. Ridiculous. Sage Wu Tian shouted coldly. Ridiculous? Sage, are you going to accept this letter of challenge or not? Yin Chuan took a step forward and asked with a cold smile. The surrounding territorial lords clenched their fists. Sage, accept it. We'll accompany you to destroy Wu Jiong. Sage, accept it. If the Great Zhou is destroyed, we'll only respect Sage Wu Tian in the Western Outer Continent. If we destroy the Great Zhou, we're willing to form an alliance with the Western Outer Continent. Sage, you'll be our leader. The territorial lords were all shouting. They all understood the distribution of power in the Heavenly Court. If Wu Jiong unified the Western Outer Continent, everyone would prosper and those who opposed would perish. The sage would rule the Western Outer Continent and still focus on education. The territorial lords would still be like feudal lords without much influence. Now, Wu Jiong had issued a challenge to everyone. Everyone's watching you. Sage, will you accept it or not? If you accept it, the will of the people will be impregnable. If you don't, after today, the hearts of these people will scatter. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Chapter 1236. Everyone is looking at you. Sage, are you going to accept or not? If you accept, we'll be united. If you don't, they'll all be disunited after today. Yin Chuan sneered. Everyone suddenly looked at the sage. Indeed, all of the Weave Lords had come here today, so that the sage could take the lead and lead everyone to uproot the dangerous Great Zhou Imperial Court. It was just a discussion, but in the blink of an eye, it had become an official battle. Today, the experts of nearly 20 domains of the Western Outer Continent had gathered. It was too difficult for them to handle such a situation. For a moment, Yin Chuan's killing of the Phoenix clan's second crown prince was no longer the focus of attention. The focus was on the sage's attitude and whether he was willing to lead them to destroy Great Zhou. Wu Jiong's challenge was already in his face. If the sage backed down now, no one would be willing to support him anymore. Sage Wu Tian was also staring at Yin Chuan. Although he did not fear Wu Jiong, he did not want to clash with Wu Jiong from the bottom of his heart. He had only wanted to negotiate and draw a clear boundary between the domains. He did not expect Wu Jiong's challenge to be so direct. Fight or talk? No, there was nothing to talk about now. Wu Jiong wanted to fight with him to decide the fate of the entire Western Outer Continent. Wu Tian did not want to fight because he felt that the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was extremely strange. It was as if there was something hidden in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court that he could not see. It was extremely dangerous. However, if he did not fight, the heroes around him would no longer support him. As Yin Chuan said, the hearts of the people would be disunited. The first sage would no longer have the power to rally supporters. In comparison, the matter of the second crown prince was nothing. After all, the sage had many grandchildren and descendants. Sage, let's fight. Sage, we'll all support you. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court has gone too far. Today, we're united. If we don't accept the challenge today, Wu Jiong will pressure us step by step in the future. Sage, Wu Jiong is extremely ambitious. Today, we're united. In the future, Wu Jiong will defeat us one by one. Sage, all of the Weave Lords asked for permission. They wanted to destroy the Great Zhou Heavenly Court in one fell swoop. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court's momentum was too strong, and it was extremely invasive. He had to pull it out as soon as possible. Could it be that an alliance of 20 territories in the western outer continent could not defeat a single Wu Jiong? There was even the first sage here. Countless Weave Lords felt their hearts surge. The saint looked at the people around him. For a moment, determination flashed through his heart. "All right," the sage shouted. Everyone suddenly fell silent. "Since Wu Jiong wants to die, then you can't blame me. Domain Lords, why don't you follow me to Luoyang to meet Wu Jiong?" The saint said solemnly. "We wouldn't dare to disobey," the Weave Lord said excitedly. She looked at Yin Chuan with a tinge of worry in her eyes. Yin Chuan looked at the sage and smirked. Everything had just begun. "Sage, this is the letter of challenge. Take it." Yin Chuan tossed out Wu Jiong's imperial edict. "Pa!" The saint reached out and took it. Then, the saint's eyes, which were as mighty as the heavens, stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was still fearless, as if he was already prepared to fight the saint. When two armies fight, envoys are not to be killed. However, envoys like you are too despicable. I really can't tolerate you. Stay here and wait for me to destroy Luoyang before I deal with you," Sage Wu Jiong said. As he spoke, he reached out and pointed at the sky. He controlled the huge cauldron of creation above the virtuous cloud sea. Boom! The cauldron of creation suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. For a moment, countless virtuous virtues descended from the cauldron of creation, forming huge pillars that quickly surrounded Yin Chuan, forming a cage-like area. Boom! The void around the cage suddenly trembled. Then it instantly distorted. Yushi's expression suddenly changed. She looked around anxiously and said, "This is a new space? We've been locked up?" "In the outside world," the saint said in a deep voice. "That's right. This is a space that I created. Although it looks like you're right in front of me, you've already entered a new space. Here, you can't use any heavenly power. Unless you have your own great Tao, you'll never be able to come out." Yin Chuan said with a ferocious expression, "Are you going to fight to the death, saint?" "Fight to the death. You're not worthy," the saint sneered. Yin Chuan's smile became even more ferocious. "All disciples of the sacred land, stay here. Ancestral immortals of the various territories, follow me," the saint shouted. "All right." Immediately, the group of experts shouted. Boom! The saint led 100 figures and quickly soared into the sky, heading towards the northeast. The saint led 100 ancestral immortals straight to Luoyang. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the group of people disappeared. Behind Yin Chuan, the group of people who had just been summoned changed their expressions drastically. Was it over? Was it really over? The saint's target? And they were trapped here? They were doomed? Immediately, most of their expressions changed drastically. However, those who had been summoned by Enchantment were not all brainless people. Suddenly, someone realized that Yin Chuan and Enchantment were not worried at all. "Meow? Yin Chuan, what are you going to do now?" Meow was not in a hurry. She jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and asked. She also looked at Yin Chuan worriedly. "Wu Jiong, what if we can't stop Saint Wu Tian? Moreover, there are 100 ancestral immortals. Those are ancestral immortals. Heh, if you don't have the ambition to fight the world, you're not worthy of being the celestial emperor." Yin Chuan laughed. "Then what do we do now?" She asked in a low voice. "Everything has just begun. Let's wait and see," Yin Chuan said coldly. She nodded. This wait lasted for 3 days. On the third day, outside the West Continent, Great Zhou's heavenly court, Luoyang. Above Luoyang, countless rays of providence surged. Below, Great Zhou's Taiji Palace. In front of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong stood in the square of Taiji Palace in his dragon robe. Behind Wu Jiong were a group of Great Zhou's officials and experts. Ancestral Dragon, Princess Taiping, and countless other elites of Great Zhou were all gathered. A large number of troops were on standby. The entire Luoyang was on full alert. Boom! Outside Luoyang, a powerful aura spread out. Under a ray of white light, a heavenly might pressed down on the entire Luoyang. Yuan Tiangang waved his hand, and countless arrays covered Luoyang. St. Wu Tian had arrived. Boom! 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 Gusts of wind blew in all directions. Behind Saint, one figure after another suddenly appeared. 100 ancestral immortals followed Saint to Luoyang. With Saint in the lead, everyone stared at Wu Jiong in front of Taiji Palace. Wu Jiong looked at Saint coldly with a fierce expression. Boom! The powerful auras of the two sides collided, and endless gusts of wind swept up in the surroundings. Inside Luoyang, in a small courtyard, a man stood in the courtyard. He looked at the Saint and the 100 ancestral immortals outside the city and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Send a message to the sacred king, the man said solemnly. Yes, your excellency. A subordinate beside him said solemnly. The subordinate took out a small fish tank in front of him. There was a small goldfish swimming in the fish tank. The subordinate reached out and squeezed. Bang! The goldfish was crushed and died on the spot. At the same time, in the square of Skyless Palace, Yin Chuan held a life token in his hand. Crack! The life token suddenly shattered into pieces. That's a life token? Who died? Mo, she asked curiously. It's just a fish. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan looked at the creation cauldron above his head. Renjia, make your move. Don't leave a single one of them alive. Kill them all. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. With that, his voice suddenly exploded in all directions of Skyless Palace. What? The saint's disciples on the square were shocked. At this moment, in a distant valley, Renjia and the 1,000 Bulgar were watching everything in front of them. Attack! Renjia shouted loudly. Yes! Hundreds of 1,000 Bulgar rushed into the sky. At the front was a huge monster, the exploding beast. Kill! The 100,000 soldiers shouted, and the sound of battle shook the sky. How dare you be so impudent in the saint's sect? Immediately, a large number of saint's disciples rushed towards Renjia. Among them, there were even ancestral immortals. The exploding beast flew at the front. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of everyone. What is that monster? Who cares? How dare you invade my sect? Everyone must die. Die with Yin Chuan. Just as everyone was about to attack, self-destruct, the exploding beast shouted. Hong! The first sound of battle rang out. Ah, no! The saint's disciples were instantly blown to pieces. Kill! The 1,000 Bull Guard charged forward. In the distance at the foot of two mountains, Bai Qi and Meng, he led the terracotta army and hid in the forest. Everyone, remember to eliminate the source of trouble. The 1,000 Bull Guard will fight. If any saint's disciple tries to escape, kill him without mercy. Bai Qi shouted. Yes. The terracotta army answered immediately. Rumble. Immediately, the fierce battle in the saint's sect began. Oh no, that's the 1,000 Bull Guard of Great Zhou. Also, that's the exploding beast. Quick, activate the array. A saint's disciple shouted. Inside, Yin Chuan looked at the cage that trapped him. Yin Chuan sneered. He reached out and grabbed at the sky. Come here. Rumble. The original cage suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Yin Chuan doesn't have a great Tao. How did he shake the array? Someone exclaimed. Oh no. Look at the cauldron of creation. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the cauldron of creation suddenly exploded. It just exploded out of thin air. Rumble. At the moment of the explosion, a huge coffin suddenly flew out of the cauldron of creation. The coffin went straight for Yin Chuan. It instantly burrowed into Yin Chuan's sleeve. The cage that trapped Yin Chuan and the others immediately collapsed. Oh no, Yin Chuan is trying to escape, an ancestral immortal exclaimed. Where do you think you're going? Immediately, 3 ancestral immortals pounced on Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sneered and said, You're not worthy of my attack. Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, Yin Chuan led everyone into the sky and flew out. In the blink of an eye, they flew out of the Saints' sex array. They stood outside the array and looked down at the battle below. Countless thousand bull guards attacked the array in a frenzy. There were about 10 million disciples around Skyless Palace, but not all of them were peerless experts. Although there were only 100,000 bull guards, their combat strength was shocking. There are 10 ancestral immortals. She looked at the heavenly Daos in the drill ground solemnly. Rinjia was currently dealing with 2 ancestral immortals, while the exploding beast was also dealing with 5 ancestral immortals. After all, the exploding beast was too dangerous. It would self-detonate and fly to a place with many people. Once it self-detonated, it would kill countless people. The remaining 3 ancestral immortals were currently suppressing the 1,000 bull guards. However, the 1,000 bull guards were also veterans. Although there were casualties, they were still at ease. 10 ancestral immortals? Like I said, this is only the beginning. Yin Chuan said in a low voice, "Destroying the Saints' sect is breaking the foundation of the Saints. We in Saint Wu Tian will be irreconcilable." She said worriedly. "Don't worry, it's just a saint. Didn't Wu Jiong want me to attract the hatred of the saints? It doesn't matter. For you, even if I kill Saint Wu Tian, so what?" Yin Chuan said in a low voice. She nodded sweetly. "But, do you need help? If we destroy the saint's sect, Saint Wu Tian will soon sense it. He will definitely come back." She said worriedly. "Don't be too fast. I want to wait for the saints to come back slowly. Wu Jiong can't kill Saint Wu Tian. When Saint Wu Tian comes back, let me do it." Yin Chuan said in a low voice. "You can fight a saint?" She said in surprise. Yin Chuan smiled. "Meow, I can help you." Meow was even more excited now. "Don't worry. Since I'm here today, I have thought of everything. Saint a battle? Hee, this is only the beginning." Yin Chuan said with narrowed eyes. She grabbed Yin Chuan's arm, her eyes full of tenderness. Below, the 1,000 bull guards were charging at the Saint sect. However, the Saint sect was not just for show. For a time, neither side could do anything to the other. Flames of war soared into the sky. Outside the Saints' teaching ground, the battle was extremely intense. Countless corpses flew into the sky. Even 1,000 bull guards lost more than half of their numbers. Suddenly, only 30,000 of them were left. The exploding beasts exploded many times, killing an ancestral immortal. However, there were still many ancestral immortals, and the exploding beasts were having a hard time. In the distance, Rinja also had a hard time saying, "Yin Di, please help." Yin Chuan waved his hand. "Fire! Fire!" 2 loud shouts came from the forest in the distance. Whoosh! 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 100,000 arrows rained down on the Saints' training ground from 2 mountain forests. Like 100,000 meteor shower, they instantly rushed into the crowd. For a time, there were countless casualties. Everyone, listen up. There are still 9 ancestral immortals. You have many ancient immortals. Kill the ancestral immortals and become ancestral immortals with your own abilities. He shouted. Roar! The terracotta soldiers were excited. Yin Chuan's strongest army was displayed in front of everyone. At this moment, Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and stared at the exploding beasts. Yin Hentian was holding a life token in his hand. The life token shattered. Sage King, this might not be good. According to the news from Phoenix Emperor's territory, Phoenix Emperor suddenly left his territory. It is very likely that he is coming for us. Sage King, you will not only be facing Sage King, but also Phoenix Emperor. Yin Hentian said worriedly. Fighting Sage King and Phoenix Emperor at the same time? Isn't that? She looked anxious again. It's fine. I have already considered it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 of them stopped talking. They were guessing what other trump cards Yin Chuan had. At this moment, in a valley far away from the Sage sect, Gong Yangxian looked at the scene in astonishment. How dare he? Does Yin Chuan want to die? Gong Yangxian said in shock. Old ancestor, this Yin Chuan is courting death. Courting death? We can't do anything. Sage, I have already convinced Sage Shiman. Quick, inform Sage Shiman and let him kill Yin Chuan. Gong Yangxian said excitedly. Yes. Chapter 1237. At Skyless Halls Plaza, the various mountain ranges around the sages' training ground were filled with the disciples and grand disciples of the sages. After the 1,000 bull guards fought, many of the sages' disciples and grand disciples had fallen. Of course, there were not many 1,000 bull guards left. The battle was extremely intense. At this moment, the strongest army of the great Zhun dynasty appeared, making the battle even more intense. Bastard, my great-grandfather is a sage. How dare you kill me? Arg, how can this be? How can there be so many ancient immortals? Arg, miserable screams rang out as the terracotta soldiers showed their ferocious side. Smoke rose in the surroundings. Strong winds blew, and sand and rocks flew. For a time, the battlefield was shrouded in fog. More and more disciples and grand disciples of the sages gathered in the distance. However, the terracotta soldiers were too ferocious. When the cultivators who charged into the battlefield saw the bloodthirsty terracotta soldiers, their first thought was to turn around and run. However, Meng Yi and Bai Qi ordered them to kill all of them. How could they let these people escape? The massacre continued, and it was extremely cruel. Many of them were not even disciples of the sages. However, since they were here, they did not intend to let them go. High in the sky, a strong wind blew from the battlefield, causing Yin Chuan's robes to flutter. Yin Chuan stood at the very front. Mo Yushi and Yin Hentian stood beside him. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Behind the three were dozens of Western Outer Continent experts and wise men who had just been recruited. Originally, they wanted to join the great Jin dynasty. However, not long ago, Yin Chuan suddenly went crazy and went against the sages. That made the dozens of experts cry out in grief. That was a sage, a peerless expert who represented more than half of the Western Outer Continent. Yin Chuan was going to fight against it by himself? When the sages used their contributions to trap them in the cage, all of them were on the verge of despair. However, several days had already passed. Everyone suddenly felt like they were dreaming. The Sage King did not go crazy, but had planned this all along. Everything was within the Sage King's plan. A person who dared to go against a sage outside his home ground? What kind of emperor are we following? Everyone was at a loss, but more than that, they were excited. The Western Outer Continent, the capital of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, Luoyang. Rumble. The sky above Luoyang turned dark as the void trembled. On the ground, there was a massive earth trench that stretched for 500,000 kilometers. 100 ancestral immortals. Such an enormous number was more than enough to kill saints. But now, 100 ancestral immortals were fighting alongside the first sage against the entire Luoyang city. Countless arrays protected Luoyang city. Outside Luoyang city, the void shattered. In the four directions of the shattered void, there was a huge Tai Chi Yin Yang fish pattern revolving around. The Tai Chi Yin Yang fish circled around as if sealing off the void. In a dim environment, Wu Jiong's expression was ferocious. Behind him, a giant golden heavenly Tao soared into the sky. No, this did not seem to be the heavenly Tao, because there were two animal carvings on the golden heavenly Tao. A dragon and a phoenix danced around the heavenly Tao. This was Wu Jiong's great Tao. Under the great Tao, Wu Jiong's power was like the might of the heavens, fiercely crashing towards Saint Wu Tian. Behind Wu Tian, a total of 300 heavenly Taos soared into the sky. The heavenly Taos circled around Wu Tian, and terrifying surges of power were mobilized by him. Wherever the heavenly Taos passed, the void seemed to distort. Saint, you're mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? Huh, too bad this world isn't complete. That's all a saint like you can do. Wu Jiong's eyes were cold. Boom! Their palms collided. Great Tao? You created your own great Tao? No wonder you dare to talk back to me. Oomph. The sacred ruler was not to be outdone. Just as the two were about to fight, the saint's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, something happened to my teaching grounds? Someone is destroying my skyless hall. The saint said grimly. You only know now? Too late. You're a malignant tumor of the western outer continent. I've given you many chances, but you've been stubborn. This time, I have no choice but to take action. Since I've taken action, you must get out of the western outer continent. Naturally, your foundation will be completely destroyed. Wu Jiong said coldly. What a vicious heart. Wu Jiong, I won't let you have your way. The saint said coldly. You have no choice. This world no longer belongs to the saints. How dare you be so arrogant? Skyless Hall? Looking down on the heavens? Haha, without the protection of the heavens, you saints are just livestock for us to slaughter. Wu Jiong said coldly. Bastard. The saint was enraged. Rumble. The battle between the two peerless experts became even more ferocious. Wu Tian weave. Deep underground. Ninth, Rat was digging a hole in the ground. Behind him was Dongfang Zhengpai and 3,000 vicious bandits. At this moment, they were no longer as fierce as they were in the past. Or rather, everyone had learned that there was something that could restrain arrogance, and that was shamelessness. Although they were not peerless heroes, they were once the overlords of a region. To be able to be taken care of by the saints, no matter how bad they were still people of status. However, the crowd had seen countless people, but they had never seen such shameless people. It could be said that they were the epitome of shamelessness. No one knew what kind of shameless ideas they would have in the next moment. Therefore, the bandits were all in awe of the two. Everyone, no matter what, were in the same boat. You don't have to look like your mother has died, Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Everyone, after a moment of silence, one of the horse-faced men said in a deep voice, two division heads, Senior Horse King, you're the person that the Saint King is looking for. What do you want? Just say it. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. That's Zhen. It's the holy dynasty of Dezhen. Dongfang Zhengpai corrected. Yes, is the Saint King of the holy dynasty of Dezhen similar to you? Horse King asked worriedly. When Horse King said that, everyone's expression changed. They all looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Yes, Dongfang Zhengpai was already shameless enough to make everyone feel like dying. If the Saint King of Dezhen was the same, everyone could not imagine how dark their future would be. Some even wanted to go back to prison. Similar? How is that possible? How can he be as righteous as me? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately denied. Dongfang Zhengpai praised himself again and belittled Yin Chuan. However, for some reason, everyone sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. Horse King sighed. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. No. Everyone immediately said. Everyone fell silent again. However, they still felt uncomfortable. After all, they used to be the overlords of their respective regions. Now they had to bow down. They were still unwilling. Is the holy dynasty of Dezhen powerful? Horse King asked again. It should be very powerful. Dongfang Zhengpai said. What do you mean by should be? How powerful is the holy dynasty of Dezhen? If we escape today, will Yin Chuan hand us over because of Saint Wu's anger in the future? Horse King asked again. The others were also conflicted. How is that possible? As long as you are recognized by the Saint King will not hand you over. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shook his head. Is that so? But he is a saint. No, he is the first saint. Very few saint kings in the world dare to resist the first saint's oppression. Horse King was still worried. Yes, we are worried that if we submit to the holy dynasty of Dezhen today, the first saint will take us back in the future. Can Yin Chuan withstand the pressure of a saint? Another person shouted. Everyone was feeling uneasy as they walked and discussed among themselves. They were worried about their future. Boom! There was a loud explosion in front of them. Haha, we are out. After taking a big detour, we have finally reached the surface. Everyone, follow me out. Ninth, Rat shouted in front of them. Everyone was excited and quickly rushed to the cave entrance. It was a valley. Everyone quickly walked out of the cave. Rumble. In the distance, a loud explosion came from the south. What's going on? The sky is dark in the distance. Are they fighting? Someone actually dares to cause trouble in the first saint's territory. Let me see who it is. 3,000 bandits quickly climbed up the mountain and looked into the distance from the top. Although their cultivation was sealed, their eyesight was still there. They could see the distance at a glance. What did I see? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The disciples of the saints are being slaughtered? That is the eldest disciple of the saint who captured me. Ah, he's being chased by that saber cultivator? What a fierce army. When did such a fierce army appear in the world? They're going to uproot the saint's dojo. Uproot? Who has the guts? While everyone was talking, Dongfang Zhongpai suddenly saw Yin Chuan. Look, there he is. That is the great perfection Sage King. Your future Sage King? Dongfang Zhongpai shouted. As he spoke, everyone turned to look at the sky in the distance. In the strong wind, a man was standing in the sky with a group of people. His long robe was fluttering in the wind. As if he saw some of the disciples of the saints trying to escape, the man waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of soldiers rushed over and killed all the disciples of the saints who were trying to escape. Then, they rushed back into the battlefield. That man was commanding the army to slaughter the disciples of the saints. Everyone was speechless. That is the great perfection Sage King? Ma Wang said in disbelief. Yes, so you don't have to worry. The Sage King will not tremble when he sees the saints, and he will not hand you over. Dongfang Zhongpai explained. Tremble? Tremble? The emperor in front of them wanted to kill the saints. Would he be afraid of the saints? These were the disciples of the first saint. How could he massacre them so brazenly? The bandits immediately became excited. At the very least, such an emperor would not disgrace them. Chapter 1238. Dongfang Zhongpai and Ren Shu stood on the mountain with 3,000 bandits, watching Yin Chuan commanding the army to destroy the sage's sect. Ren Shu had a complicated look in his eyes. When Ren Shu joined Dezhun, he was cheated by Dongfang Zhongpai. He did not have a strong sense of belonging to Dezhun because he did not think highly of Dezhun. But how long had it been? Yin Chuan had become so arrogant? This was the base of the first sage. In the distance, Yin Chuan was watching the battlefield. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around. Wait here, I'll be right back. Yin Chuan said to Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi and the others nodded. Meow, I want to go too. Meow suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan took a step and instantly arrived at the mountain where Dongfang Zhongpai was. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past, and the group of bandits looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Sage King, you've gone too far this time. What if the sage comes back? Dongfang Zhongpai said excitedly. Yeah, the first sage is not simple. Ren Shu said worriedly. Before Yin Chuan could say anything, Meow, who was on his shoulder, interrupted. Meow, what's so great about the sage? We're waiting for him here. Meow said proudly. Ren Shu was stunned. Meow, Sage Wu Tian doesn't know his limits. This time, we're going to teach him a lesson. Meow said again. The bandits were speechless. Doesn't know his limits? The bandits seemed to have heard from the sage that the sage had scolded them. Now, the sage was being scolded by someone else? By the way, Sage King, this is the Horse King, a horse. Dongfang Zhongpai suddenly pulled out a horse-faced man from the crowd. Horse? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but he immediately reacted. Horse? A horse with ancestral bloodline? This time, Yin Chuan didn't look at the Horse King. Instead, he looked at Dongfang Zhongpai and Ninth Rat. This wasn't the first time. Had the two of them found these special bloodlines in the sea of people? Greetings, Sage King. The Horse King said respectfully to Yin Chuan. Oh, Yin Chuan looked at the Horse King in confusion. Haha, Sage King, these are the friends I made in prison. They have all agreed to join the Great Zhun Holy Court. Dongfang Zhongpai said, Join Great Zhun? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly as he looked at the 3,000 people. These people all had ferocious looks on their faces, and their arrogance soared to the heavens. However, it was as if their cultivation bases had been sealed. "Greetings, Holy King," the bandit said respectfully. Yin Chuan looked at everyone, his eyes flashing with an emotional sigh as he said, "For everyone to be able to enter my great Jun, Yin Chuan is endlessly grateful. Although we were very worried in prison, we have already seen the Sage King's might. We have no more complaints. We are willing to serve the great Jun." One of the bandits said, "We are willing to serve the great Jun," the bandits said respectfully. "Good." Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Dongfang Zhenpai and Ninth Rat and said, "The two of you did well. The great Jun will remember this merit." "Ha ha, well said." Dongfang Zhenpai laughed. Ninth Rat also felt excited. After saying that, Yin Chuan looked at the 3,000 bandits and waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, a sea of blood enveloped everyone. The bandits' expressions changed, thinking that Yin Chuan was going to deal with them. However, in the next moment, as the sea of blood surrounded them, cracking sounds came from their bodies. Bam! 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 One person's seals after another were broken by the sea of blood. Rumble! The 3,000 bandits released a horrifying aura. Ha ha! I finally recovered. My cultivation has also recovered. Great! Everyone's cultivation recovered, and they looked at Yin Chuan. "Thank you, Sage King," the bandits said gratefully. Yin Chuan nodded and said, "The Great Jun Holy Court is located in the outer East Continent, True Dragon Weave. You can go back and deal with your personal matters. Once you are done, immediately head to True Dragon Weave." Huh? Everyone was stunned. They were allowed to leave just like that? "Sage King, you want us to leave on our own? Aren't you afraid that we will run away?" One of the bandits asked in surprise. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. "It is my fortune to obtain it, but it is my fate to lose it. The outer West Continent is about to be turned upside down. Those who are trustworthy will not abandon the Great Jin Holy Court, and the Great Jin Holy Court does not need those who break their promises. Everyone, please leave," Yin Chuan said with a smile. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. After watching for a while, one of the experts said solemnly, "The Sage King is magnanimous. Who will not betray him. I will go back to pick up my family and head to the Jinlong territory in the outer East Continent. Don't worry, Sage King. I will definitely return to the Great Jun Holy Court. I will definitely return to the Great Jun Holy Court." Suddenly, everyone expressed their stance. Although some of them were just putting on an act, Yin Chuan did not need those who were just putting on an act. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. Only the Horse King stayed behind. "I have nothing to worry about, so I will not leave." "Sage King, I heard from Rinshu that you are looking for the descendants of our ancestors. Can you restore the glory of our ancestors?" The Horse King asked excitedly. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. "When you, Dongfang Zhenpai, and Rinshu return to True Dragon Weave, I will help you." "Yes," the Horse King said excitedly. "Sage King, are you really going to wait for the return of the first sage?" Dongfang Zhenpai asked in surprise. "That's right, so leave immediately," Yin Chuan said in a low voice. "Huh? Why?" Dongfang Zhenpai did not understand. "Other than the sages, there is also the Phoenix Emperor, and even, you should leave as soon as possible. However, before you leave, help me with one last thing," Yin Chuan said. "Oh," Dongfang Zhenpai asked curiously. At this moment, Yin Chuan looked at the chaotic battlefield again. Yin Chuan waved his hand lightly. In the distance, Bai Chi's expression suddenly froze. He turned around and rushed towards the direction of the exploding beasts. There were 4 ancestral immortals surrounding the exploding beast. Nearly 100 heavenly Dao were protecting each other and grinding the exploding beast. Bai Chi suddenly attacked from behind and slashed at one of the ancestral immortals. Boom! That ancestral immortal was caught off guard and staggered. The formation formed by the 4 ancestral immortals was suddenly disrupted. Self-destruct. Boom! Under the huge explosion, one of the ancestral immortals was killed on the spot. The other three were not any better and were heavily injured. The exploding beast self-destructed again. After the explosion, the fragments of the exploding beast quickly gathered together in the shattered void. It was about to recover. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and rushed forward. He stretched out his hand, and a bronze coffin flew out from his sleeve. Sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! The sky-burying coffin suddenly released a suction force and sucked the recovered exploding beast into it. Quang! The lid of the coffin closed. Self-destruct. The exploding beast self-destructed again in shock. However, the interior of the coffin was like a starry sky. The explosion would at most destroy a few stars, and it would recover in an instant. I'm trapped. The exploding beast's terrifying eyes showed a trace of anxiety. As for Bai Qi, he waved his hand. Swish! The sky-burying coffin shot toward Yin Chuan and arrived in front of Yin Chuan in an instant. Quang! Yin Chuan grabbed the sky-burying coffin with the exploding beast in his hand. Dong Fong Zhengpai, Ren Shu, Ma Wang. Your mission is to bring this coffin back to the Zhenlong domain. Set off immediately. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. When the exploding beast was trapped in the chaotic battlefield, the three of them did not see clearly that the exploding beast was trapped. They only saw a coffin flying toward them amidst the flying sand and rocks. Bring it back. Dong Fong Zhengpai was surprised. That's right. Set off immediately. The faster the better. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. All right. Dong Fong Zhengpai nodded with a strange expression. The three of them carried the sky-burying coffin and quickly headed toward the east. Yin Chuan watched the three of them leave and returned to Mo Yushi's side. Meow? Yin Chuan, why did you ask that fatty to bring it back? The three of them don't seem to be very strong. Even that Ma Wang is only a peak ancient immortal. Meow asked curiously. Indeed, the three of them are not even as strong as In Hentian. But I suddenly realized that Dong Fong Zhengpai and Ren Shu have something that many people don't have. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Mo Yushi asked curiously. Fortune. The two of them have great fortune. In such a vast sea of people, they can still find the bloodline descendants of the 12 earthly branches. This fortune will allow them to safely return to Dezhun. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Meow, fortune? Meow asked in a strange voice. You took the exploding beast. You also schemed against Wu Jiong? Mo Yushi asked in a strange voice. She can't be the only one who schemed against me. The exploding beast died in the battle. It has nothing to do with me. Hee hee. Yin Chuan laughed. Mo Yushi smiled and didn't say anything in the end. The battle below was still a mess. Killing was everywhere. Sand and stones were flying. There were too many battles. Even the disappearance of the exploding beast did not cause much of a commotion. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang. Outside Luoyang, the entire void seemed to be shattered. The battle was getting more and more intense, especially the battle between Wu Jiong and Wu Tian. The two of them rushed into the starry sky. As they fought, many stars were shattered. The battle between the two of them bloomed with billions of rays of light. Wu Tian's robe was in tatters at this moment. Wu Jiong's battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Sage uses the power of heaven and earth. Ha! The further you go, the greater the burden on your body. Sage, that's all there is to it. Wu Jiong roared. With a palm strike, a golden light shot towards Wu Tian. Boom! Wu Jiong's right arm, which used the power of heaven and earth, was suddenly distorted. Wu Tian's hairbun was also instantly scattered. He was in a sorry state. No, Wu Tian said in disbelief. Stubborn. This is the result of disobeying me. Wu Jiong attacked wildly again. After another day of fighting, Wu Tian was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. Roar! Wu Tian roared, and the 300 heavenly Daos around him exploded. The heavenly Daos exploded, and a huge impact forced Wu Jiong back more than 100 feet. Wu Tian did not dare to continue fighting. With injuries all over his body, he flew towards his dojo in the southwest direction. Whoosh! Wu Tian fled. Wu Jiong looked coldly at Wu Tian's departure. She did not chase after him. Instead, she looked around. Great Zhou's experts were fighting a group of ancestral immortals. You dare to come here to die? None of you can leave. Wu Jiong snorted. Wu Tian fled in panic. His hair was disheveled in the sky. Many of his bones were shattered. Crack, 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 crack. Heaven Sage Wu continued to repair his bones. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wu Jiong? What a strange Wu Jiong. She didn't even mobilize Great Zhou's power? Cough, cough. Wu Tian said with a hint of fear. Whoosh! Wu Tian's body continued to repair itself as he sped up. As he flew, Wu Tian clenched his fists. Who is it? Who destroyed my dojo? My dojo's merit is getting weaker and weaker? Who is it? What happened to my territory? Heaven Sage Wu was getting more and more anxious, and his speed increased again. Outside the plaza of Wu Tian Hall, the battle was nearing its end. There were still hundreds of Saints' disciples struggling bitterly. You demons, you'll be punished by the heavens. The Saints' disciples roared. Demons? When you wanted to kill me, you weren't demons anymore. Wu Tian isn't a demon anymore. Yin Chuan said coldly. Kill. Bai Qi roared. Tens of thousands of energy sabers slashed down. The 100 Saints' disciples could not stop them. Boom! Along with the skyless palace, everything was instantly shattered. Rumble! The ocean of virtuous clouds in the sky crumbled and dissipated. Although Wu Tian was not dead, all the disciples in the dojo were killed. The dojo was destroyed as well. At this moment, an angry roar came from the sea at the edge of Wu Tian's domain. Roar! Wu Tian turned into a stream of light and rushed into Wu Tian's domain with a furious roar. Wherever he passed, a storm rolled in the void. Soon, Wu Tian arrived at the square of Wu Tian Hall, which was covered in debris. He suddenly stopped. Boom! A strong gust of wind swept across the entire training ground. Countless pieces of debris and corpses were blown into the air. The ground was instantly flattened. The terracotta soldiers, Di Rinjia, and the remaining 1,000 ox guards stood behind Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood at the front and stared coldly at Wu Tian, who seemed to be in a sorry state. His disciples and grand-disciples are all dead? Wu Tian's heart was filled with monstrous anger. They're all dead. If you want to save them, go to the netherworld and find their souls. Yin Chuan sneered. Yin Chuan. Wu Tian suddenly roared, and a fierce aura rushed toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan snorted coldly with a ferocious expression. With a cold snort, Yin Chuan's aura erupted as well. Just like before, Yin Chuan and the sage's aura collided once again. However, this time around, both of their auras were even more ferocious. Boom! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.